Schuster Audio presents The Lady of the Rivers by Philippa Gregory. Read by Bianca Amato.
Castle of Beaurevoir, near Arras, France. Summer to winter, 1430. She sits, this odd trophy of war, as neat as an obedient child, on a small stool in the corner of her cell. At her feet are the remains of her dinner on a pewter platter, laid on the straw. I notice that my uncle has sent good slices of meat, and even the white bread from his own table, but she has eaten little. I find I'm staring at her, from her boy's riding boots to the man's bonnet crammed on her brown cropped hair, as if she were some exotic animal, trapped for our amusement, as if someone had sent a lion cub all the way from Ethiopia to entertain the great family of Luxembourg, for us to keep in our collection. A lady behind me crosses herself and whispers, "Is this a witch?" I don't know. How does one ever know? "This is ridiculous," my great-aunt says boldly. "Who has ordered the poor girl to be chained? Open the door at once." There is a confused muttering of men trying to shift the responsibility, and then someone turns the big key in the cell door, and my great-aunt stalks in. The girl, she must be about 17 or 18, only a few years older than me, looks up from under her jagged fringe of hair as my great-aunt stands before her, and then slowly she rises to her feet, doffs her cap, and gives an awkward little bow. "I am the Lady Jehanne, the demoiselle of Luxembourg," my great-aunt says. "This is the castle of Lord John of Luxembourg." She gestures to my aunt. "This is his wife, the lady of the castle, Jehanne of Bethune, and this is my great-niece, Jacquetta." The girl looks steadily at all of us, and gives a nod of her head to each. As she looks at me, I feel a little tap-tap for my attention, as palpable as the brush of a fingertip on the nape of my neck, a whisper of magic. I wonder if standing behind her there are indeed 2 accompanying angels, as she claims, and it is their presence that I sense. "Can you speak, maid?" my great-aunt asks, when the girl says nothing. "Oh, yes, my lady," the girl replies in the hard accent of the Champagne region. I realize that it is true what they say about her. She's no more than a peasant girl, though she has led an army and crowned a king. "Will you give me your word not to escape if I have these chains taken off your legs?" She hesitates, as if she were in any position to choose. "No, I can't." My great-aunt smiles. "Do you understand the offer of parole? I can release you to live with us here in my nephew's castle, but you have to promise not to run away." The girl turns her head, frowning. It's almost as if she's listening for advice. Then she shakes her head. "I know this parole. It is when one knight makes a promise to another. They have rules, as if they were jousting. I'm not like that. My words are real, not like a troubadour's poem, and this is no game for me." "Maid, parole is not a game," Aunt Jehanne interrupts. The girl looks at her. "Oh, but it is, my lady. The noblemen are not serious about these matters. Not serious like me. They play at war and make up rules. They ride out and lay waste to good people's farms, and laugh as the thatched roofs burn. Besides, I cannot make promises. I am promised already." To the one who wrongly calls himself the King of France? To the King of Heaven. My great-aunt pauses for a moment's thought. I will tell them to take the chains off you, and guard you so that you do not escape, and then you can come and sit with us in my rooms. I think what you have done for your country, and your prince, has been very great, Joan, though mistaken, and I will not see you here, under my roof, a captive in chains. Will you tell your nephew to set me free? My great-aunt hesitates. I cannot order him, but I will do everything I can to send you back to your home. At any event, I won't let him release you to the English. At the very word, the girl shudders and makes the sign of the cross, thumping her head and her chest in the most ridiculous way, as a peasant might cross himself at the name of old Hob. I have to choke back a laugh. This draws the girl's dark gaze to me. They're only mortal men, I explain to her. The English have no powers beyond that of mortal men. You need not fear them so. You need not cross yourself at their name. I don't fear them. I'm not such a fool as to fear that they have powers. It's not that. It's that they know that I have powers. That's what makes them such a danger. They are mad with fear of me. They fear me so much that they will destroy me the moment I fall into their hands. I am their terror. I am their fear that walks by night. While I live, they won't have you, my great-aunt assures her. And at once, unmistakably, Joan looks straight at me, a hard, dark gaze, as if to see that I, too, have heard, in the sincere assertion, the ring of an utterly empty promise. My great-aunt believes that if she can bring Joan into our company, talk with her, cool her religious fervour, perhaps educate her, then the girl will be led in time to wear the dress of a young woman, and the fighting youth who was dragged off the white horse at Compiègne will be transformed, like mass reversed, from strong wine into water, and she will become a young woman who can be seated among waiting women, who will answer to a command, and not to the ringing church bells, and will then, perhaps, be overlooked by the English, who are demanding that we surrender the hermaphrodite murderous witch to them. If we have nothing to offer them but a remorseful, obedient maid-in-waiting, perhaps they will be satisfied, and go on their violent way. Joan herself is exhausted by recent defeats, and by her uneasy sense that the king she has crowned is not worthy of the holy oil, that the enemy she had on the run has recoiled on her, and that the mission given to her by God himself is falling away from her. Everything that made her the maid before her adoring troop of soldiers has become uncertain. Under my great-aunt's steady kindness, she is becoming once more an awkward country girl. Nothing special. Of course, all the maids-in-waiting to my great-aunt want to know about the adventure that is ending in this slow creep of defeat. And as Joan spends her days with us, learning to be a girl and not the maid, they pluck up the courage to ask her. "How are you so brave?" one demands. "How did you learn to be so brave? In battle, I mean." Joan smiles at the question. There are 4 of us, seated on a grass bank beside the moat of the castle, as idle as children. The July sun is beating down, and the pasture lands around the castle are shimmering in the haze of heat. Even the bees are lazy, buzzing and then falling silent as if drunk on flowers. We've chosen to sit in the deep shadow of the highest tower. Behind us, in the glassy water of the moat, we can hear the occasional bubble of a carp coming to the surface. Joan is sprawled like a boy, one hand dabbling in the water, her cap over her eyes. In the basket beside me are half-sewn shirts that we're supposed to hem for the poor children of nearby Cambray. But the maids avoid work of any sort, Joan has no skill, and I have my great-aunt's precious pack of playing cards in my hands, and am shuffling and cutting them, and idly looking at the pictures. I knew I was called by God, Joan said simply, and that he would protect me. So I had no fear, not even in the worst of the battles. He warned me that I would be injured, but that I would feel no pain. So I knew I could go on fighting. I even warned my men that I would be injured that day. I knew before we went into battle. I just knew. "Do you really hear voices?" I ask. "Do you?" The question is so shocking that the girls whip round to stare at me, and under their joint gaze I find I'm blushing as if for something shameful. "No, no." "Then what?" "What do you mean?" "What do you hear?" she asks, as reasonably as if everyone hears something. "Well, not voices, exactly," I say. "What do you hear?" I glance behind me, as if the very fish might rise to eavesdrop. "When someone in my family is going to die, then I hear a noise," I say. "A special noise." "What sort of noise?" the girl, Elizabeth, asks. "I didn't know this. Could I hear it?" "You're not of my house," I say irritably. "Of course you wouldn't hear it. You would have to be a descendant of... And anyway, you must never speak of this. You shouldn't really be listening. I shouldn't be telling you." "What sort of noise?" Joan repeats. "Like singing," I say, and see her nod, as if she too has heard singing. "They say it is the voice of Melusina, the first lady of the House of Luxembourg," I whisper. "They say she was a water goddess, who came out of the river to marry the first duke. But she couldn't be a mortal woman. She comes back to cry for the loss of her children." "And when have you heard her?" "The night my baby sister died. I heard something, and I knew at once that it was Melusina." "But how did you know it was her?" the other maid whispers, afraid of being excluded from the conversation. I shrug, and Joan smiles in recognition of truths that cannot be explained. "I just knew," I say. It was as if I recognized her voice, as if I had always known it. "That's true. You just know." Joan nods. "But how do you know that it comes from God, and not from the devil?" I hesitate. Any spiritual questions should be taken to my confessor, or at the very least to my mother, or my great-aunt. But the song of Melusina, and the shiver on my spine, and my occasional sight of the unseen, something half lost, sometimes vanishing around a corner, lighter grey in a grey twilight, a dream that is too clear to be forgotten, a glimpse of foresight, but never anything that I can describe. These things are too thin for speech. How can I ask about them when I can't even put them into words? How can I bear to have someone clumsily name them, or even worse, try to explain them? I might as well try to hold the greenish water of the moat in my cupped hands. "I've never asked," I say, "because it is hardly anything. Like when you go into a room and it's quiet, but you know, you can just tell that someone's there. You can't hear them or see them, but you just know. It's little more than that. I never think of it as a gift coming from God or the devil. It is just nothing. My voices come from God, Joan says certainly. I know it. If it were not true, I should be utterly lost. So can you tell fortunes? Elizabeth asks me childishly. My fingers close over my cards. No, I say. And these don't tell fortunes, they're just for playing. They're just playing cards. I don't tell fortunes. My great-aunt would not allow me to do it, even if I could. Oh, do mine! These are just playing cards, I insist. I'm no soothsayer. Oh, draw a card for me and tell me, Elizabeth says. And for Joan, what's going to become of her? Surely you want to know what's going to happen to Joan? It means nothing, I say to Joan. And I only brought them so we could play. They are beautiful, she says. They taught me to play at court with cards like these. How bright they are. I hand them to her. Take care with them. They're very precious, I say jealously as she spreads them in her calloused hands. The demoiselle showed them to me when I was a little girl, and told me the names of the pictures. She lets me borrow them because I love to play. But I promised her I would take care of them. Joan passes the pack back to me, and though she is careful, and my hands are ready for them, one of the thick cards tumbles between us and falls face down on the grass. "Oh, sorry," Joan exclaims, and quickly picks it up. I can feel a whisper, like a cool breath down my spine. The meadow before me, and the cows flicking their tails in the shade of the trees seem far away, as if we two are enclosed in a glass, butterflies in a ball, in another world. "You had better look at it now," I hear myself say to her. Joan looks at the brightly painted picture. Her eyes widen slightly, and then she shows it to me. What does this mean? It is a painting of a man dressed in a livery of blue, hanging upside down from one extended foot, the other leg crooked easily, his toe pointed, and placed against his straight leg as if he were dancing, inverted in the air. His hands are clasped behind his back, as if he is bowing. We both see the happy fall of his blue hair as he hangs, upside down, smiling. "Le pendu," Elizabeth reads. "How horrid! What does it mean? Oh, surely it doesn't mean—" She breaks off. "It doesn't mean that you will be hanged," I say quickly to Joan, "so don't think that. It's just a playing card. It can't mean anything like that." "But what does it mean?" the other girl demands, though Joan is silent, as if it is not her card, not her fortune that I am refusing to tell. "His gallows is 2 growing trees," I say. I'm playing for time under Joan's serious brown gaze. "This means spring, and renewal, and life, not death. And there are 2 trees. The man is balanced between them. He is the very centre of resurrection." Joan nods. "They are bowed down to him. He's happy, and look, he is not hanged by his neck to kill him, but tied by his foot," I say. "If he wanted, he could stretch up and untie himself. He could set himself free if he wanted." "But he doesn't set himself free," the girl observes. "He is like a tumbler, an acrobat. What does that mean?" "It means that he's willingly there, willingly waiting, allowing himself to be held by his foot hanging in the air." "To be a living sacrifice," Joan says slowly, in the words of the Mass. "He's not crucified," I point out quickly. It is as if every word I say leads us to another form of death. This doesn't mean anything. No, she says. These are just playing cards, and we are just playing a game with them. It is a pretty card, the Hanged Man. He looks happy to be upside down in springtime. Shall I teach you a game with counties that we play in Champagne? Yes, I say. I hold out my hand for her card, and she looks at it for a moment before she hands it back to me. Honestly, it means nothing, I say again to her. She smiles at me, her clear, honest smile. I know well enough what it means, she says. Shall we play? I start to shuffle the cards, and one turns over in my hand. Now that's a good card, Joan remarks. La Roue de Fortune. I hold it out to show it to her. It is the Wheel of Fortune that can throw you up very high, or bring you down very low. Its message is to be indifferent to victory and defeat, as they both come on the turn of the wheel. In my country, the farmers make a sign for Fortune's wheel, Joan remarks. They draw a circle in the air with their forefingers when something very good or something very bad happens. Someone inherits money, or someone loses a prize cow. They do this. She points her finger in the air and draws a circle. And they say something. A spell? Not really a spell. She smiles mischievously. What then? She giggles. They say, merde. I am so shocked that I rock back with laughter. What? What? The younger maid demands. Nothing, nothing, I say. Joan is still giggling. Joan's countrymen say rightly that everything comes to dust, and all that a man can do about it is to learn indifference. Joan's future hangs in the balance. She is swinging like the hanged man. All of my family, my father, Pierre, the Count of St. Paul, my uncle, Louis of Luxembourg, and my favourite uncle, John of Luxembourg, are allied with the English. My father writes from our home at the chateau at St. Paul to his brother John, and commands him, as the head of our family, to hand over Joan to the English. But my great-aunt, the demoiselle, insists we keep her safe, and my Uncle John hesitates. The English demand his prisoner, and since the English command nearly all of France, and their ally the Duke of Burgundy commands most of the rest, what they say usually happens. Their common soldiers went down on their knees on the battlefield to give thanks, and wept with joy when the maid was captured. There is no doubt in their mind that without her the French army, their enemy, will collapse into the frightened rabble that they were before she came to them. The Duke of Bedford, the English regent who rules the English lands in France, almost all of the north of the country, sends daily letters to my uncle invoking his loyalty to English rule, their long friendship, and promising money. I like to watch for the English messengers who come dressed in the fine livery of the royal duke on beautiful horses. Everyone says that the duke is a great man and well loved, the greatest man in France, an ill man to cross. But so far, my uncle obeys his aunt, the demoiselle, and doesn't hand over our prisoner. My uncle expects the French court to make a bid for her. They owe their very existence to her, after all. But they are oddly silent, even after he writes to them and says that he has the maid, and that she's ready to return to the court of her king and serve again in his army. With her leading them, they could ride out against the English and win. Surely they will send a fortune to get her back. They don't want her, my great-aunt advises him. They're at their private dining table. The great dinner for the whole household has taken place in the hall, and the two of them have sat before my uncle's men, tasted the dishes and sent them round the room as a gift to their special favourites. Now they are comfortable, seated at a little table before the fire in my great-aunt's private rooms, her personal servants in attendance. I am to stand during the serving of dinner with another lady in waiting. It is my job to watch the servants, summon them forwards as required, clasp my hands modestly before me, and hear nothing. Of course, I listen all the time. Joan made a man out of the boy, Prince Charles. He was nothing until she came to him with her vision. Then she made that man into a king. She taught him to claim his inheritance. She made an army out of his camp followers, and made that army victorious. If they had followed her advice as she followed her voices, they would have driven the English out of these lands and back to their foggy islands, and we would be rid of them forever. My uncle smiles. Oh, my lady aunt, this is a war that has gone on for nearly a century. Do you really think it will end because some girl from who knows where hears voices? She could never drive the English away. They would never have gone. They will never go. These are their lands by right, by true right of inheritance, and by conquest, too. All they have to do is have the courage and the strength to hold them. And John, Duke of Bedford, will see to that. He glances at his wine-glass, and I snap my fingers to the groom of the servery to pour him some more red wine. Then I step forwards to hold the glass as the man pours, and then I put it carefully on the table. They are using fine glassware. My uncle is wealthy, and my great-aunt never has anything but the very best. The English king may be little more than a child, but it makes no difference to the safety of his kingdom, for his uncle Bedford is loyal to him here, and his uncle the Duke of Gloucester is loyal to him in England. Bedford has the courage and the allies to hold the English lands here, and I think they will drive the Dauphin farther and farther south. They will drive him into the sea. The maid had her season, and it was a remarkable one. But in the end, the English will win the war and hold the lands that are theirs by right, and all of our lords who are sworn against them now will bow the knee and serve them. I don't think so, my great-aunt says staunchly. The English are terrified of her. They say she is unbeatable. Not any more, my uncle observes. For behold, she is a prisoner, and the cell doors don't burst open. They know she is mortal now. They saw her with an arrow in her thigh outside the walls of Paris, and her own army marched off and left her. The French themselves taught the English that she could be brought down and abandoned. But you won't give her to the English, my great-aunt states. It would be to dishonour us forever, in the eyes of God and the world. My uncle leans forwards to speak confidentially. You take it so seriously? You really think she's more than a mountebank? You really think she's something more than a peasant girl spouting nonsense? You know I can find half a dozen such as her. You could find half a dozen who say they are like her, she says, but not one like her. I think she is a special girl, truly I do, nephew. I have a very strong sense of this. He pauses, as if her sense of things, though she is only a woman, is something to be considered. You have had a vision of her success? A foretelling? For a moment she hesitates. Then she quickly shakes her head. Nothing so clear. But nonetheless, I must insist that we protect her. He pauses, not wanting to contradict her. She is the Demoiselle of Luxembourg, the head of our family. My father will inherit the title when she dies, but she also owns great lands that are all at her own disposition. She can will them to anyone she chooses. My Uncle John is her favourite nephew. He has hopes, and he doesn't want to offend her. The French will have to pay a good price for her, he says. I don't intend to lose money on her. She's worth a king's ransom. They know this. My great-aunt nods. I will write to the Dauphin Charles, and he will ransom her, she tells him. Whatever his advisers say, he will still listen to me, though he is blown about like a leaf by his favourites. But I am his godmother. It is a question of honour. He owes all that he is to the maid. Very well, but do it at once. The English are very pressing, and I won't offend the Duke of Bedford. He's a powerful man, and a fair one. He's the best ruler of France that we could hope for. If he were a Frenchman, he would be wholly loved. My great-aunt laughs. Yes, but he is not. He is the English regent, and he should go back to his own damp island and his little nephew, the poor king, and make what they can of their own kingdom and leave us to rule France. Us? My uncle queries, as if to ask her if she thinks that our family, who already rule 6 earldoms, and who count kinship to the Holy Roman Emperors, should be French kings as well. She smiles. Us, she says blandly. Next day, I walk with Joan to the little chapel in the castle, and kneel beside her on the chancel steps. She prays fervently, her head bowed for an hour, and then the priest comes and serves the mass, and Joan takes the holy bread and wine. I wait for her at the back of the church. Joan is the only person I know who takes the bread and wine every day, as if it were her breakfast. My own mother, who's more observant than most, takes communion only once a month. We walk back to my great-aunt's rooms together, the strewing herbs swishing around her feet. Joan laughs at me, as I have to duck my head to get my tall, conical headdress through the narrow doorways. It's very beautiful, she says, but I should not like to wear such a thing. I pause and twirl before her in the bright sunlight from the arrow slit. The colours of my gown are brilliant. A skirt of dark blue and an underskirt of sharper turquoise, the skirts flaring from the high belt tied on my rib-cage. The high hennin headdress sits like a cone on my head, and sprouts a veil of pale blue from the peak that drops down my back, concealing and enhancing my fair hair. I spread my arms to show the big triangular sleeves, trimmed with the most beautiful embroidery in gold thread, and I lift the hem to show my scarlet slippers with the upturned toes. But you cannot work, or ride a horse, or even run in such a gown, she says. It's not for riding, or working, or running, I replied reasonably. It's for showing off. It is to show the world that I am young and beautiful and ready for marriage. It is to show that my father is so wealthy that I can wear gold thread on my sleeves and silk in my headdress. It shows that I am so nobly born that I can wear velvet and silk, not wool, like a poor girl. I couldn't bear to be showed off in such a thing. You wouldn't be allowed to, I point out disagreeably. You have to dress for your position in life. You would have to obey the law, and wear browns and greys. Did you really think you were important enough to wear ermine? Or do you want your gold surcoat back? They say you were as fine as any knight in battle. You dressed like a nobleman then. They say that you loved your beautiful standard, and your polished armour, and a fine gold surcoat over all. They say you are guilty of the sin of vanity. She flushes. I had to be seen, she says defensively, at the front of my army. Gold? I had to honour God. Well, anyway, you wouldn't get a headdress like this if you put on women's clothes, I say. You would wear something more modest, like the ladies in waiting. Nothing so high or so awkward, just a neat hood to cover your hair. And you could wear your boots under your gown. You could still walk about. Won't you try wearing a gown, Joan? It would mean that they couldn't accuse you of wearing men's clothes. It is a sign of heresy for a woman to dress as a man. Why not put on a dress, and then they can say nothing against you? Something plain? She shakes her head. I am promised, she says simply. Promised to God. And when the king calls for me, I must be ready to ride to arms again. I am a soldier in waiting, not a lady in waiting. I will dress like a soldier, and my king will call for me. Any day now. I glance behind us. A page boy carrying a jug of hot water is in earshot. I wait till he has nodded a bow and gone past us. Hush, I say quietly. You shouldn't even call him king. She laughs, as if she fears nothing. I took him to his coronation. I stood under my own standard in Rheims Cathedral when he was anointed with the oil of Clovis. I saw him presented to his people in his crown. Of course he's King of France. He is crowned and anointed. The English slit the tongues of anyone who says that, I remind her. That's for the first offence. The second time you say it, they brand your forehead so you are scarred for life. The English king, Henry VI, is to be called King of France. The one you call the French king is to be called the Dauphin. Never anything but the Dauphin. She laughs with genuine amusement. He's not even to be called French, she exclaims. Your great Duke Bedford says that he is to be called Armagnac, but the great Duke Bedford was shaking with fear and running around Rouen for recruits when I came up to the walls of Paris with the French army. Yes, I will say it. The French army. To claim our own city for our king. A French king. And we nearly took it, too. I put my hands over my ears. I won't hear you, and you shouldn't speak like this. I shall be whipped if I listen to you. At once, she takes my hands. She is penitent. Ah, Jacquetta, I won't get you into trouble. Look, I will say nothing. But you must see that I have done far worse than use words against the English. I have used arrows and cannon shot and battering rams and guns against them. The English will hardly trouble themselves over the words I've said, and the breeches I wear. I have defeated them, and shown everyone that they have no right to France. I led an army against them, and defeated them over and over again. I hope they never get hold of you, and never question you, not about words, nor arrows, nor cannon. She goes a little pale at the thought of it. Please God, I hope so too. Merciful God, I hope so too. My great-aunt is writing to the Dauphin, I say very low. They were speaking of it at dinner last night. She will write to the Dauphin and invite him to ransom you. And my uncle will release you to the Armagnacs. She bows her head, and her lips move in prayer. My king will send for me, she says trustingly. Without a doubt he will send for me to come to him, and we can start our battles again. It grows even hotter in August, and my great-aunt rests on a day-bed in her inner room every afternoon, with the light curtains of silk around the bed soaked in lavender water, and the closed shutters throwing barred shadows across the stone floor. She likes me to read to her, as she lies with her eyes closed, and her hands folded on the high waistline of her dress, as if she were a sculptured effigy of herself in some shaded tomb. She puts aside the big horned headdress that she always wears, and lets her long greying hair spread over the cool embroidered pillows. She gives me books from her own library that tell of great romances, and troubadours, and ladies in tangled forests. And then one afternoon she puts a book in my hand and says, "Read this today." It is hand-copied in Old French, and I stumble over the words. It's hard to read. The illustrations in the margin are like briars and flowers threading through the letters, and the clerk who copied each word has an ornate style of writing that I find hard to decipher. But slowly the story emerges. It is the story of a knight riding through a dark forest who has lost his way. He hears the sound of water and goes towards it. In a clearing, in the moonlight, he sees a white basin and a splashing fountain. And in the water is a woman of such beauty that her skin is paler than the white marble, and her hair is darker than the night skies. He falls in love with her at once, and she with him, and he takes her to the castle, and makes her his wife. She has only one condition, that every month he must leave her alone to bathe. "Do you know this story?" my great-aunt asks me. "Has your father told you of it?" "I have heard something like it," I say cautiously. My great-aunt is notoriously quick-tempered with my father, and I don't know if I dare say that I think this is the legend of the founding of our house. "Well, now you are reading the true story," she says. She closes her eyes again. "It's time you knew. Go on." The young couple are happier than any in the world, and people come from far and wide to visit them. They have children, beautiful girls and strange wild boys. "Sons," my great-aunt whispers to herself. "If only a woman could have sons by wishing, if only they could be as she wishes." The wife never loses her beauty, though the years go by, and her husband grows more and more curious. One day he cannot bear the mystery of her secret bathing any longer, and he creeps down to her bath-house and spies on her. My great-aunt raises her hand. "Do you know what he sees?" she asks me. I lift my face from the book, my finger under the illustration of the man peering through the slats of the bath-house. In the foreground is the woman in the bath, her beautiful hair snaked around her white shoulders, and gleaming in the water, her large scaled tail. "Is she a fish?" I whisper. "She is a being not of this world," my great-aunt says quietly. "She tried to live like an ordinary woman, but some women cannot live an ordinary life. She tried to walk in the common ways, but some women cannot put their feet to that path. This is a man's world, Jacquetta, and some women cannot march to the beat of a man's drum. Do you understand?" I don't, of course. I am too young to understand that a man and a woman can love each other so deeply that their hearts beat as if they were one heart, and yet at the same time know that they are utterly, hopelessly different. Anyway, you can read on. It's not long now. The husband cannot bear to know that his wife is a strange being. She cannot forgive him for spying on her. She leaves him, taking her beautiful daughters, and he lives alone with the sons, heartbroken. But at his death, as at the death of every one of our house, his wife Melusina, the beautiful woman who was an undine, a water goddess, comes back to him, and he hears her crying around the battlements for the children she has lost, for the husband she still loves, and for the world that has no place for her. I close the book, and there is such a long silence that I think my great-aunt has fallen asleep. Some of the women of our family have the gift of foresight, my great-aunt remarks quietly. Some of them have inherited powers from Melusina, powers of the other world where she lives. Some of us are her daughters, her heirs. I hardly dare to breathe. I'm so anxious that she should go on speaking to me. Jacquetta, do you think you might be one of these women? I might be, I whisper. I hope so. You have to listen, she says softly. Listen to silence. Watch for nothing. And be on your guard. Melusina is a shapeshifter. Like quicksilver, she can flow from one thing to another. You may see her anywhere. She is like water. Or you may see only your own reflection in the surface of a stream, though you are straining your eyes to see into the green depths for her. Will she be my guide? You must be your own guide, that you might hear her when she speaks to you. She pauses. Fetch my jewel box. She gestures towards the great chest at the foot of her bed. I open the creaking lid, and inside, beside the gowns wrapped in powdered silk, is a large wooden box. I take it out. Inside is a series of drawers, each one filled with my great-aunt's fortune of jewels. Look in the smallest drawer, she says. I find it. Inside is a small black velvet purse. I untie the tasseled threads, open the mouth, and a heavy golden bracelet falls into my hand, laden with about 200 little charms, each one a different shape. I see a ship, a horse, a star, a spoon, a whip, a hawk, a spur. When you want to know something very, very important, you choose 2 or 3 of the charms, charms that signify the thing that might be, the choices before you. You tie each one on a string, and you put them in a river, the river nearest to your home, the river that you hear at night when everything is silent but the voices of the waters. You leave it until the moon is new. Then you cut all the strings but one, and pull that one out to see your future. The river will give you the answer. The river will tell you what you should do. I nod. The bracelet is cold and heavy in my hand, each charm a choice, each charm an opportunity, each charm a mistake in waiting. And when you want something, go out and whisper it to the river, like a prayer. When you curse somebody, write it on a piece of paper and put the paper into the river. Float it like a little paper boat. The river is your ally, your friend, your lady. Do you understand? I nod, though I don't understand. When you curse somebody, she pauses and sighs as if she's very weary. Take care with your words, Jacquetta, especially in cursing. Only say the things you mean. Make sure you lay your curse on the right man. For be very sure that when you put such words out into the world, they can overshoot. Like an arrow, a curse can go beyond your target and harm another. A wise woman curses very sparingly. I shiver, though the room is hot. I will teach you more, she promises me. It is your inheritance, since you are the oldest girl. Do boys not know? My brother Louis? Her lazy eyes half open, and she smiles at me. Men command the world that they know, she says. Everything that they learn, they claim for themselves. They are like the alchemists who look for the laws that govern the world, and then want to own them and keep them secret. Everything they discover, they hug to themselves. They shape knowledge into their own selfish image. What is left to us women but the realms of the unknown? But can women not take a great place in the world? You do, great-aunt. And Yolande of Aragon is called the Queen of 4 Kingdoms. Shall I not command great lands, like you and her? You might. But I warn you that a woman who seeks great power and wealth has to pay a great price. Perhaps you will be a great woman, like Melusina, or Yolande, or like me. But you will be like all women, uneasy in the world of men. You will do your best. Perhaps you will gain some power if you marry well or inherit well, but you will always find the road is hard beneath your feet. In the other world, well, who knows about the other world? Maybe they will hear you, and perhaps you will hear them. What will I hear? She smiles. You know. You hear it already. Voices? I ask, thinking of Joan. Perhaps. Slowly, the intense heat of the summer starts to fade, and it grows cooler in September. The trees of the great forest that surround the lake start to turn colour from tired green to sere yellow, and the swallows swirl around the turrets of the castle every evening, as if to say goodbye for another year. They chase each other round and round in a dizzying train, like a veil being whirled in a dance. The rows on rows of vines grow heavy with fruit, and every day the peasant women go out with their sleeves rolled up over their big forearms, and pick the fruit into big wicker baskets, which the men swing onto carts and take back to the press. The smell of fruit and fermenting wine is heavy in the village. Everyone has blue-stained hems to their gowns and purple feet, and they say it will be a good year this year, rich and lush. When the ladies-in-waiting and I ride through the village, they call us to taste the new wine, and it is light and sharp and fizzy in our mouths, and they laugh at our puckered faces. My great-aunt does not sit straight-backed in her chair, overseeing her women and beyond them the castle and my uncle's lands, as she did at the start of the summer. As the sun loses its heat, she too seems to be growing pale and cold. She lies down from the middle of the morning to the early evening, and only rises from her bed to walk into the great hall beside my uncle, and nod her head at the rumble of greeting, as the men look up at their lord and lady, and hammer on the wooden tables with their daggers. Joan prays for her, by name, in her daily attendance at church, but I, childlike, just accept the new rhythm of my great-aunt's day, and sit with her to read in the afternoon, and wait for her to talk to me about the prayers floated like paper ships on the waters of rivers that were flowing to the sea before I was born. She tells me to spread out the cards of her pack, and teaches me the name and the quality of each one. And now "Read them for me," she says one day, and then taps a card with her thin finger. "What is this one?" I turn it over for her. The dark hooded shape of Death looks back at us, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, his scythe over his hunched shoulder. "Ah, well," she says, "so you are here at last, my friend. Jacquetta, you had better ask your uncle to come to see me." I show him into her room, and he kneels at the side of her bed. She puts her hand on his head as if in blessing, then she pushes him gently away. "I cannot bear this weather," she says crossly to my uncle, as if the cooling days are his fault. "How can you bear to live here? It's as cold as England, and the winters last forever. I shall go south. I shall go to Provence." "Are you sure?" he asks. "I thought you were feeling tired. Should you not rest here?" She snaps her fingers irritably. "I'm too cold," she says imperiously. "You can order me a guard, and I shall have my litter lined with furs. I shall come back in spring." "Surely you would be more comfortable here," he suggests. "I have a fancy to see the Rhone once more," she says. "Besides, I have business to do." Nobody can ever argue against her. She is the demoiselle, and within days she has her great litter at the door, furs heaped on the bed, a brass hand-warmer filled with hot coals, the floor of the litter packed with oven-heated bricks to keep her warm, the household lined up to say farewell. She gives her hand to Joan, and then she kisses my Aunt Jehan and me. My uncle helps her into the litter, and she clutches his arm with her thin hand. "Keep the maid safe," she says. "Keep her from the English. It is my command." He ducks his head. "Come back to us soon." His wife, whose life is easier when the great lady has moved on, steps forward to tuck her in and kiss her pale, cool cheeks. But it is me that the demoiselle of Luxembourg calls towards her with one crook of her skinny finger. "God bless you, Jacquetta," she says to me. "You will remember all that I have taught you, and you will go far." She smiles at me. "Farther than you can imagine."
"But I will see you in spring."
"I will send you my books," she says, "and my bracelet."
"And you will come to visit my mother and father at St. Paul in the spring."
Her smile tells me that I will not see her again. "God bless," she repeats, and draws the curtains of her litter against the cold morning air as the cavalcade starts out of the gate. In November, I am awakened in the darkest of the night, and I sit up in the little bed I share with Elizabeth the maid and listen. It's as if someone is calling my name in a sweet voice, very high and very thin. Then I am sure I can hear someone singing. Oddly, the noise is coming from outside our window, though we are high up in the turret of the castle. I pull on my cloak over my nightgown and go to the window and look out through the crack in the wooden shutters. There are no lights showing outside. The fields and the woods around the castle are as black as felted wool. There is nothing but this clear, keening noise. Not a nightingale, but as high and as pure as a nightingale. Not an owl, far too musical and continuous. Something like a boy singer in a choir. I turn to the bed and shake Elizabeth awake. "Can you hear that?" She doesn't even wake. "Nothing," she says, half asleep.
"Stop it, Jacquetta,"
I'm asleep. The stone floor is icy beneath my bare feet. I jump back into bed and put my cold feet in the warm space near Elizabeth. She gives a little bad-tempered grunt and rolls away from me. And then, though I think I will lie in the warm and listen to the voices, I fall asleep. 6 days later, they tell me that my great-aunt, Jehanne of Luxembourg, died in her sleep, in the darkest hour of the night, in Avignon, beside the great river Rhone. Then I know whose voice it was I heard, singing around the turrets. As soon as the English Duke of Bedford learns that Joan has lost her greatest protector, he sends the judge Pierre Cauchon, with a troop of men behind him, to negotiate for her ransom. She is summoned by a church court on charges of heresy. Enormous sums of money change hands. 20,000 livres for the man who pulled her off his horse, 10,000 francs to be paid to my uncle with the good wishes of the King of England. My uncle does not listen to his wife, who pleads that Joan shall be left with us. I am too unimportant even to have a voice, and so I have to watch in silence, as my uncle makes an agreement that Joan shall be released to the church for questioning. I am not handing her over to the English, he says to his wife. As the demoiselle asked me, and I have not forgotten, I have not handed her over to the English. I have only released her to the church. This allows her to clear her name of all the charges against her. She will be judged by men of God. If she is innocent, they will say so, and she will be released. She looks at him as blankly as if he were death himself. And I wonder if he believes this nonsense, or if he thinks that we, being women, are such fools as to think that a church dependent on the English, with bishops appointed by the English, are going to tell their rulers and paymasters that the girl who raised all of France against them is just an ordinary girl. Perhaps a little noisy, perhaps a little naughty, and she should be given 3 Hail Marys and sent back to her farm, to her mother and her father and her cows.
My lord, who is going to tell Joan?
Is all I dare to ask. Oh, she knows already, he says over his shoulder as he goes out of the hall, to bid farewell to Pierre Cauchon at the great gate. I sent a page to tell her to get ready. She is to leave with them now. As soon as I hear the words, I am filled with a sudden terror, a gale of premonition, and I start running as if for my own life. I don't even go to the women's apartments, where the page boy will have found Joan to tell her that the English are to have her. I don't run towards her old cell, thinking she has gone there to fetch her little knapsack of things, her wooden spoon, her sharp dagger, the prayer book that my great-aunt gave her. Instead, I race up the winding stair to the first floor above the great hall, and then dash across the gallery, through the tiny doorway, where the archway knocks my headdress off, tearing at the pins in my hair, and then I hammer up the circular stone stair, my feet pounding on the steps, my breath coming shorter and shorter, my gown clutched in my hands, so that I can burst out onto the flat roof of the very top of the tower and see Joan, poised like a bird ready to fly, balanced on the wall of the turret. As she hears the door bang open, she looks over her shoulder at me and hears me scream, "Joan, no!" And she steps out into the void below her. The worst thing of all, the very worst thing, is that she does not leap into nothing like a frightened deer. I was dreading that she would jump, but she does something far worse than that. She dives. She goes head first over the battlement, and as I fling myself to the edge I can see that she goes down like a dancer, an acrobat, her hands clasped behind her, one leg extended like a dancer, the other bent, the toe pointed to her knee, and I see that for that heart-stopping moment as she falls, she is in the pose of le pendu, the hanged man, and she is going head first to her death, with his calm smile on her serene face. The thud when she hits the ground at the base of the tower is terrible. It echoes in my ears, as if it is my own head that has struck the mud. I want to run down to lift her body, Joan, the maid, crumpled like a bag of old clothes. But I cannot move. My knees have given way beneath me. I am clinging to the stone battlements, and they are as cold as my scraped hands. I am not crying for her, though my breath is still coming in gulping sobs. I am frozen with horror. I am felled by horror. Joan was a young woman who tried to walk her own path in the world of men, just as my great-aunt told me. And it led her to this cold tower, this swan dive, this death. They pick her up lifeless, and for 4 days she does not move or stir. But then she comes out of her stupor and gets up slowly from her bed, patting herself all over, as if to make sure that she is whole. Amazingly, no bones have been broken in her fall. She has not cracked her skull, nor snapped so much as a finger. It is as if her angels held her up, even when she gave herself into their element. Of course this will not serve her. They are quick to say that only the devil could have saved a girl who went head first like that from such a tall tower. If she had died, they would have said God's justice had been done. My uncle, a man of dour common sense, says that the ground is so sodden after weeks of winter rain, and lapped by the moat, that she was in more danger of drowning than being broken. But now he is determined that she shall leave at once. He doesn't want the responsibility of the maid in his house, without the demoiselle to keep everything safe. He sends her first to his house in Arras, the Cour le Comte, and then we follow, as she is transferred to the English city of Rouen for trial. We have to attend. A great lord such as my uncle must be there to see justice being done, and his household must stand behind him. My aunt Jehanne takes me to witness the end of the Dauphin's holy guide, the pretend prophet of the pretend king. Half of France is trooping to Rouen to see the end of the maid, and we have to be foremost among them. For someone that they declare is nothing more than a peasant girl run mad, they are taking no chances. She is housed in the castle Beauvreuil, and kept in chain, in a cell with a double-locked door and the window boarded over. They are all in a terror that she will run like a mouse under the door, or fly like a bird through a crack in the window. They ask her to give an undertaking that she will not try to escape, and when she refuses, they chain her to the bed. "She won't like that," my Aunt Jehanne says sorrowfully. "No." They are waiting for the Duke of Bedford, and in the very last days of December he marches into the town with his guard dressed in the colour of roses, the bright red and white of England. He is a great man on horseback. He wears armour polished so brightly that you would take it for silver, and beneath his huge helmet his face is grave and stern, his big beak of a nose making him look like a predatory bird, an eagle. He was brother to the great English king Henry V, and he guards the lands that his brother won in France at the great battle of Agincourt. Now the dead king's young son is the new victor of France, and this is his most loyal uncle, seldom out of his armour or out of the saddle, never at peace. We are all lined up at the great gate of Beauvreuil as he rides in, and his dark gaze rakes us all, looking from one to another as if to sniff out treason. My aunt and I curtsy low, and my Uncle John doffs his hat and bows. Our house has been in alliance with the English for years. My other uncle, Louis of Luxembourg, is the Duke's Chancellor, and swears that he is the greatest man ever to rule France. Heavily he gets off his horse and stands like a fortress himself, as the men line up to greet him, bowing over his hand, some of them almost going down to their knees. A man comes forwards, and as Bedford acknowledges him with a lordly tip of his head, his glance goes over his vassal's head and sees me. I am staring at him, of course. He is the greatest spectacle on this cold winter day. But now he is looking back at me, and there is a flash in his eyes that I see and cannot recognize. It is something like a sudden hunger, like a fasting man seeing a banquet. I step back. I am neither afraid nor coquettish, but I am only 14 years of age, and there is something about the power of this man and his energy that I don't want turned in my direction. I slide back a little, so I am behind my aunt, and I watch the rest of the greetings masked by her headdress and veil. A great litter comes up, thick curtains tied tight with gold cord against the cold, and Bedford's wife, the Duchess Anne, is helped out. A small cheer greets her from our men. She is of the House of Burgundy, our liege lords and relations, and we all dip in a little bow to her. She is as plain as all the Burgundy family, poor things, but her smile is merry and kind, and she greets her husband warmly, and then stands with her hand comfortably tucked in the crook of his arm, and looks about her with a cheerful face. She waves at my aunt, and points inside the castle to say that we must come to her later. "We'll go at dinner-time," my aunt says to me in a whisper. "Nobody in the world eats better than the Dukes of Burgundy." Bedford takes off his helmet, and bows to the crowd in general, raises a gauntleted hand to the people who are leaning from upper windows and balancing on garden walls to see the great man. Then he turns and leads his wife inside, and everyone has a sense that we have seen the cast of players and the opening scene of a travelling show. But whether it is a masque or a party, funeral rites or the baiting of a wild animal that has brought so many of the greatest people in France to Rouen, it is about to begin. Rouen, France, spring 1431. And then they bodge it. They harass her with erudite questions, query her replies, double back on her answers, write down things she says in moments of weariness and bring them back to her later, define their terms in the most learned ways and ask her what she means, so that she doesn't understand the question and tells them simply, "Pass on," or "Spare me that." Once or twice she just says, "I don't know. I'm a simple girl with no learning. How would I know?" My uncle gets an anguished letter from Queen Yolande of Aragon, who says she's certain that the Dauphin will ransom Joan. She just needs another 3 days, another week to persuade him. Can we not delay the trial? Can we not ask for a few days' delay? But the church has the girl wound tight in the web of inquiry, and now they will never let her go. Everything that highly educated men can do to obscure a simple truth, to make a woman doubt her feelings, to make her own thoughts a muddle, they do to her. They use their learning as a hurdle to herd her one way and then another, and then finally trap her in contradictions of which she can make no sense. Sometimes they accuse her in Latin, and she looks at them, baffled by a language that she has only ever heard spoken in church, in the Mass that she loves. How could these very sounds, these familiar, beloved tones, so solemn and musical to her, now be the voice of accusation? Sometimes they bring scandal against her in the words of her own people, Old earthy stories from Domremy, of vanity, of false pride. They say she jilted a man before marriage. They say she ran away from good parents. They say she worked in an ale-house, and was free with her favours like any village slut. They say she rode with the soldiers as their doxy. They say she is no maid, but a harlot, and that everyone knew it. It takes Anne, the kind-hearted little Duchess of Bedford herself, to assert that Joan is a virgin, and to demand that the men who guard her are forbidden from touching or abusing her. They must be ordered that it is not the work of God to assault her. Then, as soon as this order is given, they say that since she is now so safe, guarded by the word of the Duchess, that she has no excuse for wearing men's clothes, and that she must dress in a gown, for now they tell her it is a sin, a mortal sin, to wear breeches. They turn her head, they puzzle her beyond bearing. They are great men of the church, and Joan is a peasant girl, a devout girl, who has always done as the priest ordered, until she heard the voices of angels who told her to do more. She cries in the end. She breaks down, and cries like a child. She puts on the gown as they order her, and confesses to all the sins that they name to her. I don't know if she even understands the long list. She makes her mark on her confession. She writes her name and then signs a cross beside it, as if to deny her signature. She admits that there were no angels and no voices, and that the Dauphin is nothing more than the Dauphin, and not the King of France, that his coronation was a sham, and her beautiful armour an offence to God and man, and that she is a girl, a silly girl, who tried to lead grown men as if she could know the way better than they. She says she is a vain fool to think that a girl might lead men. She is a woman worse than Eve for giving advice, an assistant to the devil himself. "What?" bellows the Duke of Bedford. We are visiting his wife, the Duchess, seated in her rooms before a good fire, a lute-player twanging away in the corner, small glasses of the best wine on every table, everything elegant and beautiful. But we can hear his deplorable English bellow through two closed doors. We hear the doors bang as the Earl of Warwick flings himself out of the Duke's apartment to find out what has gone wrong, and in this revealing burst of rage we see, as if we had ever been in any doubt, that these English never wanted the Church to wrestle with the soul of a mistaken girl and restore her to her senses, bring her to confession, penitence, and forgiveness. It has all along been nothing but a witch hunt, determined to find a witch, a bonfire looking for a brand, death waiting for a maiden. The Duchess goes to the door, and the servants throw it open before her so we can all hear, disastrously clearly, her husband bellow at Pierre Cochon the bishop, Cochon the judge, Cochon the man, who is there apparently representing all at the same time God and justice and the Church. "For the sake of Christ! I don't want her pleading guilty. I don't want her recanting. I don't want her confessed and shriven. I don't bloody well want her in prison for life. What safety is there in that for me? I want her as a pile of ashes blowing away in the wind. How much clearer do I have to be? Goddamn, do I have to burn her myself? You said the Church would do it for me. Do it!" The Duchess steps back rapidly and gestures for the doors to her room to be closed, but we can still hear the regent swearing and damning his soul at the top of his voice. The Duchess shrugs. Men will be men, and this is wartime. And my aunt smiles understandingly. The lute-player increases his volume as best he can and starts to sing. I go to the window and look out. In the market square, they have a half-built pyre, a strong structure with a big central beam and the wood stacked around it. Joan has confessed and recanted. She has been found guilty of her crimes and sentenced to imprisonment. But they are not taking the wood away. My aunt gives me a nod that we're going to leave, and I go to the hall to wait for her, as she delays inside the Duchess's rooms, saying a few words of farewell. I have my hood pulled up over my head, my hands tucked inside my cape. It is cold for May. I wonder if Joan has blankets in her cell, as the big double doors to the Duke's public rooms are thrown open, and the Duke himself comes quickly out. I sink down into a curtsy, and I imagine he can barely see me, wrapped in my dark cape in the shadowy doorway. I expect him to brush past, but he pauses. "Jacquetta? Jacquetta, St. Paul?" I sink even lower. "Yes, Your Grace." He puts a firm hand under my elbow and raises me up. His other hand pushes back my hood and turns my face to the light of the open doorway, his hand under my chin as if I'm a child, and he's looking to see if my mouth is clean. His men are waiting for him. There must be a dozen people around us, but he acts as if we are quite alone. He stares at me intently, as if he would read me. I look back at him blankly. I don't know what he wants with me, and my aunt will be angry if I say the wrong thing to this most important man. I give my lip a little nip, and I hear his sudden intake of breath. "My God, how old are you?" "I am 15 this year, Your Grace." "And here with your father?" "With my uncle, Your Grace. My father is Pierre, the new Count of Luxembourg." "The new Count?" he asks, staring at my mouth. "On the death of the Demoiselle of Luxembourg," I mutter. "My father is now Count of Luxembourg. He was her heir." Of course. There seems nothing else to say. But still he is staring at me. Still he holds me. One hand on my elbow, the other on the edge of my hood. "Your Grace?" I whisper, hoping he will come to his senses and let me go. "Jacquetta." He whispers my name as if he's speaking to himself. "May I serve you in some way?" I mean to say, "Please let me go," but a girl of my age cannot say such a thing to the greatest man in France. He gives a little choke. "Indeed, I think you may. Jacquetta, you are going to be a beautiful woman. A beautiful young woman." I glance around. His entourage are waiting for him, hardly moving, pretending not to see, not to listen. Nobody here is going to tell him to let me go, and I cannot do so. "Do you have a sweetheart? Eh? Someone taking your fancy? Some cheeky little page boy giving you a kiss?" "No, my lord. No, of course not." I'm stammering as if I'm in the wrong, as if I have done something as stupid and as vulgar as he suggests. He is chuckling, as though to indulge me, but the grip on my elbow is hard, as if he is angry. I lean back from his grip, from his avid gaze. "My father is very strict," I say feebly. "The honour of my family. I have been staying with my Uncle John and his wife Jehanne. They would never allow—" "You don't wish for a husband?" he asks me, disbelievingly. "Don't you think of the man who will marry you, when you are in your bed at night? Do you dream of a young husband who will come for you like a troubadour and speak of love?" I'm trembling now. This is a nightmare. His grip is as hard as ever, but his hawkish face comes closer and closer, and now he is whispering in my ear. I begin to think he's gone mad. He looks at me as if he would eat me, and I have a shuddering sense of a world opening up before me that I don't want to know. "No, no," I whisper. But then, as he doesn't release me but presses me closer, I have a sudden spurt of anger. I remember in a rush who I am, what I am.
"May it please your grace, I am a maid," I say, the words tumbling. "A maid of the House of Luxembourg. No man has laid a hand on me. No man would dare. I was in the keeping of the Demoiselle of Luxembourg, a virgin like myself. I am fit to capture a unicorn, and should not be so questioned."
There is a noise from the Duchess's room, and the door behind us suddenly opens, and at once he drops me, like a boy throwing down a stolen pastry. He turns and stretches out both his hands to his plain little wife. "My dear, I was just coming to find you." Her bright gaze takes me in. My white face, my hood pulled back, and his rosy bonhomie. "Well, here I am," she says dryly. "So you need look no more, and I see you found little Jacquetta St. Paul instead." I curtsy again, as he glances at me as if seeing me for the first time. "Good day," he says carelessly. And to his wife he says confidentially, "I must go. They're making a muddle of it. I have to go." She nods her head to him with an easy smile, and he turns and goes out, all his men marching after him with a heavy tread. I dread his wife Anne asking me if her husband spoke to me, what he said, what I was doing with him in the darkness of the hall, why he spoke to me of love and troubadours. For I could not answer such questions. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know why he took hold of me. I feel sick, and my knees are trembling to think of his bright eyes on my face, and his insinuating whisper. But I know he had no right, and I know that I defended myself, and I know that it is true. I am a virgin so pure that I could capture a unicorn. But it is worse than this, far worse. She just looks at me steadily, and my sense of outrage slowly drains from me. For she does not ask me what I was doing with her husband. She looks at me as if she knows already. She looks me up and down, as if she knows everything. She gives me a small, complicit smile, as if she thinks I'm some little thief, and she has just caught me with my fingers in her purse. Lord John, the Duke of Bedford, has his way. The great Earl of Warwick has his way. The great men of England have their way. Joan alone, without advisers to keep her safe, changes her mind about her confession, takes off her woman's gown, and puts her boy's clothes back on. She cries out that she was wrong to deny her voices, wrong to plead guilty. She is not a heretic. She is not an idolater. She is not a witch, or an hermaphrodite, or a monster. She will not confess to such things. She cannot force herself to confess to sins she has never committed. She is a girl, guided by the angels to seek the Prince of France and call him to greatness. She has heard angels. They told her to see him crowned as king. "This is the truth before God," she proclaims. And so the jaws of England snap shut on her with relish. From my room in the castle, I can see the pyre as they build it even higher. They build a stand for the nobility to watch the spectacle, as if it were a joust, and barriers to hold back the thousands who will come to see. Finally, my aunt tells me to put on my best gown and my tall hat and come with her. "I'm ill. I cannot come," I whisper. But for once she is stern. I cannot be excused. I must be there. I must be seen, beside my aunt, beside Anne, the Duchess of Bedford. We have to play our part in this scene as witnesses, as women who walk inside the rule of men. I will be there to show how girls should be. Virgins who do not hear voices. Women who do not think that they know better than men. My aunt and the Duchess and I represent women as men would like them to be. Joan is a woman that men cannot tolerate. We stand in the warm May sunshine, as if we were waiting for the starting trumpet of a joust. The crowd is noisy and cheerful all around us. A very few people are silent. Some women hold a crucifix. One or two have their hands on a cross at their necks. But most people are enjoying the day out, cracking nuts and swigging from flasks, a merry outing on a sunny day in May, and the cheering spectacle of a public burning at the end of it. Then the door opens, and the men of the guard march out and push back the crowd, who whisper and hiss and boo at the opening inner door, craning their necks to be the first to see her. She does not look like my friend Joan. That's my first thought when they bring her out of the little sally port of the castle. She's wearing her boy's boots once more, but she's not striding out in her loose-limbed, confident walk. I guess that they have tortured her, and perhaps the bones of her feet are broken, her toes crushed on the rack. They half drag her, and she makes little paddling steps, as if she's trying to find her footing on uncertain ground. She is not wearing her boy's bonnet on her brown cropped hair, for they have shaved her head, and she is as bald as a shamed whore. On her bare, cold scalp, stained here and there with dried blood where the razor has nicked her pale skin, they have crammed a tall hat of paper, like a bishop's mitre, and on it are written her sins, in clumsy block letters for everyone to see. Heretic, witch, traitor. She wears a shapeless white robe, knotted with a cheap piece of cord at her waist. It is too long for her, and the hem drags around her stumbling feet. She looks ridiculous, a figure of fun, and people start to catcall and laugh, and someone throws a handful of mud. She looks around, as if she is desperate for something. Her eyes dart everywhere, and I'm terrified that she will see me and know that I have failed to save her, that even now I am doing nothing, and I will do nothing to save her. I'm terrified that she will call my name, and everyone will know that this broken clown was my friend, and that I will be shamed by her. But she's not looking at the faces crowding around her, alight with excitement. She is asking for something. I can see her urgently pleading. And then a soldier, a common English soldier, thrusts a wooden cross into her hands, and she clutches it as they lift her and push her upwards to the bonfire. They have built it so high it is hard to get her up. Her feet scrabble on the ladder, and her hands cannot grip. But they push her roughly, cheerfully from behind, hands on her back, her buttocks, her thighs, and then a big soldier goes up the ladder with her and takes a handful of the coarse material of her robe and hauls her up beside him like a sack, turns her round and puts her back to the stake that runs through the pyre. They throw a length of chain up to him, and he loops it around and around her, and then fastens it with a bolt behind. He tugs at it, workmanlike, and tucks the wooden cross in the front of her gown, and in the crowd below, a friar pushes to the front and holds up a crucifix. She stares at it unblinkingly, and I know, to my shame, that I am glad she has fixed her eyes on the cross, so that she will not look at me, in my best gown and my new velvet cap, among the nobility who are talking and laughing all around me. The priest walks around the bottom of the pyre reading in Latin, the ritual cursing of the heretic, but I can hardly hear him above the yells of encouragement, and the rumble of growing excitement from the crowd. The men with the burning torches come from the castle and walk around the pyre, lighting it all the way round the base, and then laying the torches against the wood. Someone has dampened the wood, so that it will burn slowly, to give her the greatest pain, and the smoke billows around her. I can see her lips moving. She's still looking at the upheld cross, and I see that she's saying, "Jesus, Jesus," over and over. And for a moment I think that perhaps there will be a miracle, a storm to drown the fire, a lightning raid from the Armagnac forces. But there is nothing, just the swirling thick smoke, and her white face, and her lips moving. The fire is slow to catch. The crowd jeers the soldiers for laying a poor bonfire. My toes are cramped in my best shoes. The great bell starts to ring, slowly and solemnly, and though I can hardly see Joan through the thickening cloud of smoke, I recognize the turn of her head under the great paper mitre as she listens, and I wonder if she is hearing her angels through the tolling of the bell, and what they are saying to her now. The wood shifts a little, and the flames start to lick. The inside of the pile is drier. They built it weeks ago for her, and now, with a crackle and a blaze, it is starting to brighten. The light makes the ramshackle buildings of the square jump and loom. The smoke swirls more quickly. The brightness of the fire throws a flickering glow on Joan, and I see her look up. Clearly I see her form the word, Jesus. And then, like a child going to sleep, her head droops, and she is quiet. Childishly, I think for a moment perhaps she has gone to sleep. Perhaps this is the miracle sent by God. Then there is a sudden blaze, as the long white robe catches fire, and a tongue of flame flickers up her back, and the paper mitre starts to brown and curl. She is still, silent as a little stone angel, and the pyre shifts, and the bright sparks fly up. I grit my teeth, and I find my aunt's hand clutching mine. "Don't faint," she hisses. "You have to stand up." We stand, hand clasped, our faces quite blank, as if this were not a nightmare that tells me as clearly as if it were written in letters of fire what ending a girl may expect if she defies the rules of men and thinks she can make her own destiny. I am here not only to witness what happens to a heretic. I am here to witness what happens to a woman who thinks she knows more than men. I look through the haze of the fire to our window in the castle, and I see the maid Elizabeth looking down. She sees me look up at her, and our eyes meet, blank with horror. Slowly she stretches out her hand, and makes the sign that Joan showed us that day by the moat in the hot sunshine. Elizabeth draws a circle in the air with her forefinger, the sign for the wheel of fortune, which can throw a woman so high in the world that she can command a king, or pull her down to this, a dishonoured, agonizing death. Castle of St. Paul, Artois, Spring 1433. After a few more months with my Uncle John, and then a year-long visit to our Brienne kinsfolk, my mother regards me as sufficiently polished to return home while they plan my marriage. And so I am living at our castle in St. Paul when we hear the news that Anne, Duchess of Bedford, has died, and the Duke is lost without her. Then a letter comes from my Uncle Louis, the Duke's Chancellor. "Jacquetta, this concerns you." My mother summons me to her rooms, where I find her seated, my father standing behind her chair. They both look at me sternly, and I make a rapid review of my day's doings. I have not completed the many tasks that I am supposed to do.
and I skipped attendance at church this morning. My room is untidy, and I'm behind with my sewing, but surely my father wouldn't come to my mother's apartment to reprimand me for this. Yes, Lady Mother? My mother hesitates, glances up at my father, and then presses on. Of course, your father and I have been considering a husband for you, and we have been looking at who might be suitable. We hoped that... But it doesn't matter, for you are lucky. We have had a most advantageous offer. In short, your Uncle Louis has suggested you as a wife for the Duke of Bedford. I'm so surprised that I say nothing. A great honour, my father says shortly. A great position for you. You will be an English Duchess, the first lady after the King's mother in England, the first lady bar none in France. You should go down on your knees and thank God for this opportunity. What? My mother nods, confirming this. They both stare at me, expecting a response. But his wife has only just died, I say weakly. Yes, indeed. Your Uncle Louis has done very well for you to get your name put forwards this early. I would have thought he would have wanted to wait a little while. Didn't the Duke see you at Rouen? My mother asks. And then again in Paris? Yes, but he was married, I say foolishly. He saw me... I remember that dark, predatory look when I was little more than a girl, and my stepping behind my aunt to hide from it. I remember the shadowy hall and the man who whispered in my ear, and then went out to order the burning of the maid. And the Duchess was there. I knew her too. We saw her far more than we saw him. My father shrugs. At any rate, he liked the look of you, and your uncle has put your name in his ear, and you are to be his wife. He's very old, I say quietly, directing this at my mother. Not very. A little over 40, she says. And I thought you told me he was ill, I say to my father. All the better for you, my mother says. Clearly she means that an elderly husband may be less demanding than a young one, and if he dies, then I shall be a dowager duchess at 17. Which would be the only thing better than being a duchess at 17. I had not looked for such an honour, I say feebly to them both. May I be excused? I fear I'm not worthy. We are of the greatest family in Christendom, my father says grandly, kin to the Holy Roman Emperor. How would you not be worthy? You cannot be excused, my mother says. Indeed, you would be a fool to be anything but delighted. Any girl in France and England would give her right hand for such a match. She pauses and clears her throat. He is the greatest man in France and England after the King of England. And if the king were to die... Which God forbid, my father says hastily. God forbid, indeed. But if the king were to die... then the Duke would be heir to the throne of England, and you would be Queen of England. What do you think of that? I had not thought of marriage to such a man as the Duke. Think now, then, my father says briskly, for he's coming here in April to marry you. My Uncle Louis, who is Bishop of Terouanne as well as the Duke's Chancellor, is both host and priest at this wedding of his own making. He entertains us in his episcopal palace, and John, Duke of Bedford, rides in with his guard in the English livery of red and white, as I stand in the doorway of the palace, in a gown of palest yellow, with a veil of tissue of gold floating from my high headdress. His page runs forward to hold his horse's head, and another kneels on the ground alongside and then drops to his hands and knees to form a human mounting block. The Duke climbs down heavily, from the stirrup onto the man's back,
and then steps down to the ground. Nobody remarks on this. The Duke is such a great man that his pages take it as an honour for him to stand on them. His squire takes his helmet and his metalled gauntlets and steps aside. "My lord." My uncle the bishop greets his master with obvious affection, and then bows to kiss his hand. The Duke claps him on the back, and then turns to my father and my mother. Only when the courtesies with them are complete does he turn to me, and he steps forwards, takes both of my hands, pulls me towards him, and kisses me on the mouth. His chin is rough with stubble, his breath tainted. It's like being licked by a hound. His face seems very big as it comes down towards me, and very big as he moves away. He doesn't pause to look at me or to smile. Just that one aggressive kiss. Then he turns to my uncle and says, "Do you have no wine?" And they laugh, for it is a private joke, based on their years of friendship. And my uncle leads the way inside, and my mother and father follow them, and I am left for a moment, looking after the older people, with the squire at my side. "My lady," he says. He has passed the Duke's armour to another, and now he bows to me and doffs his hat. His dark hair is cut straight in a fringe above his brows. His eyes are grey as slate, perhaps blue. He has a funny twist in his smile, as if something is amusing him. He is stunningly handsome. I can hear the ladies in waiting behind me give a little murmur. He makes a bow and offers me his arm to take me inside. I put my hand on his and feel the warmth of his hand through the soft leather of his glove. At once he pulls off the glove so his fingers are holding mine. I feel as if I would like him to take my hand in his, to put his warm palm against mine. I feel I would like him to take hold of my shoulders, to grip me at the waist. I shake my head to clear my mind of such ridiculous thoughts, and I say abruptly, like an awkward girl, "I'll go in alone, thank you." And I drop his hand and follow them inside. The three men are seated, wine-glasses in their hands. My mother is in a window embrasure, watching the servants bring little cakes and top up their glasses. I go to her side with her ladies-in-waiting, and my two little sisters, who are dressed in their best and trusted to stand with the adults on this most important day. I wish that I was 8 years old like Isabel, and could look at John, Duke of Bedford, and marvel at his greatness, and know that he would say nothing to me, that he wouldn't even see me. But I'm not a little girl any more. And as I look across at him, he does see me. He looks at me with a sort of avid curiosity, and this time there is nowhere for me to hide. My mother comes to my room the night before my wedding. She brings the gown for the next day and lays it carefully in the chest at the foot of my bed. The tall headdress and veil are mounted on a stand, safely out of the way of candles or dust. My maid is brushing my fair hair before the beaten silver mirror, but as my mother comes in, I say, "You can stop now, Margaret," and she twists the long fall into a loose plait, ties it with a ribbon, and goes from the room. Mother sits awkwardly on the bed. "I need to speak to you about marriage," she starts. "About what your duties will be as a married woman. I suppose you should know." I turn on my stool and wait, saying nothing. "This is a marriage of great advantage to you," she says. "We are of Luxembourg, of course, but to gain the position of an English duchess is a great thing." I nod. I wonder if she's going to say anything about what happens on the wedding night. I am afraid of the great Duke, and I'm dreading the thought of spending the night with him. The last wedding I went to, they put the couple in bed together, and in the morning they fetched them out with music and singing and laughing. Then the mother went in and brought out the sheets, and they were red with blood. Nobody would tell me what had happened, if there had been some sort of accident. Everyone behaved as if everything was quite wonderful, as if they were pleased at the sight of blood on the linen. Indeed, they were laughing and congratulating the bridegroom. I wonder if my mother's going to explain now. But for him, it is not a marriage of advantage, she says. It may cost him very dear. The jointure? I ask, thinking that it must cost him money to pay my allowance. His allies, she says. He has been in alliance with the Dukes of Burgundy to fight against the Armagnacs. England couldn't have fought such a war without their support. His wife was Anne of Burgundy, the present Duke was her brother, and she made it her business to keep her brother and her husband in good friendship. Now she has died. There is no one to keep the friendship, no one to help them resolve their disagreements. Well, I can't, I say, thinking of the Duke of Burgundy, whom I've seen 6 times in my whole life, while certainly he has never noticed me at all. You'll have to try, my mother says. It will be your duty, as an English Duchess, to hold Burgundy in alliance with England. Your husband will expect you to entertain his allies, and to be charming. Charming? Yes. But there is a difficulty. Because my Lord John of Bedford is marrying you so soon after the death of his wife, the Duke of Burgundy is offended at the insult to his dead sister. He has taken it badly. Then why are we marrying so quickly? I ask. If it upsets the Duke of Burgundy, surely we should leave it a year and not displease him. He is our kinsman as well as the Duke of Bedford's ally. Surely we should not offend him. My mother smiles faintly. It makes you a duchess, she reminds me. A greater title even than mine. I could be a duchess next year. The thought of escaping this marriage, even for a year, fills me with hope. We could just be betrothed. Lord John won't wait, she says flatly. So don't hope for that. I just want to warn you that he may lose his ally by marrying you. You must do all that you can to retain the friendship of the Duke of Burgundy, and remind them both that you are a kinswoman of Burgundy and his vassal. Speak to the Duke of Burgundy privately, and promise him that you remember your kinship to the Burgundians. Do all you can to keep the friendship between the two of them, Jacquetta. I nod. I really don't know what she thinks I can do, a 17-year-old girl, to maintain an alliance of 2 great men old enough to be my father, but I will have to promise to do my best. And the marriage, I begin. Yes? I take a breath. What exactly happens? She shrugs. She makes a little face, as if to talk of it is beneath her, or embarrassing, or even worse, too disagreeable for words. Oh, my dear, you just do your duty. He will tell you what he expects. He will tell you what to do. He won't expect you to know anything. He will prefer to be your instructor. Does it hurt? I ask. Yes, she says unhelpfully. But not for very long. Since he's older and practised, he should do his best to see that you're not hurt too badly. She hesitates. But if he does hurt you... Yes? Don't complain of it. The wedding is to be at midday, and I start preparing at 8 in the morning, when my maid brings me bread and meat and small ale to sustain me through the long day. I giggle when I see the tray heaped with food. I'm not going out hunting, you know. No, she says ominously. You are to be hunted. And the other maids with her all cackle like a pen of hens, and that is the last joke I'm going to offer all day. I sit at the table in a sulk, and eat. while they embroider versions of the theme of my being hunted and caught, and enjoying the chase, until my mother comes in, and behind her come 2 serving men, rolling the great wooden barrel of a bath. They place it before the fire in my bedroom, line it with linen, and start to pour in jug after jug of hot water. The maids bustle about bringing drying sheets and start to lay out my new undergowns, with much comment about the lace and the ribbons and how fine everything is, and how lucky I am. My mother sees my strained expression and shoos them all from the room except our old nursemaid, who is to scrub my back and wash my hair and add jugs of hot water. I feel like a sacrificial lamb being cleaned and brushed before having its throat cut, and it's not a pleasant thought. But our nursemaid Mary is cheerful and full of her usual clucking approbation of my beautiful hair and my beautiful skin, and if she had half my looks she would have run away to Paris, as ever. And when I have bathed and she has dried my hair and plaited it, I cannot help but be encouraged by the linen undergown with the new ribbons, and by the new shoes, and by the beautiful cloth of gold gown, and the headdress. The maids come back in to help me dress, and tie the laces of the gown, and straighten my headdress, and pull the veil over my shoulders, and finally pronounce me ready for my wedding, and as beautiful as a bride should be. I turn to the great looking-glass that my mother has ordered to be carried into my chamber, and my reflection looks back at me. The maids hold it before me and tip it slightly downwards so that I can first see the hem of my gown, embroidered with little red lions rampant, from the standard of our house, and my red leather slippers with the curling toes. Then they hold the mirror straight, and I can see the cloth of gold gown gathered at the high waist, and the embroidered heavy belt of gold that is slung low over my slim hips. I gesture, and they raise the mirror, so I can see the expensive cream lace veiling the low-cut neck of the gown, the gold sleeves falling from my shoulders, with the white linen undergown revealed tantalizingly through the slashings at the shoulders. And then my face. My fair hair is plaited away and tucked under the tall headdress, and my face looks solemnly at me, enhanced by the silvery reflection of the mirror. My grey eyes are wide in this light, my skin clear and pearly. The mirror makes me look like a statue of a beauty, a marble girl. I gaze at myself as if I would know who I am, and for a moment I think I see Melusina, the founder of our house, looking back at me through moonlit water. "When you are a duchess, you will have a great mirror of your own," my mother says. "Everything fine. And you will have all her old clothes." "Duchess Anne's clothes?" "Yes," she says, as if wearing the wardrobe of a recently dead woman should be a great treat for me. "Her sables are the best I've ever seen. Now they will be yours." "Wonderful," I say politely. "Will I get my own clothes as well?" She laughs. "You will be the first lady in France, all but the first lady in England. You will be able to have whatever your husband wants to give you. And you will soon learn how to persuade him." A woman whispers something behind her hand about how a girl like me might persuade a man as old as he with one hand tied behind her back. Someone says, "Better with both hands tied," and a couple of them laugh. I have no idea what they mean. "He will love you," my mother promises. "He is quite mad for you." I don't reply. I just look at the young woman in the mirror. The thought of John, Duke of Bedford, running mad for me is not encouraging at all. The wedding service lasts about an hour. It is all in Latin, so half of the vows are incomprehensible to me anyway. It is not a private plighting of promises, but more a great announcement as the hall of the bishop's palace fills with strangers come to look at me and celebrate my good fortune. When the vows are done, and we walk through the crowd, I am escorted by my new husband, my fingertips resting on his sleeve. There is a roar of approbation, and everywhere I look I see smiling, avid faces. We sit at the top table facing the room. There is a bawl of trumpets from the gallery, and the first of dozens of plates of food is marched into the room at shoulder height. The servers come to us at the high table first, and put a little from every dish on each golden plate. Then the Duke points from here and there down the hall, so that his favourites may share our dishes. For everyone else, the great bowls of meat come in, and the great platters of white bread. It is a huge feast. My Uncle Louis has spared no expense to please his patron, and to celebrate my rise to the royalty of England. They bring in wine in great golden jugs, and they pour glass after glass at the high table. The honoured guests, those who sit above the great golden bowl of salt, have as much wine as they can drink, as fast as they can drink it. In the hall the men have tankard after tankard of ale, the best ale, wedding ale, specially brewed for today, specially sweetened and spicy. There is a challenger who rides his horse right into the hall and throws down his gauntlet in my name. His horse curves its heavy, muscled neck and eyes the tables in the great circular fireplace in the centre of the hall. I have to get up from my place and come round on the raised dais of the high table to give him a golden cup, and then he goes all round the hall at a powerful trot, his rider sitting heavily in the embossed saddle, before cantering out of the double doors. It seems quite ridiculous to me to ride a horse into dinner, especially such a heavy horse and such a weighty night. I look up, and I meet the gaze of the young squire, who is dangerously near to laughter, as I am. Quickly, we both look away from each other's dancing eyes, before I betray myself and giggle. There are 20 courses of meats, and then 10 of fish. Then everything is taken away, and Rhenish wine is served with a voida course of potted fruit, sugared plums, and sweetmeats. When everyone has tasted all of these, they bring in the final course of marchpane, pastries, sugared fruits, and gingerbread decorated with real gold leaf. In comes the fool, who juggles and cracks bawdy jokes about youth and age, male and female, and the heat of the wedding bed, which is the fire to forge a new life. He is followed by dancers and players, who perform a masque, celebrating the power of England and the beauty of Luxembourg, with a beautiful woman, almost naked but for her long green tail of silk, who symbolizes Melusina. The best of them all is a costumed lion, the emblem of both our countries, who cavorts and dances with strength and grace, and finally comes, panting a little, to the high table and bows his great head to me. His mane is a mass of golden curls smelling of sacking, his face a mask of painted paper, with a smiling, honest look. I have a gold chain to put around his neck, and as I stretch towards him, and he bows his head to me, I recognize the gleam of blue eyes through the mask, and know that my hands are on the shoulders of the handsome squire, and that I am standing close enough to embrace him as I put my chain around his neck. My mother nods to me that we can leave, and the women and the musicians all rise up and dance in a line round the length of the hall, and then make an archway with their hands held high, and I walk through it, with all the girls wishing me luck and the women calling blessings down on me. I'm preceded by my dancing little sisters who scatter rose petals and little golden keys on the floor where I walk. Everyone escorts me up the great flight of stairs to the best chambers, and they all seem disposed to crowd into the bedroom with me. but my father stops them at the door, and I go in with just my mother and the ladies of her court. First they unpin my high headdress and lift it carefully away, and then they unpin my hair. My scalp aches as the tightly plaited hair tumbles down, and I rub my face. They untie the laces of my gown at my shoulders to take off the sleeves. Then they untie the fastenings at the back and drop it to the floor, and I carefully step out of it. They take it away to shake it and powder it, and store it carefully for the next important event, when I will wear it as the Duchess of Bedford, and the red lions on the hem will symbolize the house that once was mine. They untie the laces of my undergown and strip me naked. Then, while I shiver, they throw my nightgown over my head and put a wrap around my shoulders. They seat me on a stool and bring a bowl of hot-scented water, and I soak my cold feet and lean back as one of them brushes my hair, while the others pull at the embroidered hem of the gown, tidy the fall of the wrap, and put the room to rights. Finally, they pat my feet dry, plait my hair, tie a nightcap on my head, and then they throw open the door. My Uncle Louis comes in, dressed in his bishop's cope and mitre, swinging a censer, and he proceeds all round the room, blessing every corner, and wishing me happiness, wealth, and above all fertility, in this great match between England and the County of Luxembourg. Amen, I say, Amen. But it seems that he will never stop. And then from the hall below comes a great rumble of male voices and laughter and the blare of trumpets and the banging of drums, and they are bringing my bridegroom, the old Duke, to my room. They carry him shoulder high, shouting, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" And they set him on his feet just outside my door, so that he can walk in, and they can all tumble in behind him. Hundreds are left in the rooms outside, craning to see, and shouting for others to move up. The fool capers in, his bladder in his hand, poking at the bed and declaring that it need be soft, for the Duke will make a heavy landing. There is a roar of laughter at this, which spreads out of the room to the chambers beyond, and even down to the hall as the jest is repeated. Then the fool commands the girls to build up the fire to keep the bed warm, and top up the wedding ale, for the Duke may get a thirst on, and then he may need to get up in the night. "Up in the night," he says again, and everyone laughs. The trumpet blasts a summons, deafening in the bedroom, and my father says, "Well, we will leave them. God bless, and good night." My mother kisses me on the forehead, and all her ladies and half of the guests kiss me too. Then my mother leads me to the bed, and helps me climb into it. I sit there, propped on pillows like a hand-carved poppet. On the other side, the Duke is throwing off his dressing-gown, and his squire pulls back the sheets and helps his lord into bed. The squire keeps his eyes down and doesn't look at me, and I am still, like a stiff little doll, one hand holding the neck of my nightgown tightly under my chin. We sit bolt upright, side by side, while everyone laughs and cheers and wishes us well. And then my father and my uncle guide and half-push the revellers from the room. They close the door on us, and we can still hear them, singing their way down the stairs back to the hall, and shouting for more drink to toast the health of the happy couple, and wet the head of the baby who will be made, God willing, this very night. "Are you well, Jacquetta?" the Duke asks me, as the room grows slowly quiet, and the candles burn more steadily, now that the doors are closed. "I am well, my lord," I say. My heart is beating so loudly that I think he must hear it. More than anything else, I am painfully aware that I have no idea what I should do, or what he may ask of me. "You can go to sleep," he says heavily, "for I am dead drunk. I hope you will be happy, Jacquetta. I will be a kind husband to you. But go to sleep now, for I am drunk as a bishop." He heaves the bedclothes over his own shoulders and rolls over on his side, as if there was nothing more to say or do. And within moments he is snoring so loudly that I fear they will hear him in the hall below. I lie still, almost afraid to move. And then, as his breathing deepens and slows, and the snores settle to a steady low roar and grunt, I slip from the bed, take a sip of the wedding ale, since after all it is my wedding day, blow out the candles, and then climb back between the warm sheets, besides the unfamiliar bulk of a sleeping man. I think I will never sleep. I can hear the singing from the hall below, and then the noise as people spill out into the courtyard outside and shout for torches, and servants to show them to their beds for the night. The steady rumble of my husband's snore is like the roar from a bear pit, pointlessly loud and threatening. I think I will never ever sleep with such a great man in my bed. And amid this buzz of thoughts in my head, and my grumbles to myself about this discomfort, and how unfair it is to me, I slide into sleep. I wake to find my new husband already awake, pulling on his breeches, his white linen shirt open to his broad waist, his fleshy, hairy chest and big belly half exposed. I sit up in bed and gather my nightgown around me. "My lord." "Good morning, wife," he says with a smile. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes," I say. "I think you did." "Did I snore?" he asks cheerfully. "A little." "More than a little, I wager. Was it like a thunderstorm?" "Well, yes." He grins. "You will get used to it. Anne used to say that it was like living by the sea. You get used to the noise. It is when there's silence that it wakes you." I blink at the opinions of my predecessor. He comes around to my side of the bed and sits heavily on my feet. "Ah, excuse me." I move out of his way, and he sits again. "Jacquetta, I am a good deal older than you. I must tell you, I will not be able to give you a son, nor any child at all. I'm sorry for that." I take a little breath, and wait to see what terrible thing he will say next. I had thought he had married me to get an heir. Why else would a man want a young bride? He answers this at once, before it is even spoken. "Nor shall I take your virginity," he says quietly. "For one thing, I am unmanned, and so I cannot readily do it. For another, I don't want to do it with you." My hand tightens on the nightgown at my throat. My mother will be appalled when she finds out about this. I'm going to be in so much trouble with my father. "My lord, I'm very sorry. You don't like me?" He laughs shortly. "What man could not? You are the most exquisite girl in France. I chose you for your beauty, and for your youth, but for something else too. I have a better task for you than being my bedmate. I could command any girl in France, but you, I trust, are fit to do something more. Do you not know?" Dumbly, I shake my head. "The demoiselle said you had a gift," he said quietly. "My great-aunt?" "Yes. She told your uncle that you had the gift of your family. She said you have the sight. And he told me." I am silent for a moment. "I don't know." "She said she thought you might have. She said she'd spoken with you. Your uncle tells me that you studied with her, that she left you her books, her bracelet with charms for foreseeing, that you can hear singing.
He told you that?
Yes. And I assume that she left her things to you because she thought you would be able to make use of them.
My lord...
This is not a trap, Jacquetta. I am not tricking you into a confession.
You tricked Joan,
I think to myself. I am working for my king and for my country. We are near to finding, please God, the elixir that brings a cure for death and makes the philosopher's stone.
The philosopher's stone?
Jacquetta, I think we are very close to finding the way to turn iron into gold. We are very close. And then I wait. Then I will have enough coin to pay my troops to fight for every town in France. Then the rule of England can spread peace all over our lands. Then my nephew can sit firmly on his throne, and the poor people of England can work for their living without being taxed into poverty. It would be a new world, Jacquetta. We would command it. We would pay for everything with gold that we could make in London. We would not have to dig it in Cornwall, nor pan for it in Wales. We would have a country richer than any dream. And I am, I think, perhaps only a few months from finding it.
And what about me?
He nods, as if I return him to the reality of this wedding day morning, which is not a real wedding at all. Oh, yes, you. My alchemists, my astrologers, tell me that I need someone with your gifts. Someone who can scry, who can look into a mirror or into water and see the truth, the future. They need an assistant with clean hands and a pure heart. It has to be a woman, a young woman who has never taken a life, never stolen, never known lust. When I first met you, they had just told me that they could go no further without a young woman, a virgin who could see the future. In short, I needed a girl who could capture a unicorn.
My lord Duke.
You said that. Do you remember? In the hall of the castle at Rouen, you said you were a girl so pure that you could capture a unicorn. I nod. I did say it. I understand that you are shy. You will be anxious to tell me you cannot do these things. I understand your reserve, but tell me only this. Have you taken a life?
No, of course not.
Have you stolen? Even a little fairing? Even a coin from another's pocket?
No.
Have you lusted for a man?
No,
I say emphatically. Have you ever foretold the future, in any way at all?
I hesitate. I think of Joan, and of the card of Le Pendu, and the wheel of fortune that bore her down so low. I think of the singing around the turrets on the night that the demoiselle died. I think so. I cannot be sure. Sometimes things come to me. It's not that I call them.
Could you capture a unicorn?
I give a little nervous laugh. My lord, it is just a saying. It is just a tapestry picture. I wouldn't know what one is supposed to do.
They say that the only way to capture a unicorn is for a virgin to go alone into the forest, that no man can set a hand on it, but that it will come to a virgin and lay its beautiful head in her lap.
I shake my head. I know this is what they say, but I don't know anything about unicorns. My lord, I don't even know if they are real.
At any rate, as a virgin, you are of great value to me. A very precious thing to me. As a virginal daughter of the house of Melusina, as an heiress of her gifts, you are beyond precious. As a young wife, you would be a pleasure to me, but nothing more. I have married you to do far, far more than merely lie on your back and please me. Do you understand now?
Not really.
Never mind. What I want is a young woman pure in heart, a virgin, who will do my bidding, who is mine as much as if I had bought a slave from the Turkish galleys. And this is what I have in you. You will learn what I want from you later. You will do what I want. But you won't be hurt or frightened. You have my word. He gets to his feet and takes his dagger from the sheath at his belt. Now we have to stain the sheets, he says. And if anyone asks you, your mother or your father, you tell them that I got on top of you, that it hurt a little, and that you hope we have made a child. Say nothing about the life we are to have. Let them think that you are an ordinary wife, and that I have deflowered you.
He takes his dagger, and without another word he makes a quick slice against his left wrist, and the blood wells up quickly from the scratch. He lets it come, and then he pulls back the covers of the bed, ignoring me as I tuck my bare feet out of sight, and he holds out his hand and drips a few spots of red blood onto the sheets. I stare at them as the stain spreads, feeling utterly ashamed, thinking that this is my marriage that starts in my husband's blood with a lie.
That'll do, he says. Your mother will come to see this and believe that I've had you. Do you remember what to tell her?
That you got on top of me, that it hurt a little, and that I hope we have made a child. I repeat obediently.
I am going to keep you as a virgin, is our secret. He is suddenly serious, almost threatening. Don't forget that. As my wife, you will know my secrets, and this is the first, and one of the greatest of them. The alchemy, the foreseeing, your virginity, these are all secrets that you must keep on your honour. And tell no one. You are of the royal house of England now, which will bring you greatness, but also great cost. You have to pay the price, as well as enjoy the wealth.
I nod, my eyes on his dark face. He rises from the bed and takes his dagger to the bottom sheet. Without thinking of the cost, he slices a thin strip of linen. Mutely he holds it out to me, and I tie it around his wrist over the cut.
Pretty maid, he says. I shall see you at breakfast. And then he pulls on his boots and walks from the room.
Paris, France, May 1433. We travel with a great entourage, as befits the ruler of France, especially a ruler who holds his lands by force. Ahead of us go an armed guard, a vanguard under the command of the blue-eyed squire, to make sure that the way is safe. Then, after a little gap to let the dust settle, come my Lord Duke and I. I ride behind a burly man-at-arms, seated pillion, my hands on his belt. My lord rides his war-horse beside me, as if for company, but he barely says one word. "I wish I could ride a horse on my own," I remark. He glances at me as if he'd forgotten I was there at all.
"Not today," he says. "It will be hard riding today, and if we meet trouble we might have to go fast. We can't go at a lady's pace, a girl's pace."
I say nothing, for it is true.
I'm not much of a rider. Then I try again to make a conversation with him. "And why is it hard riding today, my lord?" For a moment he is silent, as if considering whether he can be troubled to answer me. "We're not going to Paris. We're going north to Calais."
"Excuse me, but I thought we were going to Paris. Why are we going to Calais, my lord?"
He sighs, as if 2 questions are too much for a man to bear. "There was a mutiny at Calais among the garrison. My soldiers, recruited and commanded by me. Bloody fools. I called in on my way to you. Hanged the ringleaders. Now I'm going back to make sure the rest have learned their lesson."
"You hanged men on your way to our wedding?"
He turned his dark gaze on me. "Why not?" I can't really say why not. It just seems to me rather disagreeable. I make a little face and turn away. He laughs shortly. "Better for you that the garrison should be strong," he says. "Calais is the rock. All of England's lands in northern France are built on our holding Calais." We ride on in silence. He says almost nothing when we stop to eat at midday, except to ask if I'm very tired, and when I say no, he sees that I am fed, and then lifts me back to the pillion saddle for the rest of the ride. The squire comes back and sweeps his hat off to me in a low bow, and then mutters to my lord in a rapid conference, after which we all fall in and ride on. It is twilight as we see the great walls of the castle of Calais looming out of the misty sea plain ahead of us. The land all around is intersected with ditches and canals, divided with little gates, each of them swirling with mist. My lord's squire comes riding back when the flag over the top tower of the castle dips in acknowledgment, and the great gates ahead of us swing open. "Soon be home," he says cheerfully to me, as he wheels his horse round.
"Not my home," I observe shortly.
"Oh, it will be," he says. "This is one of your greatest castles."
"In the middle of a mutiny?"
He shakes his head. "That's over now. The garrison hadn't paid for months, and so the soldiers took the wool from the Calais merchants, stole it from their stalls. Then the merchants paid to get their goods back. Now my lord, the Duke, will repay them." He grins at my puzzled face. "It's nothing. If the soldiers had been paid on time, it would never have happened."
"Then why did my lord execute someone?"
His smile dims. "So that they remember that next time their wages are late, they have to wait on his pleasure." I glance at my silently listening husband on my other side.
"And what happens now?"
We are approaching the walls. The soldiers are mustering into a guard of honour, running down the steep hill from the castle which sits at the centre of the town, guarding the port to the north and the marshy land to the south. "Now I dismiss the men who stole the goods, dismiss their commander, and appoint a new captain of Calais," my husband says shortly. He looks across at me at the squire. "You?" "I, my lord." "Yes." "I'm honoured, but—" "Are you arguing with me?" "No, my lord, of course not." My husband smiles at the silenced young man. "That's good." To me, he says, "This young man, my squire, my friend, Richard Woodville, has fought in almost every campaign here in France and was knighted on the battlefield by the late king, my brother. His father served us too. He's not yet 30 years old, but I know of no one more loyal or trustworthy. He can command this garrison, and while he's here I can be sure that there will be no mutinies, and no complaints, and no thieving. And there will be no arguing about my orders. Is that right, Woodville?" "Quite right, sir," he says. And then the 3 of us go through the dark, echoing doorway and up the cobbled streets, past the hanged mutineers swinging silently on the gallows, through the bowing citizens, to the castle of Calais. "Am I to stay here now?" Woodville asks, as if it is a mere matter of a bed for the night. "Not yet," my husband says. "I have need of you by me." We stay only 3 nights, long enough for my husband to dismiss half of the soldiers of the garrison and send to England for their replacements, long enough to warn their commander that he will be replaced by the squire, Sir Richard Woodville, and then we rattle down the cobbled street and out of the gateway and go south down the road to Paris, the squire Woodville at the head of the troop once more, me on the lumbering horse of the man-at-arms, and my husband in grim silence. It is a 2-day ride before we see the Grange Bateliere standing over the desolate countryside outside the city. Beyond it are worked fields and little dairy farms that gradually give way to small market gardens that surround the city walls. We enter through the northwest gate, close to the Louvre, and I see at once my Paris home, the Hôtel de Bourbon, one of the greatest houses in the city, as befits the ruler of France. It stands beside the King's Palace of the Louvre, looking south over the river, like a building in marchpane, all turrets and roofs and towers and balconies. I should have known that it would be a great house, having seen my lord's castle at Rouen. But when we ride up to the great gates, I feel like a princess in a story being taken into a giant's fortress. A fortified wall runs all around, and there is a guard-house at every gate, which reminds me, if I were in any danger of forgetting, that my husband may be the ruler, but not everyone recognizes him as the representative of the God-given king. The one whom many prefer to call the King of France is not far away, at Chinon, eyeing our lands and stirring up trouble. The one whom we call the King of France and England is safe in London, too poor to send my husband the money and troops he needs to keep these faithless lands in subjection, too weak to command his lords to come to fight under our standard. My lord gives me several days of freedom to find my way around my new home, to discover the former Duchess's jewel box, and her dressing-room of furs and fine gowns, and then he comes to my room after matins, and says, "Come, Jacquetta, I have work for you today." I follow him, trotting like a puppy at his heels, as he leads me through the gallery where tapestries of gods look down on us, to a double door at the end, 2 men-at-arms on either side, and his squire, Woodville, lounging on the window-sill. He jumps up when he sees us, and gives me a low bow. The men-at-arms swing open the doors, and we go inside. I don't know what I'm expecting, certainly not this. First there is a room as big as a great hall, but looking like a library in a monastery. There are shelves of dark wood, and on them are scrolls and books, locked away behind brass grills. There are tall tables and high stools, so that you can sit up at a desk, and unfurl a scroll and read it at your leisure. There are tables made ready for study with pots of ink, and sharpened quills, and pages of paper ready for taking notes. I have never seen anything like it outside of an abbey, and I look up at my husband with new respect. He has spent a fortune here. Each one of these books will have cost as much as the Duchess's jewels. "I have the finest collection of books and manuscripts outside the church in Europe," he says, "and my own copyists." He gestures to 2 young men either side of a stand, one of whom is intoning strange words, reading from a scroll, while the other, painstakingly, writes. "Translating from the Arabic," my husband says. "Arabic to Latin, and from there to French or English. The Moors are the source of great knowledge, of all mathematics, all science. I buy the scrolls, and I have them translated myself. This is how I've put us ahead in the search for knowledge, because I've tapped the source." He smiles, suddenly pleased with me. just as I have with you. I have gone to the very source of the mysteries. In the centre of the room is a great table, painted and sculpted. I exclaim in delight and step closer to examine it. It's enchanting, like a little country, if one could view it from above, flying high over it like an eagle. It is the country of France. I can see the outer wall of the city of Paris, and the Seine flowing through, painted bright blue. I can see the Ile de Paris, a little maze of buildings shaped like a boat itself, set in the river. Then I can see how the land is divided. The top half of France is painted white and red in the colours of England, and the bottom half is left blank, and an Armagnac flag shows Charles, the pretend king, in his lands at Chinon. A series of scratches show where the little flags were stabbed, furiously, rapidly, in the plan marking the triumphant march of Joan of Arc halfway across France, victorious all the way, and then up to the very walls of Paris, only 2 years ago. "The whole of France is ours by right," my husband says, looking jealously at the green lands that lead down to the Mediterranean Sea. "And we will have it. We will have it. I shall win it for God and King Harry." "Look, we are advancing," he says, showing me the little flags of St. George for England, spreading over the east of France. "And if the Duke of Burgundy will remain true and a good ally, we can win back our lands in Maine. If the Dauphin is fool enough to attack the Duke, and I think that he is, and if I can persuade the Duke that we both fight at once—" He breaks off as he sees I'm looking upwards. "Oh, those are my planets," he says, as if he owns the night skies quite as much as he does France. Suspended from criss-crossing wooden beams is a series of beautiful silver spheres, some of them ringed with silver halos, some with other tiny balls floating nearby. It's such a pretty sight that I forget all about the map and the flags of campaigns, and clasp my hands together. "Oh, how pretty! What is this?" Woodville, the squire, gives a little choke of laughter. "It's not for amusement," my husband says dourly. Then he nods at one of the clerks. "Oh, well, show the Duchess the skies at her birth." The young man steps forward. "Excuse me, Your Grace. When were you born?" I flush. Like almost all girls, I don't know the date of my birth. My parents didn't trouble to record the day and the time. I only know the year and the season. And I only know the season because my mother had a great desire for asparagus when she was carrying me, and swears that she ate it too green, and her bellyache brought on my birth. "Spring, 1416, I say. Perhaps May?" He pulls out a scroll from the library and spreads it across the tall desk. He looks at it carefully, then reaches out and pulls one of the levers, then another, then another. To my absolute delight, the balls with their halos and the little balls spinning descend from the rafters and move gently around until they are positioned, swaying slightly, in the places in heaven that they held at the moment of my birth. There is a sweet tinkling noise, and I see that the spheres have tiny silver bells attached to the strings that move them, so they play as they take their places. "I can predict where the planets will be before I start a battle," my husband says. "I only launch a campaign when they tell me the stars are propitious. But it takes hours to calculate on paper, and it's easy to make a mistake. Here, we've built a mechanism as beautiful and as regular as God made when he put the stars in the sky and set them in motion. I have made a machine like the workings of God himself." "Can you foretell with them? Can you know what will happen?" He shakes his head. "Not as I hope that you will do for us. I can tell when the time is ripe, but not the nature of the fruit. I can tell that our star is in the ascendant, but not the outcome of a particular battle. And we had no warning at all of the Witch of Arc. The clerk tilts his head sadly. Satan hid her from us, he says simply. There was no darkness, there was no comet. There was nothing to show her rising, and nothing marked her death. Praise to God. My husband nods, and puts his hand under my arm, and leads me away from the table, and past the clerk. My brother was a man of Mars, he says. Heat and fire, heat and dryness. A man born to fight and win battles. His son is wet and cold. A man young in years, but like a child in his heart, damp like a wet baby drinking milk and pissing in his clout. I have to wait for the stars to put some fire into his cause. I have to study for weapons to put into his hand. He is my nephew, and I must guide him. I am his uncle, and he is my king. I have to make him victorious. It is my duty. It is my destiny. You will help me in this too. Woodville waits for a moment. Then, as my lord seems to have fallen into deep thought, he opens the door to the next room, pushes it wide, and stands back so we can go through. I step into the stone-floored room, and my nose prickles at the strange scents. There's a tang like the smell of a forge, hot metal, but also something acidic and sharp. The air is acrid with a smoke that stings my eyes. In the centre of the room are 4 men, dressed in leather aprons, charcoal fires glowing before them in little braziers set into stone benches, vessels of bronze bubbling like saucepots. Beyond them, through the open door that leads to an inner yard, I can see a lad stripped to the waist, working the bellows of a furnace, heating a great chamber like a bread oven. I look across at Woodville. He gives me a reassuring nod as if to say, "Don't be afraid." But the smell of the room is sulphurous, and the furnace outside glows like the entrance to hell. I shrink back, and my husband laughs at my pale face. "Nothing to fear. I told you there would be nothing to fear. This is where they work on the recipes. This is where they try one elixir and then another. Out there, we forge the metals and bring them in to be tested. This is where we're going to make silver, gold, to make life itself." "It's so hot," I say weakly. "These are the fires that make water turn to wine," he explains, "that make iron turn to gold, that make earth turn to life. Everything in this world is growing to a state of purity, of perfection. This is where we speed it up. This is where we make the changes to metals and to waters that the world itself does in its deep bowels over centuries. With heat like hatching an egg into a chicken. We make it hotter. We make it faster. This is where we can test what we know and see what we learn. This is the heart of my life's work." Outside in the yard, someone pulls a red-hot bar of metal from the coals of the furnace and starts to hammer it flat. "Just think, if I could make gold," he says longingly. "If I could take iron and purify it so that the common traces were burned from it, washed away, so that we had gold coin. I could hire soldiers. I could reinforce defences. I could feed Paris. If I had my own mint and my own gold mine, I could take all of France for my nephew and keep it forever." "Is it possible?" "We know it can be done," he says. "Indeed, it has been done many, many times, though always in secret. All metal is of the same nature. Everything is made of the same thing. First matter, they call it in the books. Dark matter. This is the stuff that the world is made of. We have to remake it, make it again. So we take dark matter, and we refine it, and refine it again. We make it transform into its purest and best nature. He pauses, looking at my puzzled face. You know that they make wine with the juice that comes from grapes? I nod. Any French peasant can do that. First he takes the grapes, then he crushes them for their juice. He takes a fruit, a solid thing growing on a vine, and makes it into a liquid. That's alchemy itself, making that change. Then he stores it, and lets the life within it change that juice into wine. Another liquid, but one with quite different properties from the juice. Now I can go further. I have done another change right here. I can make an essence from wine that is 100 times stronger than wine, which burns at the sight of a flame, which cures a man of melancholy and watery humours. It is a liquid, but it is hot and dry. We call it aqua vitae, the water of life. All this I can do already. I can change juice to aqua vitae. The gold is just the next step. Gold from iron.
And what am I to do? I ask nervously.
Nothing today, he says. But perhaps tomorrow, or the next day, they will need you to come and pour some liquid from a flask, or stir a bowl, or sieve some dust. Nothing more than that. You could have done as much in your mother's dairy.
I look at him blankly.
It is your touch I want, he says. The pure touch. One of the men, who has been watching a flask bubble and then overflow through a tube into a cool dish set in a bath of ice, puts it to one side and comes towards us, wiping his hand on his apron and bowing to my husband. The maid, my husband says, gesturing to me, as if I am as much an object as the fluid in the flask or the iron in the furnace. I flinch at being given Joan's name. As I promised, I have her, Melusina's daughter, and a virgin untouched by any man. I put my hand out in greeting, but the man recoils from me. He laughs at himself and says, smiling to my husband, I hardly dare to touch her. Indeed, I dare not. Instead, he puts his hand behind his back and bows very low and says directly to me, You are welcome, Lady Bedford. Your presence here has been needed for a long time. We have waited for you. We have hoped that you would come. You will bring a harmony with you. You will bring the power of the moon and water with you, and your touch will make all things pure. I step awkwardly from one foot to the other and glance at my husband. He's looking at me with a sort of hot approbation. I found her, and I recognized at once what she could be, he says. What she could do. I knew that she could be Luna for us. She has water in her veins, and her heart is pure. Who knows what she might not be able to do? Can she scry? The man asks eagerly. She says she's never tried, but she has already foreseen the future, my husband replies. Shall we try her? In the library. The man leads the way back through the door. My husband snaps his fingers, and the two scholars take themselves off into a side room, as the alchemist and Woodville the squire pull a cloth off the biggest looking-glass I have ever seen, framed in a case, completely round, shining silver, like a full moon. Close the shutters, my husband says. and light the candles." He is breathless. I can hear the excitement in his voice, and it makes me fearful. They ring me with candles so that I am encircled in fire, and they put me before the big mirror. It is so bright I can hardly see for the winking, bobbing flames around me. "You ask her," my husband says to the alchemist. "Before God, I am so excited I can't speak. But don't tax her overmuch. Let's just see if she has a gift." "Look in the mirror," the man commands me quietly. "Let yourself look in the mirror, and let yourself dream. Now, maid, what can you see?" I look in the mirror. Surely it's obvious what I can see. Myself, in a velvet gown cut in the very latest fashion, with a horned headdress on my head, my golden hair captured in a thick net on each side of my face, and the most wonderful shoes of blue leather. I've never before seen a mirror that could show me myself, all of me, full size. I lift my gown a little, so that I can admire my shoes, and the alchemist makes a little dry cough, as if to remind me to beware vanity. "What can you see when you look deeply, Duchess?" Behind me, and to the side of me, is a dazzle of candles so bright that they drain the colour from the gown, even from the blue shoes, even from the shelves and the books behind me, that as I look grow darker and more misty. "Look deep into the mirror, and say what you can see," the man urges again, his voice low. "Tell us what you can see, Lady Bedford. What can you see?" The light is overwhelming, too bright to see anything. I cannot even see my own face, dazzled by the hundreds of candles. And then I see her, as clearly as the day when we lazed by the moat, as brightly as when she was alive and laughing, before the moment when she drew the card of Le Pendu, in his suit as blue as my shoes. "Joan," I say quietly, with deep sorrow. "Oh, Joan the maid." I struggle to come back to wakefulness, through the noise of the alchemist flapping at the candles to put them out. Some must have fallen over when I went down in a faint. Woodville the squire has me in his arms, holding up my head, and my husband is sprinkling cold water in my face. "What did you see?" my lord demands, as soon as my eyelids flutter open. I don't know. For some reason, a sudden pang of fear warns me. I don't want to tell him. I don't want to say Joan's name to the man who had her burned alive. "What did she say?" He glares at the squire and at the alchemist. "As she went down, she said something. I heard something. What did she say?" "Did she say, 'the maid'?" the alchemist asks. "I think she did." They both look at Woodville. "She said, 'It's maid.'" He lies easily. "What could she mean?" The Duke looks at me. "What did you mean? What do you mean, Jacquetta?" "Would it be your Grace's university at Caen?" Woodville asks. I think she said, "Come." And then she said, "It's maid." "I saw your Grace's planned university at Caen," I say, taking up the prompt. "Completed. Beautiful. That's what I said. It's maid." He smiles. He is pleased. "Well, that's a good vision," he says, encouraged. "That's a good glimpse of a safe and happy future. That's good news. And best of all, we see she can do it." He puts out his arm and helps me to my feet. "So," he says with a triumphant smile to the alchemist, "I will bring her back tomorrow after Mass, after she's broken her fast. Get a chair for her to sit on next time, and make the room ready for her. We will see what she can tell us. But she can do it, can't she?" "Without a doubt," agrees the alchemist. "And I will have everything ready." He bows and goes back into the inner room, and Woodville picks up the rest of the candles and blows them out, and my lord straightens the mirror. I lean for a moment against an archway between one set of shelves and another, and my husband glances up and sees me. "Stand there." He gestures me to the centre of the arch, and watches as I obey him. I stand still, framed in the arch, wondering what he wants now. He's staring at me, as if I were a picture or a tapestry myself, as if he sees me as an object, a new thing to be framed or translated or shelved. He narrows his eyes as if considering me as a vista or a statue that he might have bought. "I'm so glad that I married you," he says, and there is no affection in his voice at all, but the satisfied tone of a man who has added something to his beautiful collection, and that at a good price. "Whatever it costs me, with Burgundy, with whoever, I'm so glad that I married you. You are my treasure." I glance nervously at Richard Woodville, who has heard this speech of acquisition, but he is busy throwing the cloth over the looking-glass, and quite deaf. Every morning, my lord escorts me to the library, and they seat me before the mirror, and light the candles all around me, and ask me to look into the brightness and tell them what I see. I find I go into a sort of daze, not quite asleep, but almost dreaming. And sometimes I see extraordinary visions on the swimming silver surface of the mirror. I see a baby in a cradle. I see a ring shaped like a golden crown dangling from a dripping thread. And one morning I turn from the mirror crying out, for I see a battle, and behind it another battle, a long lane of battles, and men dying in mist, dying in snow, dying in a churchyard. "Did you see the standards?" my husband demands as they press a glass of small ale into my hand. "Drink. Did you see the standards? You said nothing clearly. Did you see where the battles were taking place? Could you tell the armies one from another?" I shake my head. "Could you see what town? Was it anywhere you recognize? Come and see if you can point out the town on the map. Do you think it is happening right now, or is it a vision from the future that will come?" He drags me to the table where the little world of France is laid before me, and I look dazed at the patchwork of ownership and roll of the hills. "I don't know," I say. "There was a mist, and an army forcing their way uphill. There was snow, and it was red with blood. There was a queen with her horse at a forge, and they were putting the horseshoes on backwards." He looks at me as if he would like to shake some sense out of me. "This is no good to me, girl," he says, his voice very low. "I can get cursed in any Saturday market. I need to know what is going to happen this year. I need to know what's going to happen in France. I need names of towns and the numbers of rebels. I need to know in detail." Dumbly, I look back at him. His face is suffused with darkness in his frustration with me. "I'm saving a kingdom here," he says. "I need more than mist and snow. I didn't marry you for you to tell me about queens with their horseshoes on back to front. What next? Mermaids in the bath?" I shake my head. Truly, I know nothing. "Jacquetta, I swear, you will be sorry if you defy me," he says with quiet menace. "This is too important for you to play the fool." "Perhaps we should not overtax her. Woodville suggests, addressing the bookshelves. Perhaps every day is too much for her. She's only young and new to the work. Perhaps we should train her up to it, like a little falcon, a young falcon. Perhaps we should release her to ride and walk in the mornings, and only have her scry perhaps once a week. Not if she has a warning, the Duke breaks out. Not if it is now. She cannot rest if we are in danger. If this battle in mist and this battle in snow is going to be fought this winter in France, we need to know now. You know that the Dauphin has not the arms, or the allies for it to be now. Woodville turns to him. It can't be a warning of now. It will be a fearful dream of the future. Her head is filled with fears of war, and we ourselves have frightened her. We've put the visions in her mind. But we need to clear her head. We need to give her some peace, so that she can be a clean stream for us. You bought her. He stumbles and corrects himself. You found her, unspoiled. We must take care not to muddy the waters. Once a month, the alchemist suddenly remarks. As I said at the start, my lord, she should be speaking when her element is on the rise, on the eve of the new moon. She is a being of the moon and of water. She will see most clearly, and speak most clearly, when the moon is in the ascendant. She should work on those days, under a rising moon. She should come in the evening, by moonlight, my husband thinks aloud. That might help. He looks critically at me, as I lean back in the chair, my hand on my throbbing forehead. You're right, he says to Woodville. We've asked too much of her too soon. Take her out riding. Take her down by the river. And we set off for England next week. We can go by easy stages. She's pale. She needs to rest. Take her out this morning. He smiles at me. I am not a hard taskmaster, Jacquetta, though there is much to be done, and I am in a hurry to do it. You can have some time at your leisure. Go to the stables. You will see I have left a surprise for you there. I'm so relieved to be out of the room that I don't remember to say thank you, and only when the door is closed behind us do I start to be curious.
What does my lord have for me in the stables? I ask Woodville as he follows, half a step behind me, down the circular stair from the gallery to the inner courtyard, and as we walk across the cobbles, past the armoury to the stable yard. Men servants carrying vegetables to the kitchens, and butchers with great haunches of beef slung over their shoulders, fall back before me and bow. The milkmaids coming in from the fields with buckets swinging from their yokes drop down in a curtsy so low that their pails clatter on the cobbles. I don't acknowledge them. Now I hardly see them. I've been a duchess for only a few weeks, and already I'm accustomed to the exaggerated bows that precede me wherever I go, and the reverent murmur of my name as I walk past. What would be your greatest wish? Woodville asks me. He, at any rate, does not serve me in awestruck silence. He has the confidence born of being at my husband's right hand since he was a boy. His father served the English king, Henry V, and then my husband, the Duke. And now Woodville, raised in the Duke's service, is the most trusted and most beloved of all the squires. Commander of Calais, trusted with the keys to France. A new litter? I ask. One with golden curtains and furs? Perhaps. Would you really want that more than anything else? I pause. Does he have a horse for me? A new horse of my very own? He looks thoughtful. What colour horse would you like best? A grey, I say longingly. A beautiful dappled grey horse with a mane like white silk, and dark, interesting eyes.
Interesting? He chokes on his laughter. Interesting eyes?
You know what I mean. Eyes that look as if the horse can understand you, as if she's thinking. He nods.
I do know what you mean, actually. He gives me his arm to guide me round a cart laden with pikes. We are passing the armoury, and the weapons master is counting in a new delivery with a tally stick. Hundreds, thousands of pikes are being unloaded. The campaign season is starting again. No wonder my husband sits me before the scrying mirror every day to ask me where is the best place to mount our attack. We are at war, constantly at war, and none of us has ever lived in a country at peace. We go through the archway to the stables, and Woodville steps back to see my face as I scan the yard. Each of the horses of the household has a stall facing south, so the mellow stone is warmed through the day. I see my husband's 4 great war horses, their heads nodding over the door. I see Woodville's strong horse for jousting, and his other horses for hunting and riding messengers. And then I see, smaller than any of them, with bright ears that flick one way and another, the perfectly shaped head of a grey horse, so bright in colour that she's almost like silver in the sunshine of the yard.
Is that mine?
I whisper to Woodville.
Is that for me?
That is yours, he says, almost reverently. As beautiful and as high-bred as her mistress.
A mare?
Of course.
I go towards her, and her ears point to listen to my footsteps and my cooing voice as I come close. Woodville puts a crust of bread into my hand, and I step up to her and take in the dark, liquid eyes, the beautifully straight face, the silvery mane of the horse that I described, here before me, as if I'd performed magic and wished her into being. I stretch out my hand, and she sniffs, her nostrils wide, and then she lips the treat from my hand. I can smell her warm coat, her oaty breath, the comfortable scent of the barn behind her. Woodville opens the stable door for me, and without hesitation I step inside. She shifts a little to make room for me, and turns her head and sniffs at me, the pockets of my gown, my belt, my trailing sleeves, and then my shoulders, my neck, and my face. And as she sniffs me, I turn to her, as if we were 2 animals coming together. Then slowly, gently, I reach out my hand, and she droops her head for my caress. Her neck is warm, her coat silky, the skin behind her ears is tender and soft. She allows me gently to pull the mane on her poll, to stroke her face, and then she raises her head and I touch her flared nostrils, the soft, delicate skin of her muzzle, her warm, muscled lips, and hold in my cupped hand the fat curve of her chin. "Is it love?" Woodville asks quietly from the doorway. "For it looks like love from here." "It is love," I breathe.
"Your first love," he confirms.
"My only love," I whisper to her.
He laughs like an indulgent brother. "Then you must compose a poem, and come and sing to her, like a woman troubadour, a troubaritz. But what is your fair lady's name?" I look thoughtfully at her, as she moves quietly away from me, and takes a mouthful of hay. The scent of the meadow comes from the crushed grasses. "Mercury," I say. "I think I'll call her Mercury." He looks a little oddly at me. "That's not such a good name. The alchemists are always talking of Mercury," he says. "A shape-shifter, a messenger from the gods, one of the 3 great ingredients of their work. Sometimes Mercury is helpful, sometimes not. A partner to Melusina, the water goddess who also changes her form. A messenger that you have to employ in the absence of any other, but not always reliable. I shrug my shoulders. I don't want more alchemy, I insist. Not in the stable yard as well as everywhere else. I shall call her Mary, but she and I will know her true name. I will know too, he says. But I've already turned my back on him to pull out wisps of hay to give to her. You don't matter, I observe. I ride my horse every morning, with an armed escort of 10 men ahead of me and 10 behind, and Woodville at my side. We go through the streets of Paris, looking away from the beggars starving in the gutters, and we ignore the people who stretch out imploring hands. There is terrible poverty in the city, and the countryside is all but waste. The farmers cannot get their produce to market, and the crops are constantly trampled by one or other of the armies. The men run away from their villages and hide in the forests for fear of being recruited or hanged as traitors. So there's no one but women to work the fields. The price of bread in the city is more than a man can earn, and besides, there's no work but soldiering, and the English are late with their wages again. Woodville gives orders that we must ride at a hand gallop through the streets, not just for fear of beggars, but also for fear of disease. My predecessor, the Duchess Anne, died of a fever after visiting the hospital. Now my lord swears that I shall not so much as speak to a poor person, and Woodville rushes me through the streets, and I don't draw breath until we were out of the city gates, and going through what once were busy gardens, the fertile tilled land that lies between the city walls and the river. Only then does Woodville order the armed men to halt and dismount and wait for us, while the 2 of us ride down to the river and take the towpath and listen to the water as if we were a couple riding in a countryside at peace. We go companionably, side by side, and talk of nothing of any importance. He helps me with my riding. I've never ridden so fine a horse as Mary, and he shows me how to straighten up in the saddle, and gather her up so she curves her neck and stretches out her stride. He shows me how he rides a cavalry charge, bent low over the horse's neck, going ahead of me down the track and thundering back towards us, pulling up at the last moment so Mary sidles and dances on the spot. He teaches me how to jump, getting off his horse to drag little branches of wood across the deserted track, building them higher and higher as my confidence increases. He teaches me the exercises his father taught him in the lanes of England, riding exercises to improve balance and courage, sitting sideways like a girl riding pillion, lying backwards across the horse, with the saddle in the small of my back, while the horse jogs along, sitting up tall and stretching one arm then another up to the sky, crouching down low to touch my stirrups, anything that accustoms the horse to the idea that it must go on steadily and safely, whatever the rider does, whatever happens around it. More than once, my horse has taken me to safety when I was hurt. I didn't have a clue where we were going, Richard says. And my father held the standard before Henry V of England, and so he rode at a gallop all the time, with only one hand on the reins. You'll never ride in battle, but we might run into trouble here, or in England, and it's good to know that Mary will carry you through anything. He dismounts and takes my stirrups and crosses them out of the way in front of me. We'll do a mile at trot, without stirrups, to improve your balance. How should we ride into trouble? I ask, as he gets back on his own horse. He shrugs. There was a plan to ambush the Duke only a few years ago as they came back to Paris, and he and the Duchess Anne had to take to the forest tracks and ride around the enemy camp. And I hear that the roads in England are now as unsafe as those in France, There are robbers and highwaymen on every English road, and near the coast there are pirates who land and take captives and sell them into slavery.
We start off at a walk. I seat myself more firmly in the saddle, and Mary's ears go forward. Why does the King of England not guard his coasts?
He's still a child, and the country is ruled by his other uncle, Humphrey, the Duke of Gloucester. My lord and the Duke of Gloucester are the royal uncles, each regents of France and England, until the king takes his power.
When will he do that?
He should have done it by now, really, Woodville says. He's 12 years old, a boy still, but old enough to rule with good advisers. And he's been crowned at Notre Dame in Paris, and in England, and he has a parliament and a council that have promised to obey him. But he's guided by his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, and all of his friends, and then his mind is changed by his other kinsman, Cardinal Beaufort, a very powerful and persuasive man. Between the two of them he's blown about one way to another, and he never sees our lord the Duke of Bedford, who can do no more than write to him and try to keep him to one path. They say that he does the bidding of the person who spoke to him last. But anyway, even if he were older, or firmer, there would be no money to pay for defences from the sea, and the English lords don't make the rule of law run through their lands as they should. Now we shall trot.
He waits for me to squeeze my legs on Mary, and she goes forwards into a trot, with me sitting heavily, like a fat cavalry knight, deep in the saddle.
"That's good," he says. "Now go forwards to canter."
"You said trot."
"You're doing so well," he says with a grin.
I urge Mary on, and she goes into her quick-paced canter. I'm a little afraid without the stirrups to use as balance, but he's right. I can sit in the saddle and grip with my legs as we go cantering down the towpath until he gives the hand signal to slow, then pull up. Why do I have to learn this? I ask breathlessly as he dismounts again to restore my stirrups.
In case you lose your stirrups, or one breaks, or if we have to ride away sometime, when we can get hold of horses but no saddles. It's good to be prepared for anything. Tomorrow we will practice riding bareback. I shall make you into a horsewoman. Already you could be trusted on a long ride.
He swings back into his own saddle, and we turn the horse's head for home. And why don't the English lords make the rule of law run through the country? I ask, returning to our conversation. In France there are 2 rules of law, 2 kings. But at least the lords are obedient to the king who rules in their part.
In England they each make their own little lordship, he says. They use the troubled times as a screen to serve themselves, to gain their own land, to make war on their neighbours. When the young king does decide to take his power, he will find he has to challenge the very people who should be his friends and advisers. He will need my Lord Duke at his side, then.
Will we have to go to England and live there? Will I have to live in England? I ask, anxiously.
It's home, he says simply. And even at its worst, 1 acre of England is worth 10 square miles of France.
I look at him blankly. All you Englishmen are the same, I tell him. You all think that you're divinely blessed by God for no better reason than you had the longbow at Agincourt. He laughs.
We are, he says. We think rightly. We are divinely blessed.
And perhaps, when we go to England, there will be time for me to show you my home. And perhaps you will agree with me. I have a little thrill of pleasure, as if something wonderful were going to happen to me. Where is your home? I ask.
Grafton, Northamptonshire, he says,
and I can hear the love in his voice.
Probably the most beautiful countryside in what is the best country in all the world. We have one more attempt at scrying at the mirror before it is packed up to travel with us as we start on our journey to England. My lord is anxious for me to predict if it is safe for him to leave France. The Armagnac pretender has no money and no army, and is badly advised by his court of favourites, but still my Lord John is afraid that if he goes to England, there will be no one who can hold France against this man who claims he is king. I completely fail in my wifely duty to advise him. I see nothing. They sit me on a chair, and I stare into the bright reflected candlelight until I'm dizzy, and far from fainting, am in danger of falling asleep. For 2 hours my lord stands behind me, and shakes my shoulder when he sees my head nod, until the alchemist says quietly, "I don't think it is coming to her today, my lord." And the Duke turns and stalks out of the room without a word to me. The alchemist helps me from the chair, and Woodville blows out the candles and opens the shutters to let the smell of smoke out of the room. The small sickle of a new moon looks in on me, and I dip a curtsy and turn over the coins in my little pocket and make a wish. The alchemist exchanges a look with Woodville, as if they've spent all the evening with a peasant girl who curtsies to a new moon and wishes for a lover, but has no learning and has no vision, and is a waste of everyone's time. "Never mind," Woodville says cheerfully, offering me his arm. "We leave for England in the morning, and they won't ask you to do this for another month." "Are they bringing the mirror with us?" I ask apprehensively. "The mirror and some of the books, but the vessels and the oven and the forge stay here, of course. They will continue with their work while we're away." "And do they discover anything?" He nods. "Oh, yes. My lord has refined silver and gold to a purer level than any man has ever done before. He's working on new metals, new combinations for greater strength or greater suppleness. And of course, if he could make the stone itself—" "The stone?" "They call it the philosopher's stone, that turns metal to gold, water to the elixir vitae, that gives the owner eternal life." "Is there such a thing?" I ask. He shrugs. "There have been many reports of it. It's well known in the old manuscripts that he has had translated here. Throughout Christendom, and in the East, there will be hundreds, perhaps thousands of men working on it right now. But my Lord Duke is in the vanguard. If he could find it, if you could help him to find it, we could bring peace to France, and to England." The noise of the castle packing up and readying for a great journey wakes me at dawn, and I go to the chapel to hear matins as the sun is rising. The priest finishes the service, and starts to pack up the sacred pictures and the crucifix and the monstrance. We are taking almost everything with us. In my own rooms, my ladies-in-waiting are folding my gowns into great travelling chests, and calling the pages to cord them up, and the grooms of the household to seal them. The jewel boxes they will carry themselves. My furs will be guarded by the grooms of the household. Nobody knows how long we will stay in England. Woodville becomes very cautious when I ask him. Clearly my husband is not being adequately supported by his nephew the king, nor financed as he should be by the English Parliament that has to raise taxes for the war in France. The purpose of this trip is to make them see that English coins buy French support, and they must pay. But nobody knows how long it will take to make the English understand that they cannot have an army for free. I am quite at a loss in all the bustle. I have put my books that the demoiselle left to me for safe keeping with my husband's library, and they will be guarded by the scholars while we are away. I have put her beautiful cards with my jewels for safety. Her gold bracelet with the charms I carry in a purse slung around my neck. I don't want anyone else touching them. I've dressed for the journey, and eaten my breakfast served in my rooms by maids in a hurry. I wait about. I don't know what to do to be helpful, and I'm too important for anyone to give me a task. The head of my ladies-in-waiting commands everything in my rooms, so I just have to wait for everything to be ready for us to leave. And in the meantime, there is nothing for me to do but watch the servants and the ladies running from one task to another. By midday, we are ready to leave, though the grooms of the hall, the stable, and the armoury are all still packing things up. My lord takes my hand and leads me down the stairs and through the great hall, where the servants are lined up to bow and wish us Godspeed on our journey. Then we go out into the stable-yard, where I blink at the cavalcade preparing to depart. It is like a small town on the move. There is the armed guard. We are travelling with hundreds of soldiers, some in armour, but most in livery, and they are waiting beside their horses, taking a last drink of ale, flirting with the maids. There are nearly 50 wooden wagons waiting in order, the ones carrying the valuables at the head of the line, with a guard at the front and back, the boxes chained to the sides of the wagons, sealed with the great Bedford seal. The grooms of the household will ride with these, and each has responsibility for his own load. We are taking all our clothes, jewels, and personal goods. We are taking all our household linen, cutlery, glassware, knives, spoons, salt cellars, spice pots. The household furniture is being shipped too. My lord's groom of the bedchamber has ordered the careful dismantling of my lord's great bed, with its covers, curtains, and tester, and the grooms of my chambers are bringing my bed, my tables, my beautiful Turkey carpets, and there are 2 whole wagons just for shipping the household tapestries. The kitchen servants have loaded their essentials onto a line of wagons. We are bringing food as well as hens, ducks, geese, sheep, and a couple of cows that will walk behind the wagons to give us fresh milk every day. The hawks from the mews are loaded on their own specially made carriage, where they can perch, blinded by their hoods. And the leather curtains are already tied down to shelter them, so they are not frightened by the noise of the road. My lord's deerhounds will run alongside the procession, his foxhounds whipped in at the rear. The master of horse has all the work-horses harnessed to the wagons, and all the spare riding horses are bridled, and in the care of a groom who rides one horse and leads one on either side. And this is only half the procession. The wagons carrying the essential goods to make us comfortable tonight when we stop at Sarnley have already gone. They left at dawn. And amid all this noise and chaos, Richard Woodville comes smiling up the stairs, bows to my lord and to me, and says, as if hell were not boiling over in the yard, "I think we're ready, my lord, and what they've forgotten, they can always send on." "My horse?" the Duke asks. Woodville snaps his fingers, and a waiting groom brings my lord's great war-horse forwards. "And my lady is going in her litter." "Her Grace said she wanted to ride." My Lord Duke turns to me. "It's a long way, Jacquetta. We will go north out of Paris and sleep tonight at Sarnley. You will be in the saddle for the whole day." "I can do that," I say, and I glance at Woodville. "She's a strong horse. You chose well," he says to my husband. "And the Duchess is a good rider. She'll be able to keep up. It would probably be more pleasant for her than jolting around in her litter, though I will have it follow behind us, so if she gets tired she can change." "Very well, then." The Duke agrees. He smiles at me. "I shall enjoy your company. What do you call your mare?" "I call her Mary," I say. "God send that we are all merry," he says, stepping on the mounting block to haul himself into the saddle. Woodville takes me by the waist and lifts me up into my saddle, and then stands back while my lady-in-waiting bustles forward and pulls the long skirts of my gown so they fall down either side, hiding my leather riding boots. "All right?" Woodville asks me quietly, standing close to the horse as he checks the tightness of the girth. "Yes." "I'll be just behind you, if you want anything. If you get tired, or need to stop, just raise your hand. I'll be watching. We'll ride for a couple of hours and then stop to eat." My husband stands up in his stirrups. He bellows, "Ah, Bedford!" and the whole stable-yard shouts back, "Ah, Bedford!" They swing the great gates open, and my lord leads the way, out through the crowded streets of Paris, where people stare as we go by, and cry out for alms or favours, and then through the great North Gate, and out into the country towards the narrow seas and England, the unknown shore that I am supposed to call home. My Lord Duke and I ride at the head of the procession so we're not troubled with dust, and once we are away from Paris, my husband judges that we are safe enough to go before the armed guard, so it is just him and me, Woodville and my lady-in-waiting, riding out in the sunshine, as if for pleasure. The road winds ahead of us, well travelled by English merchants and soldiers going through the English lands from the English capital of Paris to the English castle of Calais. We stop to dine at the edge of the forest of Chantilly, where they've set up pretty tents and have cooked a haunch of venison. I'm glad to rest for an hour in the shade of a tree, but I'm happy to go on when Woodville orders the guard into the saddle again. When my husband asks me if I would like to complete the journey sitting in my litter drawn by the mules, I tell him no. The afternoon is sunny and warm, and when we enter the green shade of the forest of Chantilly, we put our horses into a canter, and my mare pulls a little, and is eager to gallop. My husband laughs and says, "Don't let her run off with you, Jacquetta." I laugh too, as his big horse lengthens its great pace to draw neck and neck with Mary, and we go a little faster, and then suddenly there is a crashing noise, and a tree plunges down, all its branches breaking together like a scream, over the road in front of us, and Mary rears in terror, and I hear my husband bellow like a trumpet, "Ah, Bedford! 'Ware ambush!" But I'm clinging to the mane and nearly out of the saddle, slipping backwards, as Mary plunges to the side, terrified by the noise, and bolts, madly bolts. I haul myself into the saddle, cling to her neck, and bend low as she dashes among the trees, flinging herself to right and left, fleeing where her own frightened senses prompt her. I cannot steer her, I have dropped the reins. I certainly cannot stop her. I can barely cling on, until finally she slows to a trot, and then a walk, and then blows out and stops. Shakily, I slip from the saddle and collapse to the ground. My jacket has been torn by low-hanging branches, my bonnet was knocked from my head and is flapping on its cord. My hair is falling down, tangled with twigs. I give a little sob of fear and shock, and Mary turns to one side and nibbles at a shrub, pulling at it nervously, her ears flicking in all directions. I take hold of her reins so she cannot dash away again, and I look around me. The forest is cool and dark, absolutely silent but for birdsong from high in the upper branches and the buzz of insects. There is no noise of marching men, creaking wagons, nothing. I cannot even tell where I've come from, nor how far I am from the road. Mary's headlong flight seemed to last for a lifetime, but even if they were close at hand, I wouldn't know in which direction. Certainly she didn't go straight. We twisted and turned through the trees, and there's no path for me to retrace. God damn, I say quietly to myself like an Englishman. Mary, we are completely lost. I know that Woodville will ride out to find me, and perhaps he can follow Mary's little hoof-prints. But if the falling tree was an ambush, then perhaps he and my husband are fighting for their lives, and nobody yet has had time to think about me. Even worse, if the fight is going against them, then perhaps they will be captured or killed, and there will be no one to search for me at all, and then I am in danger indeed, alone and lost in a hostile country. Either way, I had better save myself if I can. I know that we were travelling north to Calais, and I can remember enough of the great plan in my husband's library to know that if I can get myself onto the North Road again, there will be many villages, churches, and religious houses where I can find hospitality and help. It is a road well travelled, and I'm certain to meet a party of English people, and my title will command their assistance. But only if I can find the road. I look on the ground around us to see if I can trace Mary's hoof-prints and follow them back the way we came, and there is one hoof-print in the mud, and then another, a little gap where the leaves cover the ground, but beyond it the trail picks up again. I take the reins over her head and hold them in my right hand, and say in a voice I try to make sound confident, "Well, silly girl, we have to find our way home now." And I walk back the way we came, with her following behind me, her head bent, as if she's sorry for the trouble she has caused. We walk for what seems like hours. The tracks give out after a little while, for the floor of the forest is so thick with leaves and twigs that there are no prints to follow. I guess at the way, and we go steadily, but I'm more and more afraid that we are wandering lost, perhaps even going round in circles, like enchanted knights in a fairy-tale forest. Thinking this, I'm hardly surprised when I hear the sound of water, and turn towards it, and we come to a little stream and a pool. It is almost a fountain, so round and banked with green moss. I have a moment when I think perhaps Melusina will rise from the magical pool to help me, her daughter. But nothing happens. So I tie Mary to a tree, and wash my face, and drink the water. And then I bring her to the stream, and she drops her white head, and sucks up the water quietly, and drinks deep. The trees have made a little glade around the stream, and a beam of sunlight comes through the thick canopy of leaves. Still holding Mary's reins, I sit down in the sunshine to rest for a few minutes. In a moment, I think, I will get up, and we will put the sun on our left and walk steadily. That will take us north, and must take us, surely, to the Paris road, where they will surely be looking for me. I am so tired, and the sun is so warm, that I lean back against a tree trunk and close my eyes. In minutes, I am fast asleep. The knight left his horse behind with his comrades, and followed her tracks on foot through the forest, a burning torch held before him, calling her name over and over. The forest was unearthly at night. Once he caught a glimpse of bright, dark eyes, and stepped back with an oath, and then saw the pale rump of a deer slide away into the shadows. As the moon came up, he thought he would see better without the torch, doused it on the ground in the thick leaf mould, and went on, straining his eyes in the silvery half-light. Bushes and trees loomed up at him, darker in the gloom, and without the yellow torchlight he felt he didn't want to shout out loudly for her, but instead walked in silence, looking around him all the time, a fear gripping at his heart that he'd failed to teach her how to ride, that he'd failed to train the horse, that he had failed to tell her what to do in just these circumstances, that he had failed to predict that such a thing might happen, that he had utterly and comprehensively failed her. At this thought, so awful to him since he had sworn privately that he would serve and protect her to death, he stopped still and put his hand to a tree trunk to support himself, and bowed his head in shame. She was his lady. He was her knight. And at this, the very first test, he had failed. Now she was somewhere lost in the darkness, and he could not find her. He raised his head, and what he saw made him blink his eyes. What he saw made him rub his eyes, to see without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, the glimmering white light of an enchantment, a chimera, and at the heart of it, gleaming, a little white horse, alone in the forest. But as it turned its head, and he could see its profile, he saw the silvery horn of a unicorn. The white beast looked at him with its dark gaze, and then slowly walked away, glancing over its shoulder, walking slowly enough for him to follow. Entranced, he stepped quietly behind it, guided by the flickering silvery light, and seeing the little hoof-prints that shone in the dead leaves with a white fire, and then faded as he walked by. He had a sense that he should not try to catch the unicorn. He remembered that all the legends warned that it would turn on him, and attack him if he came too close. Only one being in this world can catch a unicorn, and he had seen the capture in 6 tapestries, and in 12 woodcuts in storybooks, since his youngest boyhood. The little animal turned off the path, and now he could hear the splashing sound of water as they came upon a clearing. He bit his tongue on an exclamation as he saw her, asleep like a nymph, as if she were growing in the wood herself, at the foot of the tree, as if she were a bank of flowers, her green velvet dress outspread, her brown bonnet like a pillow under her golden hair, her face as peaceful in sleep as a blossom. He stood waiting, uncertain what he should do, and as he watched, the unicorn went forwards, lay down beside her, and placed its long head with the silver horn gently in the lap of the sleeping maid, just as all the legends had always said that it would. The sound of a footstep wakes me. I know at once that I'm lost in the wood in danger, and that I have foolishly slept. I wake in a panic, in darkness, and I jump up, and Mary, who has been sleeping, head bowed beside me, wheels around to stare, ears pricked, as the two of us see the figure of a man, a dark outline in the shifting twilight. "Who's there?" I say, my hand clenching on my whip. "Beware! I have a sword." "It's me, Woodville," the squire says, and steps closer so I can see him. He looks pale, as if he is as afraid as me. "Are you all right, my lady?" My God, Woodville, I'm so pleased to see you." I run forward with my hands outstretched, and he falls to his knees, takes my hands, and kisses them passionately. "My lady," he whispers, "my lady, thank God I find you safe. Are you unhurt?" Yes, I was just resting. I fell asleep. I had been walking for so long, trying to find my way back to the road, but then I was so foolish. I sat down and I fell asleep." He stumbles to his feet. "It's not far. I've been looking for you all evening, but it's not far." "Is it late now?" "No more than 11. We're all looking for you. The Duke is mad with worry. I was trying to follow your tracks, but I would never have found you but for—" "And is my Lord Duke safe? Was it an ambush?" He shakes his head. "Some fool of a peasant felling a tree brought down another across the road. No one hurt. Just bad luck that we were there at the time. We were all only afraid for you. Did you fall?" "No. She ran off with me, but she didn't throw me. She's a good horse. She only ran because she was afraid, and then she stopped." He hesitates. "She led me to you," he says. It's quite a miracle. I saw her in the woods, and she brought me to you." I hold up the reins I had tied to my wrist. "I didn't let her go." "You had her tethered?" He gazes around the little clearing, at the silver moonlight on the water, at the shadowy darkness of the trees, as if he's looking for something. "Yes, of course. But I took her saddle off as you showed me." "I saw her," he says flatly. "She was loose, in the woods." "She's been here all the time." He shakes his head, as if to clear his bewilderment. "That was well done. I will put her saddle on her, and I can lead you to the road." He picks up the beautifully worked saddle and slides it on Mary's back. He tightens the girth. Then he turns to lift me up. For a moment he hesitates, with his hands on my waist. It is as if our bodies have come together, almost without our volition. My head to his shoulder, his hands on my waist. It's as if we are drawn, one to another, like the planets on their wires in my lord's library. Slowly, I realize that this is a longing. I turn my face up towards him, and his darkened eyes look down at me, his hands warm, his face almost puzzled, as he feels the desire that is slowly pulsing in me. We stand like that together, for a long time. Then, without a word, he lifts me up into the saddle, brushes down my gown, hands me my hat, and leads Mary through the wood towards the road. Castle of Calais, France, June 1433. We are housed once more in the great castle of the garrison town of Calais. Woodville is greeted as its captain, but my lord says he cannot spare him from his side yet to take up residence. I am standing on the battlement at the top of the castle, looking anxiously up at the standard on the tower above my head, which cracks and ripples in the strengthening wind. "Is it going to be rough?" I ask my husband. He glances at me. "You're not afraid? But water is your element." I bite my lip on a retort. Personally, I don't think that having a water goddess for an ancestress is a guarantee of freedom against seasickness, nor, come to that, shipwreck. I am a little afraid. The waves look very high. Are they always that big? Do they always break so high on the harbour wall? I don't remember them being like that before. He glances out to sea, as if to measure them for the first time. "It's a little rough, perhaps. But we will leave on the next tide. It's too important for us to delay. I have to get to England. I'm going to address the Parliament. They have to realize that there must be funds released to pay for the campaign season in France. And I have to find some way to get my brother Humphrey to work with our uncle, Cardinal Beaufort. The young king—" He breaks off. Well, at any rate we have to go, and I don't think the journey will be too uncomfortable for you, and there should be no danger. Can you not calm the waters? It's Midsummer's Eve. Surely you should be able to do a little magic on this of all evenings." I try to smile at the weak joke. "No, I wish that I could." He turns and goes into the inner rooms. I hear him shouting for his clerks, and to tell the captain that he must complete loading, for we will leave on the next tide, whatever the weather. Woodville comes up with a warm cape, and puts it around my shoulders. My lord is worried by events in England. His brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, doesn't give good advice. His nephew the king is young and inexperienced, and his other uncle, Cardinal Beaufort, has his own plans for the kingdom. The two of them, the Duke of Gloucester and the Cardinal, try to turn the young king each to their own way of thinking, and he's torn between them. "Is it safe to sail?" Oh, yes. It may be a little rough, but I shall see you are comfortable in your cabin, my lady. And Mary, safe in her stall. We will sail through the night, and in the morning you will wake up in your new country, and my lord will take you to see his new house." "Spenhurst?" I ask, trying the odd name in my mouth. "Penshurst," he corrects me. "You'll like it. I promise you. It is a most beautiful house, in one of the loveliest parts of England, in Kent, which is famous for its apple orchards and fruit gardens. Near to London, but far enough distant that you will not be troubled by too many people. A jewel of a house, for a diamond of a duchess." "And will we stay there all the time?" I let Woodville lead me from the roof of the tower into the warmth inside the castle. A fire burns in the centre of the round room, and he sets a chair for me before it. "I don't think my lord will be able to rest in the country," he says. "He will have to meet with the king, and persuade him to give him men and arms to continue the campaigns in France. He will have to explain the campaign to Parliament to get their support. He'll have to deal with his brother, Duke Humphrey, and their uncle, Cardinal Beaufort. He has much to do." "And the king? Henry? Will I see him? What's he like?" He smiles. "A very young man still, almost a boy. He's only 12 years old. You'll have a state entry into London. The Duke is a very great man in England as in France. And the young king will greet you." He smiles again. "I should think you will like him. He's a charming boy, and he gives a little laugh, almost as if he's embarrassed. "I should think he will adore you. He will never have seen anyone quite like you. You will be the most beautiful woman in England, as well as the greatest." Westminster Palace, London, summer 1433. The young king is a disappointment to me. I have no experience of kings, since my own county of Luxembourg is not a royal one. My father is a count, our overlords are the Dukes of Burgundy, though they are richer and more powerful than anyone in France, and the last French king, who was said to be most tragically mad, died when I was only a little girl, before I could see him. So I'm counting on much from the English boy king. I hope to see a youth who is the small mirror of his heroic father. After all, my husband's life is devoted to making this king safe in his lands in France. We are both sworn to his service. I am expecting a great being, something halfway between a boy and a god. Not so. I first see him on our entry into London, when we go through the city gates to the sound of singing choirs and the cheering of the citizens. My husband is an old friend to the people of London, and I am a novelty they delight to see. The men bellow approval of my youth and looks, and the women blow me kisses. The London merchants depend upon trade with the English lands in France, and my husband is well known for holding the lands in the keeping of England. The merchants and their wives and their households turn out to greet us and show our standards from their overhanging windows. The Mayor of London has prepared poems and pageants to greet us. In one tableau there is a beautiful mermaid who promises good health, fertility, and ever-flowing waters of happiness. My Lord Duke holds my hand and bows to the crowd and looks proud of me as they call my name and shout blessings on me. "The Londoners love a pretty girl," he says to me, "and I will have their favour forever while you keep your looks." The king's servants greet us at the gate of the palace at Westminster, and lead us through a maze of courts and gardens, rooms with inner rooms, galleries and courtyards, until finally we come to the king's private rooms. One pair of double doors is flung open, another pair beyond them. Then there is a room filled with people in the most beautiful clothes. And finally, like a tiny jack popping from a series of boxes, there is the young king, rising from his throne and coming forwards to greet his uncle. He is slight and short, that is my first impression. And he's pale, pale like a scholar, though I know that they make him take exercise, ride daily, and even joust with a safety cushion on top of his opponent's lance. I wonder if he's ill, for there's something about the transparency of his skin and the slow pace of his walk towards us that gives me a feeling of his weariness. And suddenly I see to my horror that in this light, for a moment, he looks to me like a being made of glass, so thin and translucent that he looks as if he might break if he were to topple on a stone floor. I give a little gasp, and my husband glances down at me, distracted for a moment, and turns to the king his nephew, and bows and embraces him in one movement. "Oh, take care," I whisper, as if he might crush him. And then Woodville steps smartly across and takes my right hand on his arm, as if he's bringing me forwards to be presented. "What is it?" he demands urgently in a low whisper. "Are you ill, my lady?" My husband has both hands on the boy's shoulders. He is looking into the pale face, into the light grey eyes. I can almost feel the weight of his grip. I feel that it is too much. "He's so frail," I whisper. Then I find the true word. He is fragile, like a prince of ice, of glass. "Not now," Woodville commands, and pinches my hand hard. I am so surprised at his tone, and the sudden sharp pain that I flinch and look at him, and am returned to myself to see that the men and women of the court are all around us, staring at me and my lord and the king, and that Woodville is marching me forwards to make my curtsy, with such determined briskness that I know I must not say another word. I sink down into a deep curtsy, and the king raises me up with a light touch on my arms. He is respectful, since I am his aunt, for all that I am only 17 years old to his 12. We are both young innocents in this court of hard-faced adults. He bids me welcome to England in a thin little voice that has not yet broken into a man's tone. He kisses my cheeks right and left. The touch of his lips is cold, like the brittle ice that I imagined when I first saw him. And his hands holding mine are thin. I can almost feel the bones of his fingers, like little icicles. He bids us come in to dinner, and turns and leads me in, at the head of all the court. A beautifully dressed woman steps back with a heavy tread, as if to make way for me, begrudgingly. I glance at the young king. "My other aunt, Eleanor, Duchess of Gloucester," he flutes in his little boy treble. "Wife of my much-beloved uncle, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester." I curtsy to her, and she to me, and behind her I see the handsome face of my husband's brother, the Duke of Gloucester. He and my husband embrace, arms on each other's shoulders, a great hug. But when my husband turns to his sister-in-law, Eleanor, I see that he looks sternly at her. "I hope we shall all live merrily together," the king says in his tentative piping voice. "I think a family should be as one. A royal family should always be as one. Don't you think? We should all love one another and live in harmony." "Of course," I say, though if ever I saw rivalry and envy in a woman, I am seeing it now on the beautiful spoiled face of the Duchess of Gloucester. She's wearing a towering headdress that makes her seem like a giantess, the tallest woman in the court. She's wearing a gown of deep blue trimmed with ermine, the most prestigious fur in the world. Around her neck are blue sapphires, and her eyes are bluer than they are. She smiles at me, and her white teeth are bared, but there's no warmth in her face. The king seats me on his right-hand side, and my Lord Duke to his left. Next to me comes the Duke of Gloucester, and his wife goes on the other side of my husband. We face the great dining room as if we were their tapestry, their entertainment, bright with the colours of our gowns and capes, sparkling with jewels. They gaze up at us as if we were a mask for their education. We look down at them as the gods might look down on mortals. And as the dishes go round the room, we send out the best plates to our favourites, as if to remind them that they eat at our behest. After dinner, there is dancing, and the Duke of Gloucester is quick to lead me out into a dance. We take our part, and then stand as the other couples dance their steps. "You are so charming," the Duke says to me. "They told me that John had married a heart-stealer, but I didn't believe it. How is it that I've served my country in France over and over, and yet never saw you?" I smile and say nothing. The true answer would be that while my husband was engaged in endless warfare to keep the English lands safe in France, this worthless brother of his ran away with the Countess of Anneau, Jacquetta, and took on a war all of his own to try to win her lands for himself. He wasted his fortune, and might have lost his life there, if his vagrant fancy had not wandered to her lady-in-waiting, this Eleanor, and then he ran away with her. In short, a man driven by his desires, and not by duty. A man so unlike my husband that I can hardly believe they are both sons of King Henry IV of England. "If I had seen you, I would never have come home to England," he whispers, as a turn in the dance puts us together. I don't know what to reply to this, and I don't like how he looks at me. "If I had seen you, I would never have left your side," he says. I glance over to my husband, but he's talking to the king and not looking at me. "And would you have smiled on me?" my brother-in-law asks me. "Would you smile on me now? Or are you afraid of stealing my heart from me even now?" I don't smile. I look very grave, and wonder that he should speak like this to me, his sister-in-law, with such assurance, as if he believes that I will not be able to resist him. There is something repellent and fascinating about the way he takes me by the waist, which is part of the movement of the dance, and presses me close to him, his hand warm on my back, his thigh brushing against me, which is not. "And does my brother please you as a husband?" he whispers, his breath warm on my bare neck. I lean slightly away, but he tightens his grip and holds me close. "Does he touch you as a young girl loves to be touched? Gently, but quickly?" He laughs. "Am I right, Jacquetta? Is that how you love to be touched? Gently, but quickly?" I pull away from him, and there is a swirl of colour and music, and Richard Woodville has my hand, and has pulled me into the centre of the dancers, and has me turning one way and then another. "Forgive me," he calls over his shoulder to the Duke. "I'm quite mistaken. I've been too long in France. I thought this was the moment that we changed partners." "No, you are too soon, but no matter," the Duke says, taking Woodville's abruptly abandoned partner by her hand, and forming the chain of the dance, as Woodville and I take the little steps in the centre of the circle, and then form an arch, so everyone dances through, all the partners change again, and I move away, in the movement of the dance, away from Duke Humphrey. "What did you think of the king?" my husband asks me, coming to my bedroom that night. The sheets have been turned down for him, the pillows piled high. He gets in with a sigh of exhaustion, and I notice his lined face is grey with fatigue. Very young. He laughs shortly. You are yourself such an old married lady. Young even for his age, I say, and somehow a little frail. I don't tell my husband of the sense I had of a boy as fragile as glass, as cold as thin ice. He frowns. I believe he's strong enough, though I agree he is slight for his age. His father— He breaks off. Well, it means nothing now what his father was, or how he was as a boy. But God knows my brother Henry was a strong, powerful boy. At any rate, this is no time for regrets. This boy will have to follow him. He will just have to grow into greatness. What did you make of my brother? I bite my tongue on my first response. I don't think I've ever met anyone like him in my life before, I say honestly. He laughs shortly. I hope he didn't speak to you in a way you didn't like. No, he was perfectly courteous. He thinks he can have any woman in the world. He nearly ruined us in France when he courted Jacquetta of Hainault. It was the saving of my life when he seduced her lady-in-waiting and ran off to England with her. Was that the Duchess Eleanor? It was. Dear God, what a scandal. Everyone said she'd seduced him with love potions and witchcraft. And Jacqueline, left all alone, declaring they were married, abandoned in Hainault. Typical of Humphrey. But thank God he left her and came back to England where he can do no damage. Or at any rate less damage. And Eleanor? I ask. His wife now? She was his wife's lady-in-waiting. Then his whore. Now she is his wife. So who knows what she is in her heart? My husband remarks. But she's no friend of mine. I am the oldest brother, and so I'm heir to the throne. If anything happens to King Henry, which God forbid, then I inherit the crowns of England and France. Humphrey comes after me, second to me. She looks at me sometimes as if she would wish me away. She will be praying that you don't have a son who would put her another step from the throne. Can you see with the sight and tell me? Does she cast spells? Is she skilled? Would she ill-wish me? I think of the woman with the dazzling sapphires, and the dazzling smile, and the hard eyes. I can see nothing for sure, but pride, and vanity, and ambition. That's bad enough, my lord says cheerfully. She can always hire someone to do the actual spells. Should I have her watched, do you think? I consider the brilliant woman and her handsome, whispering husband. Yes, I say, thinking that this is a court very far from my girlhood in the sunny castles of France. Yes, I think if I were you, I would have her watched. I would have them both watched. Penshurst, Autumn 1433. All the summer, my lord speaks with one great man and then another. Then when the seasonal fear of the plague recedes, and the Parliament returns to London, he meets with the men of the shires and the counties, and begs them for funds to wage the war in France. He invokes the support of his uncle the cardinal. He prevails upon his brother to advise the young king. Slowly they realize the service he has done for his country, and they tell him that they are so grateful that he can leave his office, retire from his work, abandon his regency in France, and return to England, where we can live in his new, beautiful house. He won't come, Woodville predicts to me. We are riding in the green lanes around the field of Penshurst in Kent. We've been waiting for my lord to leave London and come to his new home for days. He won't come now, and he won't stay in England, even though they say he's earned his rest."
"Is he so very tired? I haven't seen him for weeks."
He shakes his head in despair. "I would say he was working himself to death. But he won't stop."
"Why not, if they say that he can?"
"Because he would not leave men like your Uncle Louis without his leadership in Paris. He wouldn't leave France without its regent. He wouldn't allow the Armagnacs to come to the peace meetings and make their demands without him there to answer them. A peace has to come. Burgundy's ready for it, and probably talking with the Armagnacs behind our back. The Armagnacs are exhausted, and out of men and funds, and you see how my lord struggles to raise an army in England. We're all of us ready for peace, and my lord will see the peace talks through. He will get peace in France before he leaves his post."
"So we will have to go back to Paris?"
"I'm reluctant to go. I've been using this time in England like a clerk at his lessons. I've been studying English. I've been reading the books in my lord's library. I have employed a scholar to read the alchemy texts with me and explain them. I've been looking for a herbalist to teach me the skills. I don't want to leave all this and go back to the grand palace in the starving city." "We will. But if you were free to choose, would you rather stay?"
I take a moment to answer. There's something in his voice that warns me that this is an important question. I look from the hedgerows, where the red pebbles of the hips gleam among the fading leaves, to the distant hills of the downs, where the beech trees are turning bronze. "It's a beautiful country," I say. "And actually, I prefer London to Paris."
He beams with pride. "I knew you would," he says triumphantly. "I knew you would. You are an English duchess. You were born to be an Englishwoman. You should live in England."
"It does feel very like home," I concede. "Even more than France, even more than Luxembourg. The countryside is so pretty, and the hills so green. And Paris is so poor, and the people so angry, I can't help but like it better here."
"I said to my father that you were an Englishwoman in your heart."
I smile. "And what did your father say?"
"He said that so pretty a duchess should be kept in England where she can flourish."
"Where does your father live?"
"He has a small manor at Grafton. Our family's been there for many years. He served the Duke, your husband, and the King before him. I think he will go to war again and muster his own troop to support us when we go back to France."
"Is Grafton like here?"
"Just as beautiful," he says proudly. "You know, I wish I could take you to Grafton. I so want to take you there. I wish you could see my home."
Slowly, I glance sideways at him. "I wish it too," I say. And then we are both silent. My lord stays in London and summons Richard to attend him, but every week or so the wagon comes with tapestries, furniture, or books that he has bought for the new house. Waiting in the stable yard as they unpack one of these treasure wagons, I am surprised by a dainty woman wearing the gown of a townswoman and a modest white cap, who is handed down from the back of the wagon and makes her curtsy to me. "I am Mrs. Jourdemain," she says. "His Grace sent me to you, with these as a gift." She nods her head, and a lad jumps out of the wagon behind her, with a wooden tray of tiny clay pots, each one holding a nodding head of a green plant. He sets the tray down at my feet, and jumps back into the wagon to fetch another and another, until I am surrounded by a little lawn of green, and Mrs. Jourdemain laughs at my delighted face. "He said you would be glad," she observes. "I am a gardener and a herbalist.
He said that I should bring you these, and he has paid me for a week's work. I am to stay with you and help you plant a garden of herbs, if you wish it.
I do wish it, I say. There is a herb garden here by the kitchen, but it's very overgrown, and I don't know what half the things are.
Tell the lad where to take the seedling trays, and we will start whenever you want, she says briskly. I call my page boy, and he leads the way for the two of them, while I go inside to fetch a broad hat to shield my face, and gloves for my first lesson as a gardener. She is an odd gardener. She orders the Penshurst senior man to make 12 beds in the old kitchen garden, and while he is digging over the soil, she lifts the little herbs, shows me their leaves and their flowers, and tells me of their properties. Each new bed is to be named for a house of the planets. "This was the comfrey bed," Ralph says stubbornly. "Where are we going to put the comfrey now?" "In the Aquarius bed," she says smoothly. Comfrey is a plant that flourishes under the water sign, and this bed here is going to be the place we grow the plants under the sign of Taurus. He puzzles over this all night, and in the morning he has a joke ready. "What will you plant there, in the Taurus bed? Bulrushes? Bulrushes?" he asks, and doubles up at his own humour. That jest keeps him laughing all day, but Mrs. Jodemaine is not disturbed. She picks out seedlings from her tray of plants and puts them before me. Taurus is an earth sign, she says. When the moon is in Taurus, it favours the growth of crops that live below the soil. Root crops like white and purple carrots, onions and turnips. It favours the herbs of Taurus like mint and primrose, tansy, wormwood and yarrow. We'll plant these in our Taurus bed. I am enchanted. You have all these? She smiles. We can plant some of them now. Some of them will have to wait until the moon is in a different phase. But I have brought them all, in the green or in seed. Your lord commanded that you should have all the herbs of England in your garden. He said that you have a gift. Do you? I dip my head. I don't know. Sometimes I think I know things. Sometimes I know nothing. I'm studying his books, and I shall be glad to learn how to grow herbs and how to use them. But I have no certainty. All that I learn just teaches me that I know nothing. She smiles. That is the very path of learning, she says. All afternoon we spend in the garden on our knees like peasant women, planting the herbs in the beds that she has prepared for them. And as the evening grows cool and the sun starts to set, I get to my feet and look around the garden that we have made. 12 regular beds fan out from the circular seat at the heart of the garden. All of them are dug over and weeded. Some of them are already planted. Mrs. Jodemaine has labelled the seedlings with their names and their properties. Tomorrow I shall show you how to make tinctures and dry herbs, she says. I will give you my recipes. I am so tired from our work that I sleep well, but in the night, as if the rising moon is calling to me as well as the rising sap of the plants, I wake and see the cool light lying along my bedroom floor. My maid is heavily asleep in the bed beside me. I turn back the covers and go to the window. I can hear something, like the chiming of a bell, and I put a gown around my shoulders and push open my bedroom door and then go out into the gallery. In the shadows, I can just see the outline of a woman, Mrs. Jourdemain. For a moment I step back, fearful of what she's doing in the darkness. She is standing beside one of the windows, and she has thrown it open. The singing is louder, as if the clear, sweet noise is pouring into the gallery with the moonlight. As she hears my footstep, she glances around, her face alert, as if she expects anyone, anything, but she fears nothing. "Oh, it's you," she says, though she should curtsy. "Can you hear it?" I nod. I hear it. I've never heard such a thing before. I thought it was the music of the spheres. "I know it," I say sadly. I reach forwards and close the window. At once the music is muffled, and then I draw the heavy curtain to shut out both music and moonlight. She puts out her hand to stop me. "What is it?" she asks. "Why do you shut it out? What does it mean?" "It's nothing to do with you," I say. "It is for me. Let me close it out." "Why? What is it?" "I've heard it twice in my life before," I say, thinking of my little sister, who died almost as she drew her first breath, and then the sighing choir that whispered goodbye to my great-aunt. "I'm afraid it is the death of one of my family," I say quietly. "It is the singing of Melusina," and I turn from her and go down the darkened gallery to my bedroom. In the morning she shows me how to dry herbs, how to make a tisane, how to make a tincture, and how to draw the essence from flowers using a bed of wax. We are alone in the still room, the pleasant smell of crushed leaves around us, the coolness of the stone floor beneath our feet, the marble sink filled with cold water. "And does the singing tell you of a death?" she asks simply. "Yes," I say. "I pray that my mother and father are well. This seems to be the only gift I have, foreknowledge of loss." "Hard," she says shortly, and passes me a pestle and mortar, with some seeds for crushing. We work together in silence for a while. Then she speaks. "There are herbs, especially for a young woman, newly married," she observes, as if to the leaves that she is washing in the sink. "Herbs that can prevent a baby, herbs that can cause one. They are in my recipe book." "You can prevent a baby?" I ask. "I can even stop one coming when a woman is already with child," she says with a nasty little smile. "Pennyroyal, mugwort, and parsley will do it. I have planted the herbs in your garden for you to use when you need. If you ever need." She glances at the flatness of my belly. "And if you want to make a baby, you have those herbs too, to your hand. Raspberry leaves from your orchard, and weeds easy enough to find, nettle leaves, and clover flowers from the field." I dust off my hands and pick up my slate and chalk. "Tell me how to prepare them," I say. "Marjorie stays for more than the week that she has promised, and when she leaves, my herb garden is planted with everything but those plants that need to wait for the descending moon, and the still room already has a few jars of herbs in wine, and a few bunches of herbs hung up to dry. She will go back to London in one of my lord's wagons, her servant boy with her, and I go to the stable-yard to say good-bye. As I watch her clamber nimbly into the cart, a guard of half a dozen, with a messenger in my lord's livery of red and white, clatter into the yard, and Richard Woodville swings down from his horse. "My lady, I bring a message from my lord," he says. "He has marked it for you only." I put out my hand, though I can feel my face is trembling, and my eyes are filling with tears. I take the letter and break the seal, but I cannot see what he has written, for my sight is blurred. "You read it," I say, handing it to him. "You tell me." "I'm sure there is no cause for you to be distressed," he starts, then reads the few lines and looks at me, aghast. "I'm sorry, Your Grace. I'm so sorry. My lord writes to tell you that your father has died. There is a plague in Luxembourg, but your mother is well. She sent the news to my lord." He hesitates. He looks at me. "You knew already?" I nod. "Well, I thought it was so, though I closed the curtain on the moonlight, and I tried not to hear the music." Mrs. Jodemaine, seated beside the wagoner, looks down at me, with shrewd sympathy in her face. "Sometimes you cannot help what you hear. You cannot help what you see," she says. "May the Lord who gave you the gift give you the courage to bear it." Paris, France, December 1434 to January 1435. Woodville does not get his wish that I should see Grafton, though we stay in England for a year, and my lord never gets his wish for an adequate army to serve in France, nor, though he takes power and rules England, can he bring the King's Council or Parliament into proper order. We cannot stay in England, for the city of Paris sends for my Lord Duke, and says that the people there are besieged by robbers, mutinous soldiers, and beggars, and starving for lack of supplies. "He won't refuse them," Woodville warns me. "We will have to go back to Paris." The seas are rough for the crossing, and when we arrive in Calais, the garrison is so dispirited that my lord commands Woodville to stay there, raise their spirits, and prepare the soldiers for an attack on the French as soon as the weather allows. Then my lord and I prepare to press on down the muddy roads for Paris. Woodville stands in the archway of the great gate to bid us farewell. He comes beside me, and without thinking checks the tightness of the girth on my horse, as he always does. "How shall I manage without you?" I ask. His face is grim. "I shall think of you," he says. His voice is low, and he doesn't meet my eyes. "God knows I shall think of you every day." He turns from me, and goes to my Lord Duke. They clasp hands, and then my lord leans down from his horse and hugs his squire. "God bless, lad. Hold this for me, and come when I send for you." "Always," Woodville says briefly. And then my lord raises his hand, and we clatter out over the drawbridge, and I realize I don't know when I'll see him again, and that I have not said goodbye, nor thanked him for his care of me, nor told him. I shake my head. There is nothing that the Duchess of Bedford should tell her husband's squire, and there is no reason for me to have tears blurring my sight of the flat road in the flat lands ahead. This time we ride in the centre of the guard. The country is lawless, and no one knows whether a French troop might be riding through, destroying everything they find. We ride at a steady canter, my lord grim-faced, exhausted by the journey, bracing himself for trouble. It is miserable in the city. We try to keep Christmas in the Hôtel de Beaumont, but the cooks are in despair of getting good meat and vegetables. Every day messengers come in from the English lands in France reporting uprisings in distant villages, where the people have sworn that they will not endure the rule of the English for another moment. It is little comfort that we hear also that the Armagnac king is also troubled with rebellions. In truth, the whole land of France is sick of war and soldiers, and is crying a plague on both our houses. In the new year, my Lord Duke tells me shortly that we are leaving Paris, and I know him well enough now not to question his plans when he looks so angry and so weary at the same time. "Can you tell me if our luck will turn?" he asks sourly. "Just that." I shake my head. In truth, I think he has bad luck at his heels and sorrow at his shoulder. "You look like a widow," he says sharply. "Smile, Jacquetta." I smile at him, and I don't say that sometimes I feel like a widow too. Gisors, France, February 1435. My lord sends for Woodville to escort us from Paris to Rouen. He tells me nothing, but I fear that he thinks that the city of Paris wouldn't hold if we were to come under attack, and that we can be safe only in Rouen. He hopes to get there and negotiate for peace with the French court from the heartland of the English-held lands. Woodville comes with extra guards, his face grave, musters the guard in the stable yard, commands the order for greater safety, and helps my lord into the saddle for the first day of riding. It is a cold, damp ride, and we break the journey at the well-fortified castle of Gisors, when I wake in the night, hearing a terribly rasping noise. It is my husband, flailing in bed as if someone has him by the throat, choking and gasping for breath. I jump up and light a candle from the fire. He is tearing at his nightgown. He cannot breathe. I fling open the bedroom door and call for my maid, and send her running for Woodville and for my lord's groom of the stool. In moments my room is filled with men, and they have lifted my husband up in bed and flung open the window to give him air. His physician comes with one of the tinctures from the alchemists, and my lord sips, catches his breath, and sips again. "I am well, he croaks, waving his hand at the household who are in the room, or gathered at the door. Go, all of you, to your beds. There's nothing wrong." I see the doctor glance at Woodville, as if they too know this is a reassuring lie. But Woodville ushers everyone from the room, telling only one man to wait at the door in case of need. Finally, the doctor, my lord, Woodville, and I are alone. "I shall send for the physician from Paris," Woodville says to my husband. "Fear not, I will send for him now." "Yes," he says heavily. "There is a weight in my chest, a weight like lead. I can't breathe." "Do you think you could sleep?" "If you raised me up in the bed, but I can't lie flat. I'm tired, Richard. I'm as tired as a beaten dog." "I will sleep outside your door," Woodville says. "The Duchess can call me if you wake." "She had better go to another room," my husband says. "This is no place for her." They all look at me as if I am a child who should be spared any distress. "I shall stay with you," I say, "and in the morning I will get some lemon and parsley and make you a drink that will restore your breath." My lord looks at me. "You are my greatest treasure," he says again. "But go to your lady's room for this night. I don't want to wake you again." I wrap my night cloak around me and put some slippers on my feet. "Call me if my lord is taken ill again," I say to Woodville. He bows. "I will, my lady, and I will sleep on the pallet bed on the floor beside him so I can watch over his sleep." I move to the door, but my lord delays me with his hand raised. "Stand there," he says. I stand as he bids me, before the open window, and the frosty air comes into the room. "Put out the lights," my lord says. The men snuff the candles, and the moonlight shines a clear white light into the room, falling on my head and shoulders, and illuminating the white of my nightgown. I see Woodville steal a glance at me, a longing glance, and then he quickly looks away. "Melusina," "And the moon," my lord says quietly. "Jacquetta," I remind him. "I am Jacquetta." He closes his eyes. He is asleep. 2 days later, he is a little better. They bring him news of the Calais garrison, and he opens the letter and reads it in silence while we are seated at breakfast in the great hall. He looks around for Woodville. "Trouble at Calais," he says. "You'd better get back there, lick the men into order, then come back to me." "Are they under attack?" Sir Richard asks coolly, as if he were not being ordered to ride into unknown dangers. "Their wages haven't been paid again," my lord says. "I'll give you a draft on my own treasury. Try to satisfy them. I will write to England for funds." Woodville does not look at me at all. "Will you be able to continue on to Rouen?" he asks. "I'll manage," my lord says. "I will help him," I say. It is as if I've not spoken. Neither man pays me any attention. "Go then," my lord says shortly. Woodville grips my lord's hand as if he would hold him, and then turns to me for the briefest of moments. I notice once more how very blue his eyes are, and then he has bowed and gone away. He hardly said goodbye. We go on by gentle stages to Rouen. My lord is not well enough to ride. He travels in a litter, and his big war-horse is led beside it. It goes uneasily, unhappy, with an empty saddle, its head drooping as if it fears the loss of its master. My lord lies in the grand litter that he commissioned for me, drawn by white mules, but he can get no rest in the jolting of the long journey. It is like watching a great plough-horse come wearily to the end of a field, at the end of a long day. My lord is drained of energy, and looking at him, I can almost feel his deathly fatigue in my own young bones. Rouen, France, September 1435. All through the long summer at Rouen, my lord summons his lawyer, and the councillors who have served him and helped to rule France for the 13 hard years of his regency. Each day the envoys come and go from the peace conference that they are holding at Arras. Each day my lord has them come to him and tell them of the progress they have made. He offers the young King of England in marriage to a French princess to resolve the conflict over the crown of France. He offers to leave the whole of the south of France under the rule of the Armagnacs. He cannot yield more. But they demand that the English leave all of France, deny our right to the throne, as if we have not spent nearly 100 years fighting for it. Each day my lord suggests new concessions, or a new way of writing the treaty, and each day his messengers take the high road to Arras as he watches the sunset through the windows of the castle at Rouen. Then one evening I see the messenger gallop from our stable yard and take the road to Calais. My lord has sent for Richard Woodville, and then he sends for me. His lawyer brings his will to him, and he commands that they make alterations. His entailed property will go to his male heir, his nephew, the young King of England. He smiles ruefully. "I don't doubt he needs it badly," he says. "There's not a penny left in the royal treasury, and I don't doubt he will waste it. He will give it away too readily. He's a generous boy. But it is his by rights, and his council will advise him. God help him between the advice of my brother and my uncle." To me, he leaves my dower share, 1/3 of his fortune. "My lord," I stammer. "It is yours. You've been my wife, and you have served me as a good wife. You deserve no less. Everything will be yours while you carry my name." "I didn't expect—" "No, nor I. Truly, I did not expect to be making my will so soon. But it is your right, and my wish that you should have your share. But more than this, I will leave you my books, Jacquetta. My beautiful books. They will be yours now.
They are treasures indeed. I kneel at his bedside and put my cheek to his cold hand. Thank you. You know I will study them and keep them safe. He nods.
In the books, Jacquetta, in one of them, somewhere, is the answer that all men seek. The recipe for eternal life, for the pure water, for the gold that comes from soot, from dark matter. Perhaps you will read and find it when I am long gone.
There are tears in my eyes. Don't say it, my lord.
Go away now, child. I need to sign this and then sleep.
I curtsy and slip from the room, and leave him with the lawyers. He does not allow me to come to him till the afternoon of the next day, and even in that short time I see that he has lost a little more ground. His dark eyes are duller, the great beak of his nose seems bigger in his thinner face. I can see he is failing. He sits in his great chair, a chair as big as a throne, facing the window so that he can see the road to Arras, where the peace talks are still bickering on. The evening sunlight shines in the window, making everything glow. I think this may be his last evening, that he may be setting with the sun.
This is where I first saw you. In this very castle, do you remember?
He asks, watching the sun go down into clouds of gold, and a pale ghost of a moon rise in the sky.
We were in this castle, in the entry hall of this very castle, for the trial of the maid.
I remember. I remember only too well. But I have never reproached him with the death of Joan, though I do reproach myself for not speaking out for her.
Odd that I should be here to burn one maid, and then find another, he says. I burned her as a witch, but I wanted you for your skills. Odd that. I wanted you the moment I saw you. Not as a wife, for I was married to Anne then. I wanted you as a treasure. I believed you had the sight. I knew you were descended from Melusina, and I thought you might bring the stone to me.
I am sorry, I say. I'm sorry I was not more skilled.
Oh.
He makes a dismissive gesture with his hand.
It was not to be. Perhaps if we had more time. But you did see a crown, didn't you? And a battle, and a queen with horseshoes on backward. The victory of my house, and the inheritance of my nephew and his line going on forever.
Yes, I say, to reassure him, though none of this was ever clear to me. I saw your nephew on the throne, and I'm sure that he will hold France. It won't be him who loses Calais.
You are sure of that?
At least I can promise him this. I am sure it won't be him who loses Calais. He nods and sits in silence for a moment. Then he says very quietly,
Jacquetta, would you take off your gown?
I'm so surprised that I flinch a little and step back. My gown?
Yes. And your linen. Everything.
I feel myself glow with embarrassment. You want to see me naked? He nods. Now?
Yes.
I mean in this daylight?
In the sunset. Yes.
I have no choice. If you command it,
my lord. I rise up from my chair, and I untie the lacing on my top gown and let it drop to my feet. I step out of it, and shyly put it to one side. I take off my ornate headdress and shake the plaits out of my hair. My hair falls over my face as a sort of veil to shield me. And then I slip off my linen petticoats and the fine under-petticoat of silk, and I stand before him, naked. "Raise your hands," he commands. His voice is calm. He is looking at me without desire, but with a sort of thoughtful pleasure. I realize that I've seen him look at pictures, at tapestries, at statues like this. I am, at this moment, what I've always been to him, an object of beauty. He has never loved me, as a woman. Obediently, I raise my hands over my head, like a swimmer about to dive into deep water. The tears in my eyes are now running down my cheeks at the thought that I have been his wife, and his bedfellow, his companion and his duchess, and even now, though he is near to death, still, he does not love me. He has never loved me. He never will love me. He gestures that I should turn a little to one side, so the last rays of golden sunlight shall fall on my bare skin, turning my flanks and belly and breasts to gold too. "A girl of flame," he says quietly, "a golden maid. I am glad to have seen such a thing before I died." I stand obediently still, though I can feel sobs shaking my slight body. At this moment of his death, he sees me as an object transmuted into gold. He does not see me. He does not love me. He does not even want me for myself. His eyes go over every inch of me, thoughtfully, dreamily, but he doesn't notice my tears. And when I get dressed again, I wipe them away in silence. "I'll rest now," he says. "I am glad to have seen such a thing. Tell them to get me into bed, and I will sleep." His servants come in. They make him comfortable in his bed, and then I kiss his forehead and leave him for the night. As it happens, that is the last time I see him, for he dies in his sleep that night. And so that was the last he saw of me, not a loving wife, but a statue, gilded by the setting sun. They call me at about 7 in the morning, and I go to his room and see him, almost as I left him. He seems peacefully asleep. Only the slow, low tolling of the single bell in the tower of Rouen Cathedral tells the household and the city that the great Lord John is dead. Then the women come to wash and lay out his body. The master of the household starts to make the plans for his lying in at the cathedral. The joiner orders wood and starts to make his coffin. And only Richard Woodville thinks to draw me aside, stunned and silent as I am, from all the bustle and work, and takes me back to my own rooms. He orders breakfast for me, and hands me over to the ladies of my chamber, telling them to see that I eat and then rest. The sempstress and the tailors will come at once to measure us up for our mourning clothes. The shoemaker will come to make black slippers for me. The glove-maker will produce dozens of pairs of black gloves for me to distribute to my household. They will order black cloth to swathe the way to the cathedral, and black capes for the 100 poor men who will be hired to follow the coffin. My lord will be buried in Rouen Cathedral, and there will be a procession of lords and a great service to bid him farewell, and everything must be done exactly as he would have wished it, with dignity, in the English style. I spend the day writing to everyone to announce the death of my husband. I write to my mother to tell her that I am a widow like her. My lord has died. I write to the King of England to the Duke of Burgundy, to the Holy Roman Emperor, to the other kings, to Yolande of Aragon. The rest of the time, I pray. I attend every service of the day in our private chapel, and in the meantime the monks at the Rouen Cathedral will watch and pray all the hours of the day and night over my husband's body, which is guarded with 4 knights at every point of the compass, a vigil that will only end with his funeral. I wait, in case God has some guidance for me. I wait on my knees, in case I can come to some understanding that my husband has been called to his reward, that at last he has come to lands that he doesn't have to defend. But I hear and see nothing. Not even Melusina whispers a lament for him. I wonder if I have lost my sight, and whether the brief glimpses I had in the mirror were the last views of another world that I will not see again. In the evening, about the hour of sunset, Richard Woodville comes to my rooms, and asks me, will I dine in the great hall of the castle among the men and women of our household, or will I be served alone in my rooms? I hesitate. If you feel you can come to the hall, it would cheer them to see you, he says. There are many in deep grief for my lord, and they would like to see you among them, and of course your household will have to be broken up, and they would like to see you before they have to leave. The household broken up? I ask foolishly. He nods. Of course, my lady. A new regent for France will be appointed by the English court, and you will be sent to the court at England, for them to arrange a new marriage for you. I look at him quite aghast. I cannot think of marrying again. I am not likely to find another husband who asks me for nothing more than that he can see me naked. Another husband is likely to be far more demanding. Another husband will force himself on me. And another husband is almost certain to be wealthy and powerful and old. But the next old man will not let me study. He will not leave me alone. He is certain to want a son and heir from me. He will buy me like a heifer to be put to the bull. I can squeal like a heifer in the meadow, but he will mount me. Truly, I cannot bear to be married again. His smile is bitter. Both you and I will have to learn to serve a new master, he says. Alas, for us. I am silent, and then I say, I will go to the hall for dinner if you think everyone would like it. They would, he says. Can you walk in on your own? I nod. My ladies arrange themselves behind me, and Richard walks before me to the double doors of the great hall. The noisy chatter behind the doors is quieter than usual. This is a house of mourning. The guards throw the doors open, and I go in. At once, all the talk stops, and there is a sudden hush. Then there is a rumble and a clatter, as every man rises to his feet, pushing back benches and stools, and every man pulls off his hat and stands bareheaded as I go by, the hundreds and hundreds of them, showing respect to me as the Duke's young widow, showing their love to him who is gone, and their sorrow at their loss and mine. I walk through them, and I hear them whispering, God bless you, my lady, in a low mutter as I go by, all the way to the dais at the top of the hall, and I stand behind the high table, alone. I thank you for your kind wishes, I say to them, my voice ringing like a flute in the big raftered hall. My Lord Duke is dead, and we all feel the loss of him. You will all be paid your wages for another month, and I will recommend you to the new regent of France, as good and trustworthy servants. God bless my lord the Duke, and God save the King. God bless my lord the Duke, and God save the King. That was well done, Woodville says to me as we walk back to my private rooms. especially the wages. And you will be able to pay them. My lord was a good master. There is enough in the treasury to pay the wages, and even some pensions for the older men. You yourself will be a very wealthy woman. I pause in a little bay window and look out over the darkened town. An oval three-quarter moon is rising, warm yellow in colour, in the deep indigo sky. I should be planting herbs that need a waxing moon at Penshurst. But then I realise that I will never see Penshurst again. And what will happen to you? I ask. He shrugs. I will go back to Calais, and then when the new captain is appointed, I will go home to England. I will find a master whom I can respect, offer him my service. Perhaps I will come back to France in an expedition. Or if the king does make peace with the Armagnacs, then perhaps I will serve the king at the English court. Perhaps I will go to the Holy Land and become a crusader. But I won't see you, I say, as the thought suddenly strikes me. You won't be in my household. I don't even know where I will live. And you could go anywhere. We won't be together any more. I look at him as the thought comes home to me. We won't see each other any more. No, he says. This will be where we part. Perhaps we will never see each other again. I gasp. The thought that I will never see him again is so momentous that I cannot grasp it. I give a shaky laugh. It doesn't seem possible. I see you every day. I am so accustomed. You are always here. I have walked with you, or ridden with you, or been with you every day for, what, more than 2 years? Ever since my wedding day. I am used to you. I break off for fear of sounding too weak. What I'm really thinking is, who will look after Mary? Who will keep her safe? Your new husband, he suggests. I don't know. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine you not being here. And Mary... What about Mary? She doesn't like strange men, I say foolishly. She only likes you. My lady. I fall silent at the intensity of his tone. Yes? He takes my hand and tucks it under his elbow and walks me down the gallery. To any of my ladies seated at the far end by the fire, it looks as if we are walking together, planning the next few days, as we have always talked together, constant companions, the Duchess and her faithful knight. But this time he keeps his hand on mine, and his fingers are burning as if he has a fever. This time his head is turned so close to me that if I looked up at him, our lips would brush. I walk with my head averted. I must not look up at him so that our lips brush. I cannot know what the future will bring us, he says in a rapid undertone. I cannot know where you will be given in marriage, nor what life might hold for me, but I can't let you go without telling you at least once, that I love you. I snatch a breath at the words. Woodville. I can offer you nothing. I am next to nothing, and you are the greatest lady in France. But I wanted you to know, I love you, and I want you, and I have done since the day I first saw you. I have to tell you. You have to know. I have loved you honourably, as a knight should do his lady, and I have loved you passionately, as a man might a woman. And now, before I leave you, I want to tell you that I love you. I love you. He breaks off and looks at me desperately. I had to tell you, he repeats. I feel as if I'm becoming as golden and as warm as alchemy could make me. I feel myself smiling, glowing at these words. At once, I know that he's telling the truth. that he is in love with me, and at once I recognize the truth, that I am in love with him. And he has told me, he has said the words. I have captured his heart. He loves me, dear God, he loves me. And God knows, though Richard does not, that I love him. Without another word, we turn into a little room at the end of the gallery, and he closes the door behind us, and he takes me in his arms in one swift, irresistible movement. I raise my head to him, and he kisses me. My hands stroke from his cropped, handsome head to his broad shoulders, and I hold him to me, closer and still closer. I feel the muscle of his shoulders under his jerkin, the prickle of his short hair at the back of his neck. "I want you," he says in my ear, "not as a duchess, and not as a squire. I want you just as a woman, as my woman." He drops his head and kisses my shoulder, where the neck of the gown leaves my shoulder bare for his touch. He kisses my collarbone, my neck, up to my jawline. I bury my face in his hair, in the crook of his neck, and he gives a little groan of desire, and thrusts his fingers in my headdress, pulling the gold net off, so that my hair comes tumbling down, and he rubs his face in it. "I want you as a woman, an ordinary woman," he repeats breathlessly, pulling at the laces of my gown. "I don't want the sight. I don't want your ancestry. I don't know anything about alchemy, or the mysteries, or the water goddess. I am a man of the earth, of ordinary things, an Englishman. I don't want mysteries. I just want you. As an ordinary woman, I have to have you." "You would bring me down to earth," I say slowly, raising my head. He hesitates, looks down into my face. "Not to diminish you," he says. "Never that. I want you to be whatever you are. But this is who I am. I don't know about the other world, and I don't care about it. I don't care about saints or spirits or goddesses or the stone. All I want is to lie with you, Jacquetta." We both register this, his first ever use of my name. "Jacquetta, I just desire you, as if you were an ordinary woman, and I an ordinary man." "Yes," I say. I can feel a sudden pulse of desire. "Yes, I don't care about anything else." His mouth is on mine again. His hands are pulling at the neck of my gown, unfastening my belt. "Lock the door," I say, as he shrugs out of his jerkin and draws me towards him. The moment when he enters me, I feel a searing pain, which melts into a pleasure that I have never felt before, and so I don't care about the pain. But I do know, even as we move towards ecstasy, that it is a woman's pain, and that I have become a woman of earth and fire, and I am no longer a girl of water and air. "We have to prevent a child," Woodville says to me. We have had a week of secret meetings, and we are dizzy with desire and delight in each other. My lord's funeral has come and gone, and I am waiting to hear from my mother as to what she will command me to do. We are beginning, only slowly, to see beyond the blindness of desire, and to wonder what the future will hold for us. "I take herbs," I say. "After that first night I took some herbs. There will be no child. I have made sure of it." "I wish you could foresee what will become of us," he says, "for I really cannot let you go." "Hush," I caution him. The women are nearby, sewing and talking amongst themselves, but they are accustomed to Richard Woodville coming to my rooms every day. There has been much to plan and arrange, and Richard has always been in constant attendance. "It's true," he says, his voice lower. "It's true, Jacquetta. I cannot let you go." "Then you will have to hold me," I reply, smiling down at my work. "The king will command that you go to England," he says. "I can't just kidnap you." I steal a quick glance at his frowning face. "Really, you should just kidnap me," I prompt. "I'll think of something," he swears. That night, I take the bracelet that my great-aunt gave me, the charm bracelet for foretelling the future. I take a charm shaped like a little ring, a wedding ring, and I take a charm shaped like a ship to represent my voyage to England. And I take a charm in the shape of the castle of St. Paul, in case I am summoned back home. I think that I will tie each of them to a thread, put them in the deepest water of the River Seine, and see which thread comes to my hand after the moon has changed. I am about to start tying the threads on the little charms, when I stop, and laugh at myself. I'm not going to do this. There is no need for me to do this. I am a woman of earth now, not a girl of water. I am not a maid. I am a lover. I'm not interested in foreseeing. I will make my own future, not predict it. I don't need a charm to tell me what I hope will happen. I throw the gold charm, which is like a wedding ring, up in the air and catch it before it falls. This is my choice. I don't need magic to reveal my desire. The enchantment is already done. I am in love. I am sworn to a man of earth. I'm not going to give this man up. All I have to do is consider how we can stay together. I put the bracelet aside and draw a piece of paper to me and start to write to the King of England. From the Dowager Duchess of Bedford to His Grace the King of England and France. Your Grace and dear nephew, I greet you well. As you know, my late lord has left me dower lands and funds in England, and with your permission I will come home and set my affairs in order. My lord's master of horse, Sir Richard Woodville, will accompany me and my household. I await your royal permission. I put the charm bracelet away in the purse and return it to my jewel case. I don't need a spell to foresee the future. I am going to make it happen. England, summer 1436. The English court is at its summer pursuit of hunting, travelling, and flirtation. The young King of England starts and ends his day in prayer, but rides out like a carefree boy for the rest of his day. Richard and I attend the young king as companions and friends. We hunt, dance, play at the summer sports, and join with the court. Nobody knows that every night Richard comes secretly to my room, and the best part of the day, the only part of the day when we are alone together, begins. My dower lands are transferred into my name. The bulk of my lord's great fortune has been paid to his nephew, the king. Our house in Paris is gone, lost to the Armagnac king, whose star has risen since the death of my lord. My lord's beloved house of Penshurst has gone to his brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and Eleanor Cobham, the lady-in-waiting who betrayed the trust of her mistress, now walks down the beautiful alleys and admires the roses in the garden as if she were worthy. She will cut the herbs that I planted. She will hang them to dry in my still-room. She will take my place in the hall. I resent the loss of nothing from my married life but this. The two of them, the handsome Duke and his beautiful wife, are burning up with pride, and this is their summer of glory. Now that my husband is dead, the two of them are next in line to the throne. And every time the young king coughs at dinner, or mounts a horse that looks too strong for him, I see the Duchess's head come up, like a hound hearing the horn. Their desire for the throne locks them in conflict with their uncle, Cardinal Beaufort, and the whole court mourns the loss of my husband, who was the only man who could hold these rivals together. The young king is advised by the Duke in the morning, and by the Cardinal in the afternoon, and by evening he has no idea what he thinks about anything. I am lulled like a fool by my happiness. I observe Eleanor Cobham, but I bear her no malice. I include her in the dazed pity I feel for everyone who is not me, who is not loved by Richard Woodville. She doesn't sleep next to a man she loves. She doesn't know his touch as the early summer dawn turns the windows to pearl. She doesn't know the whisper in the cool morning. Oh, stay, stay, just once more. I think nobody in the whole world knows what it is to be in love, to be so beloved. The summer days go by in a haze of desire. But the summer must come to an end. When September comes, I will have been widowed for a year, and the king's advisers will be considering a new marriage for me. They will want to employ me to bind a difficult English lord more closely to the throne. They will want to put my dower lands into the pocket of a favourite. Perhaps they will find a foreign prince who would take me as a wife to enforce an alliance. They will put me where it suits them, and unless we awake and rise up from our enchantment, then I predict I will be married off by Christmas. Richard is well aware of this danger, but he cannot think how we can prevent it. Richard says that he will go to the king and his council and tell them that he loves me and wants to marry me. But he cannot bring himself to do it. The disgrace would fall on me, and I would be no longer a duchess, but a commoner's wife, no longer the first lady in the kingdom, but a woman of earth indeed. At best, the fortune that my husband left me would be confiscated, and we would be left with nothing. At the worst, they could arrest Richard for assaulting one of the royal family, send me to a convent, and then marry me off to a man commanded to control me, warning him that his wife is a whore, and had better be taught submission. As each dreamy, warm summer day goes by, we know that we are closer to the moment when we will have to part, or face the danger of confessing. Richard torments himself with his fear that he will be the ruin of me. I am only afraid that he will leave me in a fit of self-sacrifice. He says I will be ruined if he declares his love, and he will be destroyed if he does not. The wise woman, Marjorie Jodomain, visits the court, selling love potions, telling fortunes, scrying, and divining for lost things. Half of what she does is nonsense, but I have faith in her skills as a herbalist. I summon her to my rooms, and she comes discreetly late one evening, a hood drawn over her head, a scarf over her mouth. "And what does the beautiful Duchess want?" she asks me. I can't help but giggle at the emphasis. "What do you call the other Duchess?" I ask. "I call her the Royal Duchess," she says. "And so I please you both. She prefers the thought of the crown to anything. All I can do for her is put her closer to the throne. But what can I do for you?" I shake my head. I don't want to speculate about the succession. It is treason even to suggest that the young king is not strong and healthy, and he is both. "I'll tell you what I want," I say. "I want an herbal drink to make a baby." She slides a sideways look at me. "You want a baby, though you have no husband?" "It's not for me," I lie quickly. It's for a friend." "And is the friend the same age and build as you?" she asks impertinently. "I have to know. For the herbs." "You can make it as if you were making it for me, and give me the recipe." She nods. "It'll be ready tomorrow. Your friend, should drink it every evening." I nod. "Thank you. That will be all." She hesitates at the doorway. "Any woman who dares to make her own destiny will always put herself in danger," she remarks, almost at random. "And you, of all people, might foresee this." I smile at her warning, and then on impulse I put out my hand to her and make the gesture, the circle drawn in the air with the forefinger. Fortune's wheel. She understands. She smiles in reply and goes. I wait a month, 2 months. Then quietly, at midnight, at the end of summer, Richard lets himself into my room, and I slip into his arms. "I have news for you," I say. I pour him a glass of the best wine from Gascony. There is a bubble of laughter inside me at the words. I could laugh aloud at my sudden sense of daring, at my joy, at the intensity of my happiness. "Good news?" he asks. "Good news," I say. "My love, I have to tell you, but now I come to it, I hardly know how to tell you. I am with child." The glass falls from his hands and cracks on the stone floor. He doesn't even turn his head to see the damage. He's deaf to the noise and oblivious to the cost. "What?" "I am with child," I say steadily. "A good month into my time." "What?" "Actually, I think she'll be a girl," I say. "I think she will be born early next summer." "What?" he says again. The giggle in my heart threatens to burst out, but his appalled expression doesn't frighten me. "Beloved," I say patiently, "be happy. I am carrying your child. Nothing in the world could make me more happy than I am tonight. This is the start of everything for me. I am a woman of earth at last. I am fertile ground, and a seed is growing inside me." He drops his head into his hands. "I have been your ruin," he says. "God forgive me. I will never forgive myself. I love you more than anything in this world, and I have been the road to your ruin." "No," I say. "Don't speak of ruin. This is wonderful. This is the solution to everything. We will get married." "We will have to get married," he exclaims, "or you will be shamed. But if we marry, you are disgraced. God, what a trap I have put myself in, and what a trap I have put you in." "This is the way out of the trap," I say. "For nobody will make us deny our marriage if we have exchanged our vows and have a child on the way. The council, my mother, the king, everyone will have to accept it. And though they won't like it, they will come to bear it. They say that the king's own mother married Owen Tudor without permission, and was disgraced. She slept with the keeper of her wardrobe and never came back to court. Her own son changed the law of the land to prevent a royal widow ever doing such a thing again. That law applies to you." "She survived," I say steadily. "And she has 2 handsome boys, half-brothers to the king. Richard, I cannot live without you. I cannot marry another man. We were driven by desire to become lovers. and now we are driven on to marry. I don't want to be your ruin, he says. God forgive me, though I desire you, I won't desire that. I despised Owen Tudor for conceiving a child on the Queen he should have served. A man who ruined a woman he should have laid down his life to protect. And now I have been as selfish as him. I should leave right now. I should go on crusade. I should be hanged for treason. I take a long pause, and then I raise my eyes and give him a look as limpid as a forest pool. Oh, have I been mistaken in you? Have I been long mistaken? Do you not love me? Don't you want to marry me? Shall you cast me aside? He drops to his knees. Before God, I love you and cherish you more than anything in the world. Of course I want to marry you. I love you, heart and soul. Then I accept, I say gleefully. I shall be happy to be your wife. He shakes his head. I should be honoured to marry you, my love. You are far, far above my deserts, but I so fear for you. The thought strikes him. And for our child. Gently he puts his hand on my belly. My God, a child. I shall have to keep the two of you safe. I shall have two to care for now. I shall be Jacquetta Woodville, I say dreamily, turning the name over. Jacquetta Woodville. And she will be Elizabeth Woodville. Elizabeth? You are sure it is a girl? I'm sure. She will be Elizabeth, the first of many children. If they don't behead me for treason. They won't behead you. I shall speak to the king, and I shall speak to Queen Catherine, his mother, if I have to. And we will be happy. When he leaves me that night, he is still torn between delight that we are to marry and remorse that he has led me into trouble. I sit up at my window, my hand on my belly, and I look at the moon. Tonight there is a new moon. In the first quarter, a good moon for new beginnings, new hopes, and for the start of a new life. On a whim, I take out the cards that my great-aunt gave me, and I spread them out face down before me. My hand covers one card and then another before I choose one. It is my favourite card of all, the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Water and of Love, Melusina's own card, a card of insight and tenderness. A girl whose card this is will be a queen herself, a beloved queen. I shall marry your father, I say to the little spark of life inside me, and I shall bring you into the world. I know you will be beautiful, for your father is the most handsome man in England, but I wonder what you will do with your life, and how far you will go when it all becomes clear to you, when you too see the man whom you love, and know the life that you want. Grafton, Northamptonshire, Autumn 1436. We wait till the court is on its slow way back to London, staying overnight at Northampton. Early one morning, before my ladies are stirring, I slip out of my rooms and meet Richard at the stables. He has Mary saddled and bridled, and his own war-horse ready to go, and we ride down the little road to his home village of Grafton. A priest lives here alone in his retreat, and there is a little chapel near to the manor-house. Richard's father is waiting there, his face stern and anxious, and he has brought 3 witnesses. Richard goes to find the priest, as his father steps forward. I hope you know what you're doing, Your Grace, he says bluntly, as he helps me down from my horse. I am marrying the finest man I have ever known. It will cost you dear, he warns. It would be worse to lose him. He nods as if he's not so sure, but he offers me his arm and walks me into the chapel. At the eastern end there is a little stone altar, a cross and a candle burning. Before it stands the priest in the brown gown of the Franciscan order, and beside him Richard, turning and smiling shyly at me, as if we were before a crowd of hundreds and wearing cloth of gold. I walk to the altar, and just as I start to respond to the priest's gentle prompting of our vows, the sun comes out and shines through the circular stained-glass window above the altar. For a moment, I forget what I am to say. There is a veil of colours at our feet on the stone floor of the chapel, and I think dizzily that I am here, now, marrying the man that I love, and that one day I will stand here when my daughter marries the man of her choice, rainbows beneath her feet, and a crown before her. The sudden vision makes me hesitate, and Richard looks at me. If you have any doubts, a moment's doubt, we need not marry, he says quickly. I will think of something. I will make you safe, my love. I smile up at him, the tears in my eyes making a rainbow around him, too. I have no doubts. I turn to the priest. Go on. He leads us through our vows, and then declares us man and wife. Richard's father kisses my cheek and gives his son a powerful hug. Richard turns and pays the 3 clerks he has hired as witnesses, and tells them that if he calls on them, they must remember the day and the time, and that we were truly married in the sight of God. And he puts his family ring on my finger, and gives me a purse of gold before them all, to prove that I am his wife, that he trusts me with his honour and his fortune. What now? His father asks grimly, as we come out of the chapel into the sunshine. Back to court, Richard says, and when the moment serves us, we will have to tell the king. He will forgive you, his father predicts. He is a young man, quick to forgive anything. It is his advisers who will cause your difficulties. They will call you a mountebank, my son. They will say you are pretending to a lady too far above you. Richard shrugs. They can say what they like, as long as they leave her with her fortune and her reputation, he says. His father shakes his head, as if he's not sure of that either, and then helps me onto my horse. Send for me if you need me, he says gruffly. I am yours to command, Your Grace, and your honour is in my keeping too. You can call me Jacquetta, I say. He pauses. I was your late husband's chamberlain, he says. It is not right that I should call you by your given name. You were his chamberlain, and I was his duchess, but now, God bless him, he has gone from us, and the world is different, and I am your daughter-in-law, I say. And at first they will say that Richard has leaped up, but then they will see that we are going to rise together. How high? He asks dryly. The higher you rise, the greater the fall. I don't know how high we will rise, I say stoutly, and I have no fear of falling. He looks at me. You are ambitious to rise? We are all on fortune's wheel, I say. Without a doubt we will rise. We may fall, but still I have no fear of it. Westminster Palace, London, autumn 1436. The baby is not yet showing through the graceful sweep of my gowns, though I know that she is growing. My breasts are bigger and tender to the touch, and more than anything else, I have a sense of being in company, everywhere I go, even when I am asleep. I decide to take the news of the baby and the marriage to the King's Council before the anniversary of my husband's death, before anyone proposes another marriage for me, and so forces me to defy them. I try to choose a good time, but the council is torn between Cardinal Beaufort and his ally, the Earl of Suffolk, William de la Pole, and their great rival Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and his court. There is never a time when they are not fretting about safety in the country, and empty chests in the treasury. There is never a moment when they can agree what should be done. I wait for a week after our wedding, and then I visit the great favourite William de la Pole in his rooms in Westminster Palace, in the quiet hour before dinner. "I am honoured," he says, putting a chair before his table for me. "And what can I do for you, Your Grace?" "I have to ask for your help in a matter of some delicacy," I say. This is not easy, but I press on. "A personal matter." "A personal matter for a beautiful duchess," he says. "I take it this is a matter of the heart." He makes it sound like a girl's folly. I retain my smile. "Indeed," I say. "To be blunt, sir, I have married without permission, and I am hoping that you will take the news to the king and speak for me." There is a painful silence. Then he says, "Married?" "Yes." His gaze is sharp. "And who have you married?" "A gentleman." "Not a nobleman?" "No, a gentleman." "And he is?" "Richard Woodville, of my household." His gleam of amusement is instantly hidden as he drops his eyes to the papers on the table before him. I know he will be thinking how he can take advantage of my folly. "And this is a love match, I take it?" "Yes." "You were not prevailed upon, nor forced. It was done legally, with your consent. There are no grounds for an annulment or a denial. If he seduced you, or even persuaded you, then he can be arrested and hanged." "There are no grounds for denial, and I want no grounds. This is the husband of my choice. This is a marriage I desired." "Desire?" he asks coldly, as if he's never felt it. He forces me to be shameless. "Desire," I confirm. "The gentleman is to be congratulated. There are many men who would have been glad of your desire. Any man would be glad of your consent. Indeed, the council has been considering your next husband. Several names were proposed." I hide a smile at this. There is almost no council but him, Cardinal Beaufort, and the Duke of Gloucester. If names were proposed, then it will be this man who was proposing them. "The matter is already settled," I say stoutly, "and we are wedded and bedded. There is nothing that can be done. Whoever they have chosen for me is proposed too late. I am married to a good man. He has been very kind to me since the death of my Lord John." "And I see you have been very kind to him," he says with a little snigger. "Exceptionally kind. Well, I will tell his Grace the King, and you can ask him for forgiveness." I nod. It would help me if William de la Pole would recommend this to the king. The king is always given to the opinion of the last man who spoke to him, and the 3 councillors compete to be the last out of the door. Do you think he will be very angry? The king is a boy of 15. It is ridiculous that I should fear his anger. No, but I'm sure that his council will advise that you must be exiled from court, and they will fine you. I nod. But you could persuade them to be kind. They will fine you heavily, he warns. The king's treasury is short of money, and they all know you have the Bedford fortune. And it is a serious offence to marry without the king's permission. They will say that you don't deserve the money.
I have only my dower, I say. Most of the fortune has already gone to the king, and he has given it to his favourites.
I don't say you among them, but we know that's what I mean.
My lord's brother, the Duke Humphrey, had the rest. I didn't keep Penshurst.
You have the dower of a royal duchess, but you have chosen to be the woman of a squire. I think you will find they will want your dower. You may find you have to live as the wife of a squire. I only hope that in a few years' time you still think you have made a good bargain.
I hope you will help me, I say. I am counting on you. He just sighs. He's right. £1,000 in gold they demand from us, and they order Richard to return to his post at Calais. Richard is aghast. My God! A fortune! We will never raise it. It's the price of a house and an estate. It is greater than my father's entire fortune, greater than any inheritance I could hope for, greater than anything I could win. They mean to ruin us. They are forcing us to part. I nod. They are punishing us. They are destroying us. We can find the money, I say. And we are banished from court, but we don't care. Do we? We can go together to Calais. He shakes his head. I'm not taking you there. I'm not taking you into danger. The Earl of Suffolk has offered me a property where you can live. He has taken most of your wealth as a fine, and he's prepared to take the rest as a rent. He has said he will lease his manor at Grafton to us. It's not much of a favour, since we can't afford to pay him, but he knows I want it. It's near my home. I've had my eye on it since I was a boy. I will sell my jewels, I say, and books, if we have to. I have lands that we can borrow on, some things that we can sell to raise the rent. This is the price of our life together. I have reduced you to the position of a squire's wife with a nobleman's debt, he says furiously. You should hate me. I've betrayed you. How much do you love me? I counter. I take his hands in mine, and I hold them to my heart. I can feel him catch his breath at my touch. He pauses and looks at me. More than life itself. You know that. If you had to put a price on it? A king's ransom. A fortune. Then consider, husband mine, that we have a bargain. For our marriage has cost us only £1,000. His face lightens. Jacquetta, you are my joy. You are worth tens of thousands. Then pack your things, for we can leave court this afternoon, I say. This afternoon? Do you want us to flee from disgrace? I want us to be at your home tonight. He hesitates for a moment, and then his smile breaks out, as he realizes what I am saying. We will spend our first night together, as a married couple. We will go to our bedroom as husband and wife, and tomorrow we will go to breakfast together, openly. Ah, Jacquetta, this is the start of everything. He bows his head and kisses my hands. I love you, he says again, and please God, you will always think that you have a good bargain for our £1,000. Grafton, Northamptonshire. Autumn 1436 to 1439. I do think it a good bargain. We raise the money for the fine by borrowing against my dower lands, and then we borrow more to buy the manor house at Grafton from the Earl of Suffolk. For all his sly smiles, he doesn't refuse to sell to the disgraced Duchess and her squire. He wants our friendship, so that we can be his allies in the country as he gains power at court. Richard goes to Calais and prepares the garrison for a siege,
as my kinsman, the faithless Duke of Burgundy, marches against his former allies. The great lords of England, the Earl of Mortmain and the Duke of York, turn out for their country, and Richard holds Calais for them. Finally, Humphrey, the Duke of Gloucester, sets sail for Calais, and earns much credit for the saving of the town, though, as my husband points out, the siege was already defeated before the king's uncle came in with his standard flying. I don't care. Richard's courage has been demonstrated to all of England, and nobody can doubt his honour. He has come through a siege and several raids without a scratch, and returns to England a hero. My first child, the daughter whom I had foretold, is born without difficulty, when the hedge is bobbing white with May, and the blackbirds are singing in the dusk, that first spring in the country. The next year comes our son and heir. We call him Louis, and I find I'm entranced to have a boy of my making. He has very fair hair, almost silvery, but his eyes are as dark as the sky at night. The midwife who helps me for this, my second time, tells me that all babies' eyes are blue, and that both his hair colour and his eyes may change. But he seems to me a boy who is half fairy, with this angelic colouring. His sister is still sleeping in the Woodville cherrywood crib, and so at night I put them in together, side by side on their swaddling boards, like pretty little dolls. Richard says with satisfaction that I am a woman who has forgotten all about being a wife and a lover, and that he is a miserably neglected man. He's joking, though, and he revels in the beauty of our little daughter, and in the growth and strength of our son. The next year I give birth to his sister, my Anne, and while I'm confined with her, my father-in-law takes a fever and dies. It was a comfort to him that he lived long enough to learn that we had been forgiven by the king, and summoned back to court. Only with a daughter of just 2, a boy of 1 year, and a new baby in the carved cradle, I'm not very eager to go. We will never earn enough to pay our debts, living in the country, my husband advises me. I have the fattest cows in Northamptonshire and the best sheep, but I do swear, Jacquetta, we will live and die in debt. You've married a poor man, and should be glad that I don't make you beg in your petticoat. I brandish the letter at him with the royal seal. No, for see, we are commanded to court for the Easter feast. And I have another letter here from the king's groom of the household, asking if we have enough rooms for the king to stay with us on his summer progress. Richard all but blenches. Good God, no. We cannot house the court. And we certainly cannot feed the court. Is the groom of the household run mad? What sort of house do they think we have? I will write to them and tell them we have nothing but a modest house, and when we go to court at Easter we must make sure they know it. But won't you be glad to go to London? He asks me. You can buy new clothes and shoes and all sorts of pretty things. Have you not missed the court and all of that world? I come around to the table to stand behind his chair, lean over and put my cheek to his. I shall be glad to be at court again, for the king is the source of all wealth and all patronage, and I have 2 pretty daughters who will one day need to marry well. You are too good a knight to spend your time raising cattle. The king could have no more loyal adviser, and I know they will want you to go to Calais again. But no, I have been happy here with you, and we will only go for a little while, and come home again, won't we? We won't be courtiers, spending all our time there. We are the squire and his lady of Grafton, my husband declares, ruined by lust, up to our eyes in debt, and living in the country. This is where we belong, among rotting animals with no money. They are our peers. This is where we should be. London, summer 1441. I told the truth when I said that I was happy at Grafton. But my heart leaps with the most frivolous joy when the king sends the royal barge to take us down the river, and I see the high towers of Greenwich Castle, and the new Bella Court that the Duke of Gloucester has built. It is so pretty and so rich. I cannot help but delight in coming to it as a favourite of the court, and one of the greatest ladies in the land once more. The barge sweeps along as the drummers keep the oarsmen in time, and then they shoulder their oars, and the liveried boatmen on the pier catch the ropes and draw the barge alongside. I am stepping down the drawbridge when I look up and see that the royal party has been walking beside the river, and is now strolling to greet us. In front of them all is the king, a boy king no longer. He is a young man of nearly 20, and he comes confidently forward and kisses me as a kinsman on both cheeks, and gives his hand to my husband. I see the company behind him surprised at the warmth of his welcome, and then they have to come forwards too. First the Duke Humphrey of Gloucester, my former brother-in-law, whom my first husband said would bear watching, and behind him comes the Duchess Eleanor. She walks slowly towards the pier, a woman exulting in her own beauty, and at first I see only the dazzle of vanity, but then I look again. At her heels is a big black dog, a huge creature, a mastiff or some sort of fighting dog. The moment I see it I could almost hiss, like a cat will hiss, setting its fur on end and darkening its eyes. I'm so distracted by the ugly dog that I let the Duke take my hand and kiss my cheek and whisper in my ear, without hearing a word he says. As his lady, the Duchess Eleanor, comes close, I find I'm staring at her, and when she steps forward to kiss me, I flinch from her touch, as if she smells of the spittle of an old fighting dog. I have to force myself to step into her cold embrace, and smile as she smiles, without affection. Only when she releases me and I step back, do I see that there is no black dog at her heels, and never was. I have had a flicker of a vision from the other world, and I know, with a hidden shudder, that one day there will be a black dog that runs up stone stairs in a cold castle and howls at her door. As the months go on, I see that I'm right to fear the Duchess. She is everywhere at court. She is the first lady of the land, the Queen in all but name. When the court is at Westminster Palace, she lives in the Queen's apartments and wears the royal jewels. In procession she is hard on the heels of the King. She treats him with a treacly intimacy, forever laying her hand on his arm and whispering in his ear. Only his radiant innocence saves them from the appearance of conspiracy, or worse. Inevitably, as a Dowager Duchess of England, I am constantly in her company, and I know she doesn't like it when people compare us. When we go into dinner, I walk behind her. During the day, I sit with her ladies, and she treats me with effortless disdain, for she believes I am a woman who wasted the currency of her youth and beauty by throwing it away for love. Can you imagine being a royal duchess and lowering yourself to marry a squire of your household? I catch the hiss of her whisper to one of her ladies as I sew in her rooms. What woman would do such a thing? I look up. A woman who saw the finest of men, Your Grace, I reply. And I have no regrets, and I have no doubts about my husband, who returns love and loyalty with faithfulness. This is a hit at her, for as a mistress turned wife, She is always fearfully on the lookout for another mistress who might try to repeat the trick she played on the Countess, who was her friend. "It is not a choice I would make," she says more mildly. "Not a choice that a noblewoman, thinking of the good of her family, would ever make." I bow my head. "I know it," I remark, "but I was not thinking of my family at the time. I was thinking of myself." On Midsummer Eve, she makes an entry into London, accompanied by the lords and nobles of her special favour, as grand as if she were a visiting princess. As a lady of the court, I follow in her train, and so hear, as the procession winds through the streets, the less flattering remarks from the citizens of London. I have loved the Londoners since my own state entry into the city, and I know them to be people easily charmed by a smile, and easily offended by any sign of vanity. The Duchess's great train makes them laugh at her, though they doff their caps as she goes by, and then hide their smiling faces with them. But once she's gone by, they raise a cheer for me. They like the fact that I married an Englishman for love. The women at the windows blow kisses at my husband, who's famous for his good looks. And the men at the crossroads call out bawdy remarks to me, the pretty Duchess, and say that if I like an Englishman so much, I might try a Londoner if I fancy a change. The citizens of London are not the only people to dislike Duchess Eleanor. Cardinal Beaufort is no great friend, and he is a dangerous man to have as an enemy. She doesn't care that she offends him. She is married to the heir to the throne, and he can do nothing to change that. Indeed, I think she's courting trouble with him, wanting to force a challenge to decide once and for all who rules the king. The kingdom is dividing into those who favour the Duke and those who favour the Cardinal. Matters are going to come to a head. In this triumphal progress into London, the Duchess is staking her claim. The Cardinal's reply comes swiftly. That very next night, when Richard and I are dining at her table in the King's Head in Cheap, her chamberlain comes in and whispers in her ear. I see her go pale. She looks at me as if she would say something, and then she waves away her dinner, rises to her feet without a word to anyone, and goes out. The rest of us look from one to another. Her lady-in-waiting stands up to follow her, and then hesitates. Richard, seated among the gentlemen, nods at me to stay seated, and quietly leaves the room. He is gone only a few moments, and the shocked silence has turned into a buzz of speculation by the time he comes back in, smiles at each of my neighbours as if to excuse us, takes my hand, and leads me from the room. Outside, he throws his cloak over my shoulders. "We're going back to Westminster," he says. "We don't want to be seen with the Duchess any more." "What's happened?" I ask, clutching at the laces of the cloak as he hurries me down the streets. We jump over the foul ditch in the centre of the lane, and he helps me down the slippery stairs to the river. A waiting wherryboat comes to his whistle, and he helps me into the prow. "Cast off," he says over his shoulder. "Westminster stairs." "What is happening?" I whisper. He leans towards me, so that not even the boatman pulling on his oars can hear. The Duchess's clerk and her chaplain have been arrested. "What for?" "Conjuring, or astronomy, divining or something. I could only get a rumour, enough to tell me that I want you right out of this." "Me?" "She's a reader of alchemy books. Her husband employs physicians. She's said to have seduced him with love potions. She mixes with men of learning, scholarship, and magic, and she's a royal duchess. Does this sound like anyone you know?" "Me?" I shiver as the oars dip quietly in the cold waters, and the boatman pulls towards the stairs. "You Richard says quietly. "Have you ever met Roger Bolingbroke, a scholar of Oxford? Serves in her household?" I think for a moment. My lord knew him, didn't he? Didn't he come to Penshurst one time? Didn't he bring a shield chart and show my lord the art of geomancy? The boat nudges against the Westminster Palace stairs, and my husband takes my hand and helps me up the wooden steps to the pier. A servant comes forwards with a torch and lights our way through the gardens to the river entrance. "He's been arrested," Richard says. "What for?" "I don't know. I'll leave you in our rooms, and then I'll go and see what I can find out." I pause under the archway of the entrance, and I take his cold hands in mine. "What do you fear?" "Nothing yet," he says unconvincingly. Then he takes my arm and guides me into the palace. Richard comes in at night and tells me that nobody seems to know what is happening. 3 of the Duchess's household have been arrested. Men whom I know, men whom I greet daily. The scholar Roger Bolingbroke, who came to visit us at Penshurst, and the Duchess's chaplain, who has served the Mass before me 12 times, and one of the canons at St. Stephen's Chapel in this very palace. They are accused of drawing up a horoscope chart for Eleanor. The chart has been found, and they say that it foretells the death of the young king and her inheritance of the throne. "Ever seen a chart for the king?" my husband asks me tersely. "He has left the palace for Sheen, with nobody but the closest men of his council. We're ordered to stay here. We're all under suspicion. He hates this sort of thing. It terrifies him. His council will come here, and there will be questions. They might call on us. My Lord Bedford never showed you a chart for the king, did he?" "You know he drew up charts for everyone," I say quietly. "You remember the machine that hung above the plan of France which showed the position of stars? He used it to show the stars at someone's birth. He drew up a chart for me. He drew up his own, probably one for you. Certainly he will have drawn up a chart for the king." "And where are all the charts?" my husband asks tightly. "Where are they now?" "I gave them to the Duke of Gloucester." Quietly, the horror of this dawns on me. "Oh, Richard, all the charts and the maps I gave to Duke Humphrey. He said he had an interest. I only kept the books, the ones we have at home. My lord left the books to me, the equipment and the machines I gave to the Duke." I can taste blood in my mouth, and I realize that I've peeled the skin from my lip. I put my finger to where the raw skin is stinging. "Are you thinking that the Duchess might have taken the king's chart? Might she have used it? Will they link me to the charges, since I gave her husband the king's chart?" "Perhaps," is all he says. We wait. The summer sun burns down on the city, and there are reports of plague in the poor areas near the stinking river. It is unbearably hot. I want to go home to Grafton and my children, but the king has commanded that everyone must stay at court. No one can leave London. It is like bringing a stew-pot to the boil. As the hot air presses on the city like a lid on a cauldron, the king waits, trembling with distress, for his council to unravel the plot against him. He is a young man who cannot tolerate opposition. It strikes at his very sense of himself. He has been brought up by courtiers and flatterers. He cannot bear the thought that someone doesn't love him. To think that someone might use the dark arts against him fills him with a terror that he cannot admit. The people around him are afraid for him, and for themselves. Nobody knows what a scholar like Roger Bolingbroke could do if he was minded to cause harm. and if the Duchess has put him in league with other skilled men, they may have forged a conspiracy against the king to do him deadly harm. What if even now some secret horror is working its way through his veins? What if he shatters like a glass, or melts like wax? The Duchess appears at the high table in the Palace of Westminster, seated alone, her face bright and smiling, her air of confidence unshaken. In the airless hall, where the smell of the meat from the kitchens wafts in like a hot breath, she is cool and untroubled. Her husband is at the king's side in sheen, trying to reassure the young man, trying to counter anything that his uncle the cardinal says, swearing that the young king is beloved, beloved of everyone, vowing on his life that he has never seen a horoscope for the king. His interest in alchemy is merely in the king's service. The herb bed at Penshurst was already planted, under the sign of the stars, when they got there. He does not know who planted it, perhaps the former owner. I sit with the ladies in the Duchess's rooms and sew shirts for the poor, and say nothing. Not even when the Duchess suddenly laughs at random and declares that she doesn't know why the king delays so long at Sheen Palace. Surely he should come to London, and then we could all go on progress to the country and get out of this heat. I believe he is coming tonight, I volunteer. She glances out of the window. He should have come earlier, she says. Now he'll be caught in the rain. There's going to be such a storm. A scud of sudden rain makes the women cry out. The sky is black as a crow over London, and there is a rumble of thunder. The window rattles in the rising wind, and then it is flung open by a gust of icy wind. Someone screams as the frame bangs, and I rise up and go to the window, catch the flying latch, and draw it shut. I flinch back from the crack of lightning over the city. A storm is rumbling in, over the king's route, and within moments there is the rattle of hail against the window, like someone flinging pebbles, and a woman turns her pale face to the Duchess and cries, "A storm over the king! You said that there would be a storm over the king!" The Duchess is hardly listening. She's watching me fighting with the wind at the window, and then the words, the accusation, sinks into her awareness, and she looks at the woman, Elizabeth Flight, and says, "Oh, don't be so ridiculous. I was looking at the sky. Anyone could see that there was going to be a storm." Elizabeth gets up from her stool, dips a curtsy, and says, "Excuse me, my lady." "Where are you going?" "Excuse me, my lady." "You can't leave without permission," the Duchess says harshly. But the woman has tipped over her stool in her hurry to get to the door. Two other women rise too, uncertain whether to run or stay. "Sit down! Sit down!" the Duchess shrieks. "I order it!" Elizabeth tears open the door and flings herself out of the room, while the other women sink to their stools, and one quickly crosses herself. A flash of lightning suddenly makes the scene look bleak and cold. Eleanor the Duchess turns to me, her face haggard and white. "For God's sake, I just looked at the sky and saw that there was going to be a storm. There's no need for all this. I just saw the rain coming. That's all." "I know," I say. "I know that's all." Within half an hour, the palace is barring its doors and windows and calling it a witch's wind that blows death down with rain. Within a day, the young king has announced that his aunt, the Duchess, may not come into his presence. The Oxford scholar, a friend of my first husband who came to visit us at Penshurst, is questioned by the council and confesses to heresy and magic. They put him on show, like a bear to be baited. Poor Roger Bolingbroke, A scholar for all his life, a man of learning, with a great love for the mysteries of the world and the stars, is put on a stage, like a scaffold, at St. Paul's Cross in London, while a sermon is preached against him and against all witches and warlocks, necromancers and heretics, who threaten the king's life and his peace, who crowd into his festering city, who seek to enter his ports, who hide themselves in the country villages and do acts of malice, small and great. It is declared that there are thousands of evil men and women, conjuring with black arts to harm the king, herbalists, wise women, liars, heretics, murderers. The king knows they are out there, plotting against him, in their malevolent thousands. Now he believes he has found a plot at the heart of his court, at the heart of his dangerously ambitious family. We all parade around Bolingbroke, circling him and staring at his shame, as if he were an animal brought back from the coast of Africa, some new sort of beast. He keeps his eyes down, so that he cannot see the avid faces, and need not recognize his former friends. The man who had spent his life in study, thinking about the harmonious nature of the world, sits on a painted chair, wearing a paper crown, surrounded by his equipments and his books, as if he were a fool. They have his geomancy board laid on the ground before his feet, and a set of candles specially carved. They have some charts showing the positions of the planets, and the horoscope that they say he drew up for the Duchess at her request. They have a little model of the earth and the planets moving around it. They have brass moulds for casting figures, a still for making liquids, and the wax trays used for drawing the perfume of flowers. Worst of all, at his feet is a horrible little creature of wax, like a miscarried rabbit. I shrink back when I see it, and Richard puts a strong arm around my waist. "Don't look at it," he advises me. I look away. What was it? It was a wax image of the king. It's supposed to have a little crown on its head, and that golden thread is the sceptre, and the little bead is the orb. The face is distorted. The feet are formless. I can see the outline of the cape and the dots to show the markings of ermine, but the head is almost melted away. What have they done to it? They heated it before a fire, so that it would melt and run away. It would make the king's strength flow from him, too. They meant to destroy him, as the image melted away. I shudder. "Can't we go now?" "No," he says. "We have to be here to show our revulsion at these crimes." I am revolted. I am so revolted I want to go. "Keep your head up. Keep walking. You, of all people, have to be seen to be an enemy of this sort of work." Me, of all people? I fire up. This is so disgusting it makes me sick. "They are saying that the Duchess Eleanor got her husband the Duke to marry her with a love potion so that he couldn't resist her. They are saying you did the same when you were a girl, and my Lord Duke was a man broken-hearted at the loss of his wife, Anne." I shudder, averting my eyes from the melted wax poppet. "Richard." "I shall keep you safe," he swears. "You are my lady and my love. I shall keep you safe, Jacquetta. You will never look for me and find me gone." We come back from the shaming of Bolingbroke, to find the Duchess's rooms empty, the doors thrown open to her privy chamber, her clothes chests overturned, her cupboards ransacked, her jewellery boxes missing, and the woman vanished. "Where is the Duchess?" my husband demands of her maid-in-waiting. She shakes her head. She is crying unstoppably. "Gone." "Gone where?" "Gone," is all she can say. God save us, the child is an idiot, Richard snaps. You ask her. I take her by the shoulders. Ellie, tell me, did they arrest her Grace? She dips a curtsy. She ran, Your Grace. She's run into sanctuary. She says they will kill her to punish her husband. She says they will destroy him through her. She says it is a wicked plot against him that is going to be the ruin of her. She says Cardinal Beaufort will tear them both down. I turn to my husband. Sanctuary? His face is grim. Yes, but she's mistaken. That won't save her. They can't say she's a witch if she's hiding on holy ground and claiming the safety of the church. Then they'll accuse her of being a heretic, he says. A heretic can't be protected by the church. So if she's claimed sanctuary, they'll charge her with heresy. It's the only way to get her out. Before this, they might have charged her with forecasting. Now they'll accuse her of heresy. And heresy is a worse crime than forecasting. She's put herself in a worse place. The law of men always puts women in a bad place. I flare up in anger. Richard says nothing. Should we go away? I ask him very quietly. Can we go home to Grafton? I look around the wreckage of the room. I don't feel safe here. Can we go? He grimaces. We can't go now. It looks like guilt if we go. Just as she looks if she admits guilt by hiding in sanctuary. I think we're better off staying here. At least we can get a ship to Flanders from here if we need to. I can't leave the children. He pays no attention. I wish to God your father was still alive. You could have gone on a visit to him. He squeezes my hand. You stay here. I shall go and see William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk. He'll tell me what's going on in the council. And what shall I do? Wait here, he says grimly. Open these rooms and treat them like your own. Behave as if nothing were wrong. You are the first lady of the kingdom now, the only royal duchess left. Order the ladies to tidy the place up, and then have them sew with you. Get someone to read from the Bible. Go to chapel this evening. Parade your innocence. But I am innocent, I say. His face is dark. I don't doubt that she will say the same. She does not say the same. They bring Roger Bolingbroke before her with the horoscope that she commanded he cast for her, with the magical instruments that were the tools of his trade as an explorer of the unknown realms, with the misshapen wax that they say is a melted image of the king, and she confesses to witchcraft and offences against the church. She admits that she has long used witchcraft with the Witch of Eye. And then they tell her that the Witch of Eye has been under arrest since the night of the Witch's Wind. Who is the Witch of Eye? I ask Richard, in a hushed whisper, late at night with the curtains of the bed drawn around us. Marjorie Jodemaine, he says, his brow knitted with worry. Some practising witch who was taken up for her crimes once before now. Comes from the village of Eye. She's known to the church as a witch, known to everyone as a witch. I gasp in horror. He looks at me. For the love of God, tell me that you don't know her. Not as a witch. He closes his eyes briefly in horror. What do you know of her? I never did anything with her but study the use of herbs, as my lord commanded. I swear to you, and I would swear to the court, I never did anything with her but study the use of herbs, and she did nothing at Penshurst but plan the herb garden with me, and tell me when the herbs should be cut, and when they should be sown. I didn't know she was a witch. Did my lord command you to see her? Yes, yes. Do you have that? Under his seal, did he write the order? I shake my head. He just sent her to me, and you saw her. That time in the stable yard when you came with the message from Luxembourg, and she was leaving with the wagon. Richard clenches his hands into fists. I can swear that my lord commanded that she serve you, but this isn't good. It's not good. But perhaps we can glide over this. Perhaps nobody will bring it up. If it was just making a herb bed, at least you never consulted her. You've never ordered her to attend you. I glance away. He groans. No. Oh, no. Tell me, Jacquetta. I took a tincture to prevent a child. You knew about that. The herbs? That was her recipe? I nod. You told nobody?
No one but you.
Then nobody will know. Anything else she made for you?
Later, a drink to get a child. He checks as he realizes that this was the conception of our daughter, Elizabeth, the baby who forced him into marriage.
Good God, Jacquetta!
He throws back the covers and gets out of bed, pulls back the curtain, and strides to the fireside. It is the first time he's ever been angry with me. He thumps the post of the bed with his fist, as if he wishes he could fight the world. I sit up, gather the covers to my shoulders, and feel my heart hammer with dread at his rage. I wanted a child, and I wanted you, I say unsteadily. I loved you, and I wanted us to be married. But I wouldn't have cast a spell for it. I used herbs, not witchcraft. He rubs his head, making his hair stand on end, as if these distinctions are beyond him.
You made our child with a witch's potion. Our daughter, Elizabeth.
Herbs, I say steadily. Herbs from a herbalist. Why not?
He casts a furious look at me. Because I don't want a child brought to life by a handful of herbs from some old witch.
She's not some old witch. She is a good woman. And we have a beautiful child. You are as bad as this witch hunt with your fears. I took herbs to help me to be fertile. We made a beautiful child. Don't you ill-wish us now?
For God's sake, he raises his voice. I am afraid of nothing but you being mixed up with the most notorious witch in England, who has been trying to kill our king.
She is not. She would not. I shout back at him. She would not.
She is accused.
Not by me.
By the Lord Chief Justice. And if they look for her associates, they will find you, another royal duchess, another woman who dabbles in the unknown, another woman who can call up a storm, or capture a unicorn.
I am not. I burst into tears. You know I am not. You know I do nothing. Don't say such things, Richard. Don't you accuse me. You of all people. He loses his anger at my tears, and comes quickly across the room, sits beside me, and gathers me against his shoulder.
I don't accuse you, my love. I know you would never do anything to harm anyone. Hush. I'm sorry. And you are not to blame.
I can't help it that I foresee.
I know you can't help it.
And you of all people know that my lord put me before the scrying mirror day after day, and all I could see was a battle in snow and a queen with horseshoes reversed. He said it was useless. He said I couldn't foresee for him. I failed him. I failed him.
I know you don't conjure. Be still, my love.
I did take herbs to get Elizabeth, but that was all. I would never conjure a child. Never.
I know, my love. Be still.
I am silent,
and as I dry my eyes on the sheet, he asks me, "Jacquetta, does anyone know of this recipe that she gave you but you and her? Did anyone see her with you at Penshurst? Any of the court know that she was there?"
"No, just servants, and her boy."
"Then we will have to pray that she keeps her mouth shut about you, even if they take her to the stake."
"The stake?" I ask stupidly.
He nods in silence, and then gets back into bed beside me. Together we watch the fire burning down in the grate. "They will burn her for a witch," he says flatly. "And the Duchess, too."